Hello, everybody. Real quick. Hello, Aiko. Hello, Bucket. Hello, Louise. It's good to see you all. Well. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Ah, I'm a guy. Thank you, forever.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Bustin', 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 bustin',
Yeah.
bustin', feel good, feel good, feel good.
Alright. There we go. Hello Crimson, hello Squidge, and thank you for the hydrate bucket. Hope you're all doing well today, and thank you for the posture check, Squidge. But thank you for the resub, Crim Crim. Really appreciate it. They're too strong for the Aiko to handle. Have overloaded the Aiko. It's so good to see you all today. I'm really happy. I hope you're all doing very well. Because I don't know if some of you've noticed, but I was a little late starting today because I kind of got distracted. I may or may not have been over watching Init, like, work on a pool party. But I have some interesting videos already. Not necessarily prepped and ready to go, but I see them already. Yeah, it's true. I wanted to stop by and see what Init was up to. Ah, thank you all. But yeah, I'm excited for all the Blursed content. Fair. Hopefully, OBS behaves today, because as I mentioned on the last stream, I changed the base canvas, so I had to resize all my scenes. So hopefully, I've got everything set up right. We're gonna find out. Also, I had a little spark of inspiration, and I replaced a redeem with something. Yeah. I see that Luis has found it. I may or may not have added a really fucking expensive redeem for reasons. Squidge, how many points do you have? uh... I feel like I've enabled the gremlin in chat to be like, oh, can make this happen. Cause you know, like, the minute that one gets redeemed, since it's only once per stream, the minute somebody actually manages to redeem it, like that's it. It's gonna happen. Cause like, I know that's gonna be a stretch goal, and there is a possibility that I might feel comfortable enough to do it before someone reaches that level. But it's there. It's to tempt anyone that has a decent chunk of points. Beautiful. I'm glad to see that that one's going over very well. Well, one of the things I know that would make it go by really quickly is, like, I can't remember necessarily what all does it, but I know for a fact that mods have commands that can give people points. I know this for a fact. I also know that, if I remember correctly, you get points for streaks as well. I actually probably should check the leaderboard. If I can remember where that is. I'll have to do that at some point, probably after stream. Because I like leaving you all in suspense as to, like, who's the closest to actually redeeming that. Yeah. Although I think I actually do have the leaderboard. Echo. You all trying to bribe your way to a karaoke stream? See, here's the thing though. Like, Faye could technically, like, ask for that at any time. Hi, Niwali. Hi. Hope you're doing well. Oh. Anytime, Bucket. I'm happy to see what you've been working on, because I like the, like, I just like seeing the excitement behind it. I love it. I like behind the scenes stuff of game dev. Makes me happy. But I'm so excited. I'm genuinely so excited for that redeem because it's gonna give people something to think about. At the same time, I think I might add another one. Eventually, I gotta think on it. Currently, working on a couple things. I gotta get some news back on one thing this week, and then probably check on a couple other things later today. Either way, we'll say a lot of stuff coming up. And one thing that I'm gonna mention right now for all of those here, after today's stream, I'm gonna post a little poll on the Twitters about the birthday stream. Because I want to know, like, general consensus. Do you want me to, like, stop the stream when I go eat? Or you want me to, like, just leave it up? Because I plan on doing at least 12 hours for my birthday. Maybe more, depending on how my internet, OBS, and my energy is. Because this has been a big year so far. Yeah. Eat on stream. If only. If only, Aiko. Hello, Chaos Blur. Welcome. It was worth a shot. I respect that. Go. Aiko, thank you for gifting a sub. Hello, Regal. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Aiko likes giving people purple stars. So, now that we've had a little bit of time to get things started, let me First off, like stop the music here and see if I can cue up the video without everything imploding. This is gonna be the fun part. See if I can cue up the video without everything imploding. Because I saw something down here that seemed like an interesting one to start with. Because I remember this very well.
Farewell, expensive.
Okay, that's an ad. That was an ad. So let's not do that. Let's not do the ad. Not sponsored, by the way.
When you have auto glass damage, trust Safelite.
Okay. Alright. Let me check something real quick.
In one easy appointment, we can replace
Nice.
your windshield.
Okay, so I'm just gonna
Calibrate your
talk
advanced
over this little bit right here.
Stay safe,
Don't worry
stay
about
fit.
it.
Schedule now.
I'm just gonna continue talking until until the ad is gone. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now I can swap over here. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, I had to wait for the ad to dissipate. I might also need to turn this up a tiny bit. There we go. That should be good for now.
WED Enterprises, Glendale, California.
Okay, I need
Walt
to turn it up
Disney's
a little bit
amusement
more.
park design firm. A creative playground for artists and engineers.
There we
All
go.
that came were directed, instructed, and mentored by Walt Disney himself, who considered the Imagineers to be his top artists. These included Herb Ryman, concept artist, Xavier Atencio, show writer, Yale Gracie, special effects, Claude Coates, show designer, Bob Gurr, ride designer, John Hench, designer and futurist, and the most recent recruit, George McGinnis.
Oh,
designer.
that's
While
squidge.
reviews of Walt within his animation studio were
They
mixed,
would
the
not
Imagineers
want
loved
me
working for Uncle Walt.
advertising
They knew
for
to give
them
each project their all.
at
Walt
all.
instilled in
If
them
I
his
did that,
philosophies of
the
entertainment
amount of
and
times that I
storytelling.
talk about
Walt did not want
ass.
to create rides. He wanted to create experiences, stories that could be lived. Under Walt's eye, the Imagineers became a family, creating groundbreaking attractions and developing friendships among each other. But this group, in 1966, was just at the beginning
I
of
mean,
their journey.
it's a
Their
fact,
true test
Tycho.
was on
We
its
all know
way.
that it's a fact, but like, advertisers don't see the truth. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go! Fucking Ride of the Valkyries! Hell yeah! Let's fucking go! Yeah!
In January
Fuck yeah.
of 1965, executives from the Monsanto Chemical Company traveled to Anaheim, California to visit Disneyland Park. Among
love
them was
that.
Monsanto's chairman, Dr. Charles Allen Thomas. The 64-year-old chemist had been working with Monsanto since 1936, and his claim to fame was his work on plutonium research for the Manhattan Project, which he conducted
fuck.
alongside Monsanto's Central Research Department. Thomas and his associates were traveling to Disneyland to view Monsanto's 3 exhibits in the park's Tomorrowland area: the Monsanto Hall of Chemistry, the Monsanto House of the Future, and the newest edition, Fashion and Fabrics Throughout the Ages. All 3 had been overseen by Thomas, who had worked closely with Walt since Disneyland's opening, resulting in a friendship between the two men. Thomas and the Monsanto team were fresh off of a trip to the 1964 World's Fair, at which they had seen the latest in attraction technology and speculative futures. With the fair fresh in their minds, Monsanto's Tomorrowland exhibits were looking more antiquated than ever. Thomas and his associates were not alone in their opinion. Walt Disney and his Imagineers had participated in the 1964 fair, creating 4 popular and groundbreaking attractions. After the fair, Walt turned his attention to the company's Florida project and his proposed
You
City
know-
of Tomorrow, Epcot. But he also greenlit several
That's
other
fair.
projects for his amusement design
Also,
firm
that's
to complete,
really fucking
including
cool.
a
I'm not
pirate-themed
gonna lie.
boat ride and a haunted house attraction. The largest of these post-fair projects was a complete refresh of Disneyland's Tomorrowland area. Outside of its 1959 expansion and a few
I
other
will say,
minor
isn't it
changes,
amusing
the
to
area
know
had not
that one of
evolved
the
since its
people that
opening
helped
in
Disney
1955.
worked
Walt
on
had never
the
been
Manhattan
satisfied
Project?
with Tomorrowland. The rushed area was overly reliant on corporate sponsors, and
That's
some
food for
attractions
thought.
had become noticeably outdated, while others were never futuristic to begin with. The Tomorrowland renovation would usher in a wave of new attractions that would engage in actual speculation of the future.
This is
with an
some
emphasis of the
interesting
transportation of
facts
tomorrow,
right there.
possibly Walt's greatest fascination. The entire new Tomorrowland project would be given the unique theme, World on the Move.
New ideas
Yeah,
for Disneyland are first visualized in artist
that is
renderings like
also
this
very
overall
fair.
view of the new Tomorrowland area.
Like for
The
instance,
painting
Alfred
begins to take
Nobel.
on form and dimension with construction of a scale model, detailing every
Really
attraction.
intelligent.
This
Created
scale model
dynamite.
represents more than 5 acres of new attractions in Tomorrowland.
The main avenue of Tomorrowland would be completely overhauled, with almost no inch untouched. The area's signature attraction, Rocket to the Moon, would be demolished and rebuilt with larger theaters. It would also be
I
given
just
a
love that
pre-show
Alfred
starring an
Nobel's
animatronic
actual
named
story
Mr.
is
Tom
kind of
Morrow.
sad and
The
depressing.
attraction would be renamed to Flight to the Moon and was set in a future in which, quote, travel to outer space will be an everyday adventure. The Circarama 360 film America the Beautiful would be replaced by the CircleVision 360 film America the Beautiful. The new
Nice.
film of the same name was shot with a new method, using 9 cameras as opposed to the original 11. The theater itself would also be expanded, taking up more of Tomorrowland's North exhibit building, closing the Art of Animation exhibit permanently. The rest of the
That
show
hurts
building,
my
where the
soul.
Art Corner exhibit once was, would be replaced by the Tomorrowland Terrace restaurant. The addition of the Tomorrowland Terrace would also
Thank you for the
result in the
hydrate.
closure of the yacht bar. The Astrojet spinner would be replaced by the Rocket Jets, which would be elevated to rest on top of the loading platform for a brand new Tomorrowland attraction, the People Mover. The People Mover was a ride that gave guests a tour around Tomorrowland and through its attractions, with onboard audio
Thank you for the
describing the
sponsorship check as
various
well.
sites.
Yeah,
The People Mover
exactly.
was an evolution of the technology first used
Alfred
for the Ford
Nobel
Magic Skyway attraction at the
designed
1964 New York
dynamite
World's
with
Fair.
the
And
intention
the
that
ride
it
was
would be
meant to
so
act as a
terrifying to
prototype the
people that they
transit
wouldn't
system
want to
that would be
fight
integral
anymore.
to Walt's experimental community
Instead,
project.
it
The
made
People
them
Mover would also
more
travel to the front of
excited
the
to
land,
fight each
passing
other.
above guests' heads, in the area that the Clock of the World once was. Another
It
attraction
was
from the
something where
1964 fair, the
the
Carousel of
intentions
Progress,
behind
would
it
be
were
relocated
good.
to Tomorrowland, taking the
However,
place previously
it
held
in
by
of
the Space
itself
Bar
was a
restaurant.
recipe for
The new show
disaster.
building would have 2 stories, with the carousel show taking up the first floor and the second floor giving guests a view of Walt's
dude.
experimental community concept in model form. The often unreliable flying saucers attraction would also be removed and replaced with a new
They were
Tomorrowland
designed
stage.
for
What would
Mineworks
become of
as
the
well.
remaining Tomorrowland space
Like they were
was
good.
up to
It
one
was
sponsor,
designed for good
Monsanto.
intentions,
2 out of 3 of Monsanto's
but
attractions
it was
were located
not
in the South Exhibit
used
Building,
for good
alongside the 20,000
intentions.
Leagues Under the Sea exhibit. The other was the Monsanto House of the Future, which sat
Yeah.
at the entrance to the land. Given that the House
Like
of the Future
he designed
was now
it
nearly
for
a decade old,
a
Monsanto and Disney decided
good
to close
purpose
the attraction,
with
but
good
not until
intentions,
after the
but
rest of the new Tomorrowland
yeah,
project was
no.
complete. Monsanto would also close
No.
their other 2 exhibits, the Hall of Chemistry
Yeah.
and Fashion and Fabrics
Humans,
throughout the
humans,
ages,
and something
and
that
Disney
goes
would remove the
boom.
20,000
How can I
Leagues
use
exhibit,
this on other
freeing up the
humans?
entire building for a larger Monsanto attraction, a brand new ride.
That's the
utilizing
natural
a
progression
familiar
of things.
concept. For Monsanto's attraction, Disney
Also,
would resurrect a
this is
concept that had
really
been on the drawing
fucking
board
cool
since
art.
the early days of Disneyland.
I'm
A
not gonna
proposed
lie.
Tomorrowland pavilion
Some of
named
these, like-
Adventures in Science, or Science
Some of
Land.
these
This small
concept
area
art
would have featured
sketches
multiple
for
new
Disney attractions are
one of
some
which
of
was
the
named
coolest
Micro
fucking
World.
art pieces.
Micro World would have sent guests through a microscope, shrinking them down and allowing them to explore the inside of a drop of water. The attraction was given the nickname the Protozoa Ride among the Imagineers because of the protozoa-shaped vehicles
Look
in
at-
the
look at
initial
this fucking
1957
art.
concept art. Disney pitched the concept to Dr. Thomas and Monsanto, who liked the idea with one
This shit's
major note.
fucking
Thomas
awesome.
wanted the molecule through which guests traveled to be a man-made polymer that Monsanto produced rather than a drop of water. The Imagineers pushed back on this idea. Water made much more sense, as it is one of the molecules most important to life and universally recognized among audiences. Thomas and Monsanto dropped the issue, and guests would end up traveling through water as opposed to a Monsanto creation. This would ultimately be the right decision, as the public's opinion on man-made chemicals was about to take a turn for the worse. Imagineers fleshed out the original micro-world concept. The new ride would still star water, but in a more visually interesting state, a snowflake. The ride vehicles would also no longer resemble protozoa. Instead, an entirely new ride system would be developed, thanks again to the 1964 New York World's Fair. The fair featured numerous attractions with unique ride systems, such as GM's Futurama, which featured a unique conveyor system that allowed guests to ride through
Oh,
visions
yeah,
of the future.
like,
Another
that's why I
ride,
was
sponsored
so,
by Bell's
like,
system, featured an even more
sad
unique continuous system. Not
seeing,
only was
like,
this
all
ride
the
system
stuff on them
efficient,
getting
but it
rid
allowed
of
for dark
the art
rides
of
to tell
animation.
stories in new ways. Most dark rides up to this point place guests in a vehicle with their view unrestricted, taking them along a curved rail, although always facing in the direction the vehicle was moving. However, the Bell System Pavilion had guests facing perpendicular to the direction in which they were traveling. These and other unique rides populated the fair and impressed crowds, including Dr. Thomas and his associates, who pressed Walt for an attraction that utilized moving vehicles, or at the very least, a moving sidewalk. Walt and his Imagineers had also been impressed with the unique ride systems of the fair, having contributed
Also,
to
yeah, I wouldn't
themselves.
mind doing,
The
like,
challenge was
some more,
bringing
like,
a unique
watch-along
ride system
stuff.
to the Monsanto attraction. Imagineers considered multiple concepts, and it was at a meeting between two Imagineers that a novel idea was introduced. Imagineer Bob Gurr, who had created Disneyland's Autopia cars and
Look at
contributed to the
hair.
attractions for the 1964 fair, was in a brainstorming meeting with Imagineer John Hench, who had helped design the
Dude's
original
hair is, like,
Tomorrowland
trying
at
to
Disneyland.
fly off of his
Hench wondered
scalp.
if it was possible to place guests on a vehicle capable of rotating as it moved along the ride track, allowing guests to see in any direction or forcing them to focus only on certain parts of the ride. Gurr casually grabbed a toy from Hench's desk that resembled a candied apple. Gurr then turned the apple using his fingers, gripping the stick, asking Hench, quote, like this? Hench responded, quote, yeah, like that. Gurr and
You're
Hench
all
passed the
good,
concept
Crimson.
along to Imagineers Roger E. Brogy and Burt Brundage, who got to work designing the ride system, which Gurr would dub the Omni
You're
Mover.
all
The Omni Mover
good.
vehicles that would be used for the new Monsanto
We're just hanging
attraction
out
would be
today.
referred to as the Atom Mobiles, and they would feature a large blue shell that would surround guests.
Also,
Each
these
shell would
little
include a
model
speaker that would
designs are
place the
really
ride's
fucking
audio
awesome,
directly into
too.
the ears of riders. Most importantly, the shell prevented guests from viewing
And then we have the
peripherally,
less detailed
forcing
one.
their sight lines so that they would only see what the Imagineers
It looks like
wanted
a
them to.
slipper.
The Omni Mover would be able to move
It looks like a
3,000
slipper
guests
with a
per
couple
hour
of,
throughout the
like, little
attraction. Walt
figurines
asked
in
the
it.
team to make the system as smooth as possible, specifically so smooth that a martini glass could ride it without spilling. But in the end, each turn of the vehicle would be quite jerky. The ride system would not be the only innovative aspect of the Monsanto attraction. Another proposal from the original micro-world concept would be utilized. Imagineer Exitencio, who would write the script for Pirates of the Caribbean, had an idea for, quote, a visual effect that will give the patrons the sensation of
The
being reduced to the size
croc-along?
of the atom. Atencio pitched the idea
You know there
to
is
Imagineer
actually a
Herb Ryman,
croc
who
boat,
illustrated
Crimson.
the concept. Ryman and Atencio's initial concept showed a brass microscope with portholes, giving the illusion of guests getting progressively smaller. Some thought the design could be improved. The most recent hire at Wet Enterprises was George McGinnis,
Yeah, there is a
an
croc
artist that was
boat.
hired straight out of college after Walt, Hench, and Gurr had viewed his student project. One day, McGinnis was eating lunch in the Wed cafeteria, sketching concepts of his own.
I did. I doubled it just a little bit.
Atencio looked over McGinnis' shoulder to see what he was working on. Liking what he saw, Atencio immediately took the napkin to the model shop to mock up the microscope. The mighty microscope,
However,
originally the
I will
magic
let you know,
microscope,
I
would
am
be the icon
hydrating
of
on
the
my
new
own as
Monsanto
well.
attraction, which was soon given the name Adventure Through Inner Space. Atencio was to write the script. Claude Coates, an Imagineer that had done extensive work on Disneyland and the World's Fair attractions, was set to design it. And Yale Gracie, a
Oh, that's
special
fucking
effects artist
cool.
that had worked on the Carousel Progress, would contribute illusions to the new ride. In August of 1966, Walt suggested placing a ceramic mural on Interspace's otherwise plain exterior. He pitched the idea to Thomas, who loved the concept. Walt assigned artist Mary Blair to the mural. Blair would end up creating two separate pieces, one for the Circle Vision show building and another on Interspace's show building. The murals would be named The Spirit of Creative Energies Among Children.
God, I love good murals.
Disneyland's Tomorrowland closed in September
Never-
of 1966 for the
Never
renovation.
underestimate
Demolition
the
of the old
value
attractions began in
of a
October,
well-placed
but
mural.
just 2 months later, on December 15th, 1966, Walt Disney would die of lung cancer,
Oh fuck.
leaving the world in mourning, and Walt Disney
Oh,
Productions
shit.
and Wed Enterprises
That
in
was
a
a-
state of shock.
That was a
Future of
transition.
many projects at Wed, namely Walt's Florida project, were suddenly uncertain.
That was a
However,
fucking
the Tomorrowland
transition
renovation
from a
was
mural.
never under question, as
All
Walt
right.
had seen and approved the entire refurbishment before his passing. The Imagineers continued construction on New Tomorrowland.
Just sitting there
and
talking
Adventure
about a
Through Inner
mural
Space as
part of the
planned.
video.
Paul
Walt
Frees, a
Disney's
voice actor known
dead.
for his work in numerous science fiction
All
films
right.
and for narrating Disneyland's Man in Space specials,
He is
was
dead of lung
recruited to
cancer.
do a voiceover for the ride, reading the script written by Atencio. Atencio worked closely with Dr.
God,
Thomas
that
and
was a
Monsanto,
turn.
even traveling to Monsanto's headquarters and back to ensure the ride's scientific accuracy.
I
Broad
mean,
coats
to be
plans for the
fair,
dark
like
ride
most of
were
the people
unlike
from
any
that
ever
time
created. The
smoked
majority of the ride
so
would be in
goddamn
pitch-black
much.
darkness, with only certain props and shapes illuminated throughout the journey. An experiment in minimalism. Coates' son,
There are
Alan,
so
would
many
later say,
smokers
quote,
from that
"It was
generation."
the psychedelic 60s after all. A real head trip," they used to say. This experience was exemplified by the ride's music, composed by musician Buddy Baker. In May of 1967, Baker conducted an orchestra, performing 47 different, unusual scores. Baker attempted to add a unique musical experience that would reflect the strangeness of the ride's story, with unexpected instruments that represented each part of the molecule. A more standard Disney
That's
song
one of
would
the
also be
things
featured
with
in the
the
ride, written
people
by
that
the
are
famous
driven.
songwriting duo, the Sherman Brothers.
It can
This
sometimes
theme was
be an
titled
extreme
Miracles from
detriment
Molecules.
if you can't keep it in check. God, I love 45s.
The attraction would take
Vinyl
up
is so fucking cool.
21,733 square feet of space, and the ride would be 6 minutes in length. New Tomorrowland debuted in phases throughout June and July of 1967, with the Carousel of Progress, the People Mover, America the Beautiful, and the Rocket Jets all debuting. However, Adventure Through Inner Space remained under construction. It would not officially open until August 5th, 1967.
This
The wait
just
was
furthers
worth it,
my
as Disneyland guests could now experience
inner
a journey
desire
unlike any
to
other.
get a record player.
Tomorrowland is not
'Cause I
just the realm of outer
kinda want
space.
some. I
One of the most
kinda
unusual
want
new
some more.
attractions is the adventure through inner space.
Like, I kinda want
These
some
cars are
vinyl.
called
I really do.
automobiles. Aboard them, Disneyland guests ride through a giant microscope.
Guests would enter the attraction by passing under its marquee, a large navy block. At the time, Disneyland used a ticket book system, in which guests needed to purchase a ticket to the main gate as well as a ticket to each ride they wanted to experience, with each attraction given a designation of A through E. However, as part of the Monsanto
It really
sponsorship,
does.
Adventure Through Inner Space was one of the few attractions at the park that required no ticket to ride, so any guest could experience Adventure Through Inner Space as many times as they wanted. Adventure Through Inner Space's queue and pre-show was one of the most elaborate created at the time. As guests entered the queue, they immediately saw McGinnis's mighty microscope. The microscope was a striking icon and, for many children, a convincing illusion, appearing to shrink the ride vehicles and guests right before their eyes. The microscope was aimed at a large petri dish. Inside, snowflakes danced, backlit by an illuminated pH scale. To the right of the microscope,
Oh,
a
yeah,
large
no,
rainbow
like,
target displayed the guest destination.
Listening to
the
something
center of the
digitally
snowflake.
and then listening
Pre-show
to it
narration,
again
some of which
on
was voiced by
vinyl,
Atencio,
vinyl hits
depicted
different.
scientists making final
It
preparations
really
to
does
send
hit
guests on their
different.
daring journey.
Phase blue. Light wavelength approximately 0.5 thousand millimeters. Definition excellent.
Phase green. Resolving power decreasing.
Plaques line the queue, spelling out the entire adventure to guests before they even boarded. As guests reached the end of the queue, they were greeted by cast members, dressed in costumes made of polyester, a material that Monsanto manufactured. Guests boarded a moving platform and took a seat in their automobiles to begin their adventure through inner space. The attraction began with guests entering the mighty microscope, shrinking in size just as they had seen previous guests do. In reality, the automobiles simply turned to the left. Through the ride's narration, Freeze played the voice of the first scientist to journey to inner space. At the beginning, this scientist could be heard calibrating the microscope to send guests into the snowflake.
Now your adventure through inner space has begun. Through the mighty microscope, you will travel into the incredible universe found within a tiny fragment of a snowflake.
During the rest
What
of
a
the ride,
good
guests are
narrating
only able
voice.
to hear the suspended thought waves of the scientist preserved from his first journey.
I am the first person to make this fabulous journey. Suspended in the timelessness of inner space are the thought waves of my first impressions. They will be our only source of contact once you have passed beyond the limits of normal magnification.
As Freeze
I
told
guess that
guests
is
of their journey,
appropriate.
snowflakes of significant size danced around them, in effect achieved through projection.
You know,
The
fair
vehicles
enough.
continued
That
to
is
move, now
appropriate.
rotating guests to face a large snowflake structure, confirming that they had now shrunk to the size of a snowflake. These enormous structures were enhanced through projections as well. But the journey was far from over. Guests continued to shrink, passing by walls of ice and entering a gorgeous scene of
Magnification.
porous crystals. Atencio was a genius writer, and many of the lines delivered by Freeze are beautiful and haunting.
And still I continue to shrink. What compelling force draws me into this mysterious darkness?
Guests then shrank smaller and broke into inner space. Riders viewed molecules floating around them, represented by wire balls on string.
That
Mirrors
is,
on the walls
it's
gave
such
the
a
illusion that
cool
there were many more
idea.
molecules than there actually were. Guests then learned that they had shrunk even further, as they can now see H2O molecules almost as big as they were. Dancing electrons could also be viewed. The journey continued, as guests entered the oxygen atom, with light swirling to show that the electrons now surrounded the guests.
Right?
Electrons are dashing about me like so many fiery comets. Can I possibly survive?
Then the ride reached its climax, pushing guests straight toward the nucleus of the atom. The nucleus of the atom was represented by a flashing red light bulb. The narrator considers shrinking even smaller to explore it.
Do I dare explore the vastness of its inner space? No, I dare not go on. I must return to the realm of the molecule.
Oh, I feel
before
that.
I go
Fuck
on
it.
shrinking.
I did too.
Guests then began their journey back,
That and like
growing
how
from
it's
the size
made.
of an atom to the size of a
Fucking
molecule.
love
Projections
all
reveal
that
the
stuff.
snowflake is melting.
Yes, the snowflake has melted, but there is no cause for alarm. You are back on visual and returning to your normal size.
As guests continue to grow in
Right?
size, a large human eye peering at them through the other end of the microscope could be seen above their heads. After turning a final corner and returning back to their normal size, guests
How it's
exited the
made
microscope,
such a good
disembarking
series.
from their vehicles, but not before passing a brilliant rain
It
illusion
does
called
have
the
such a
Fountain
great
of Fashion,
theme.
showing off Monsanto products. As guests exited their automobiles, they entered a post-show dedicated to select Monsanto creations, depicted by elaborate and impressive animated posters and product displays. The carpets at the exit to inner space were made from Monsanto acrylion fibers and Cumuloft fibers. The post-show area also featured a unique global clock that displayed the time anywhere in the world, similar to the former entranceway icon of Tomorrowland. But this clock also showed all of Monsanto's facilities
You know,
worldwide.
I don't know why that
Guests
horse
riding
had
the People Mover, which
why that
passed through
horse
the
was
show
like
building, were given a
super
unique
cheeked
perspective of
up
the
on a
attraction's
Sunday.
pre-show and post-show, as well as an exclusive view of a second-story mural. Guests flocked to the attraction, including some celebrities.
One of the early
Extra thick!
Prince
Exactly.
Rainier of Monaco and his attractive children.
The ride thrilled audiences,
What the
but it also
fuck?
terrified them.
Hold
Those young
up.
enough to buy into the
Hold
illusion in the
up.
pre-show actually believed
Hold
they were
up.
being shrunk
Hold
down,
up.
unsure if they would ever grow back to their normal size. However, even kids and
Okay.
adults that knew the experience was fiction couldn't help but get chills.
I want to
from the
wind that
pre-show
back.
and post-show, as well as an exclusive view of a second-story mural. Guests flocked to the attraction.
I want to wind
including
this
some
back
celebrities.
just a second.
One of the early travelers through inner space was Prince Rainier of Monaco and his attractive children.
Okay. One of the things I want to say about this particular moment during the time this was filmed. Why specifically, as a descriptor for his children, do you say attractive? That is a really odd thing to say. That that is a moment that I'm just like, hold up. Excuse me, announcer, what? That yeah. They are the kids of a prince, but still. That's a questionable word.
The ride thrilled audiences, but it
That
also
is-
terrified them.
that is
Those
a-
young enough
that
to
is a
buy into the illusion in the
questionable
pre-show actually
word.
believed they were being shrunk down, unsure if they would ever grow back to their normal size. However, even kids and adults that knew the experience was fiction couldn't help but get chills from the pitch-black darkness and the echoing voice of Paul Frees. Teenagers were the least affected by the ride's atmosphere, but this did not keep them away. A few rowdy teenagers made it a challenge to grab and steal the hanging props throughout the ride,
Oh my
taking them
god.
home as souvenirs. Others made a game of trying to spit at the eye projection at the ride's end. This prompted Disneyland to be more strict in their envelope of protection, which exists to prevent guests from being able to reach and touch objects along a ride track. This also led to more
Of
CCTV
course.
cameras installed on rides to monitor guest behavior. But as much as teens took from the ride, they would also add to the ride's narrative with chemicals of their own. Hormones. Adventure Through Inner Space became a favorite among teen park goers, hoping for some private time at the park.
Oh
Not
my
only was the ride
god.
dark, but the OmniMover ride system provided unique privacy, as guests were never facing one another, and even during the brief times in which they were
Oh
adjacent,
my
the large shell
god.
blocked much of the
They
view.
did it.
Adventure Through Inner Space
They
would be added
did
to the park's ticket system
Inner
in
Space.
1972, designated as a C ticket. Rumors say that this is due to teens taking advantage of the free attraction, so requiring a ticket on the ride would discourage this behavior, or at the very least, Disney would profit from it. However, this did not work, and Disneyland operators reportedly sped up the attraction in order to shorten it, which seems more like a challenge than a solution. This strategy messed with the ride's effects and the pitch of the narration. At the time of Inner Space's debut in 1966, Monsanto was the 33rd largest company
Right?
in America. Even more interesting is that
I
they
remember
were only
that
the
story
third largest
bucket.
chemical company in America. Monsanto was primarily focused on agriculture.
I love
They
the
had recently
fact
found
that
success with ChemStrand,
all of
a
their
subsidiary that was
ideas
the
to
largest
stop
manufacturer of synthetic fiber
the
at the time.
teenagers
This venture
from
meant that
making out
Monsanto not only
on
created
the Inner
herbicides
Space
and
ride
pesticides for farming and the
just
opposite
made
of
it a
farming, but they
challenge.
also had a strong presence in the
You
consumer
can't
product
do that.
space,
That doesn't
producing
discourage
everything from
teenagers.
carpets to rugs
That's
to
a
clothes, as
challenge.
can be seen throughout Adventure Through Inner Space's post-show. This is one of the reasons that the company's relationship with Disney was so attractive, as Disneyland would end up being the company's primary way of presenting
You
themselves
don't
to
challenge
consumers and
teenagers.
demystifying their work in the chemical field,
They'll
convincing
do it.
customers that Monsanto was not creating anything to be afraid of, just a few years before it was revealed that they were responsible for creating something that people should absolutely be afraid of.
Uh-oh.
1968, the year after Adventure Through Inner Space opened, was a tumultuous year in the United States. From the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. to the assassination of Robert Kennedy, to the passing of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, to the election of Richard Nixon, America was fractured and chaotic.
Oh,
At the forefront
Jesus.
of Americans' minds was the Vietnam War, which was
Oh,
at its peak.
fuck.
Over 500,000 U.S. troops were now
Oh,
in Vietnam.
God,
and
I
the
know where
Tet
this is
Offensive launched by
going.
the North was reducing any hopes America had of winning the conflict. The given reason for America's involvement in the conflict was to spread democracy and stop the growth of communism. But this was becoming less convincing and accepted as more about the war was revealed. Anti-war protests broke out across the country, leading to a thriving counterculture movement that sought to bring peace to the world and tear down many existing social norms and restrictions. Not even Disneyland was exempt from the conflict. On August 6, 1970, around 300 members of the Youth International Party, or
Thank you for the
Yippies as
hydrate.
they were popularly known, invaded Disneyland to protest the war. While an increasing number of Americans began to speak out against Vietnam, the conflict continued. Ground troops were
I
constantly
like how
being
their
outmaneuvered by the
ideology
North,
there was to
who were able
invade
hide soldiers in
Disneyland
Vietnam's dense
to
forests.
protest.
To combat this, the U.S. initiated Operation Ranch Hand, in which U.S. planes began spraying defoliants and herbicides over the forests of South Vietnam, in an attempt
Thank
to
you for the
remove
posture
the
check.
lucrative foliage cover and damage the food supply of the North. By 1968, this was a primary tactic utilized by the U.S. Air Force, who used many different chemical agents, each named after the colored marking on their drums, such as Agent Blue, Agent White, and the most commonly used, Agent Orange. The main manufacturer of the chemicals, and the manufacturer who produced the most toxic of the formulas, was none other than the Monsanto Chemical
Yep.
Company.
Yep. Yep. See, here's the thing. I don't know if anyone like
Tragically, the true effects of Agent
didn't
Orange
see
were
that
not
coming,
immediately realized,
I mean,
and Monsanto was
dude-
rarely the target of counterculture
the
protests
dude
in this
behind the
period,
company
with
worked
that honor
on
going
the
to
Manhattan
Dow Chemical
Project.
Company, who also produced Agent Orange, but were targeted by protesters for producing the flammable gel napalm, which was also being used in Vietnam. This extended Monsanto's life in consumer products, and the company continued to turn to Disney as their major outlet of reaching the public. Also in 1968, Monsanto president and CEO Edward J. Bach announced that the chemical company would be one of the primary corporate partners of Walt Disney World's construction in Orlando, Florida. Operation Ranch Hand continued until 1971, when a government study linking the herbicides to birth defects was leaked to the press. After this, President Richard Nixon ended the program. Throughout the early 1970s, more
It was
reports
such
began
a
to emerge
great
on the
edit for
damage of
that.
the herbicides. With Monsanto's involvement revealed, reports would worsen each year, and by the mid-1970s, as the US pulled its last troops out of Vietnam, the true effects of the herbicide could finally be seen. From 1961 to 1971, the US sprayed over 19 million gallons of defoliants in Vietnam.
Jesus
Agent Orange, which
Christ.
contained dioxins, a highly toxic class of carcinogens, resulted in unquantifiable suffering on the environment, Vietnamese people, and US troops. It is estimated that 400,000 people were either killed or critically injured as a result of the herbicidal warfare. As Monsanto made headlines for their involvement with
Yeah,
the
19
herbicides,
million
Adventure
gallons is
Through
a
Inner Space
lot of
continued to
fucking
entertain guests
chemicals.
at Disneyland. At
That's
some
a
point,
lot
the
of
pre-show
fucking
target effect was
chemicals.
refurbished, with a sign explaining that the piece represents miniaturization control. The Fountain of Fashion would change to simply display rotating Monsanto signs. The post-show would eventually lose the world clock, and more product displays took its place. These were eventually removed, when the entire back wall was removed and traffic was redirected through the neighboring character shop, resulting in one of the first theme park gift shop exits. In 1977, Monsanto's 10-year contract for Adventure Through Inner Space was up for renewal. Despite the company's
Yeah.
long-held relationship with Disney, the company
Vietnam
declined to renew
was
their
one of those
sponsorship.
wars that
Disney was certainly
neither
better off
side
distancing themselves
won.
from Monsanto,
It was just
whose public image
awful.
was falling rapidly and would continue
It's-
to decline.
It was
The
just
same year
awful.
that Monsanto declined to renew their Disneyland sponsorship, the company funneled millions of dollars into a new campaign aimed at convincing consumers that Monsanto's chemical products
If I
were
remember
good for
correctly,
them,
it also led
despite
to
the
a
fact
lot
that
of
they were alleged carcinogens.
Monsanto was
fucking
removed from the
new
Rise
war
narration,
crimes, and their
crimes
logos were removed
being
throughout the
added.
attraction. The post-show was heavily altered, with the water effect being turned off, and the animated Monsanto posters replaced with attraction posters. The year after Monsanto declined to renew its sponsorship, the first of a series of class action lawsuits were filed by US veterans, attempting to hold Monsanto and other manufacturers responsible for the toxic and carcinogenic herbicides. 4 years after this, Dr. Charles Allen Thomas would pass away. His obituary lamented the public's newfound perception of big business as evil. This perception had worsened significantly throughout his lifetime. Many factors contributed to this decrease in institutional trust, but few, if any, are as significant as the Vietnam War, which fundamentally changed the way Americans thought and perceived themselves.
Yeah.
Not only was trust in institutions down, but the post-war patriotism of the 1950s, that had in part led to the success of Disneyland, was more or less gone. A once optimistic America was suddenly cynical. Corporations that had once branded themselves as the shepherds of the future and had taken up residency in Disneyland's Tomorrowland were now in full damage control. And this was just the beginning.
Oh yeah.
Despite the lack of sponsor, Adventure Through Inner Space continued to entertain throughout the 1980s, but its age was certainly showing. The snowflake effect in the queue was now broken. Many of the effects throughout the ride itself were either turned off or barely visible, and fewer guests were taking the voyage through inner space. Some complained that the cars were too cramped and that the speaker was too loud against their ear. Tony Baxter, an Imagineer who had risen the ranks to become the first prominent creative mind in the company's second generation of theme park designers, admitted to the press that Adventure Through Inner Space needed to be revised or
Yeah,
eliminated,
exactly. It's
explaining that
always
audiences don't
damage
respond to
control
light shows,
and
that
who
the
are they
ride
going to get to
contains
take the
scientific
fall rather than
inaccuracies. However, the company had no
taking
refurbishment or replacement plans in mind.
responsibility
That was until
for being
1984, when newly appointed CEO Michael Eisner
morally
reached a deal with
questionable.
filmmaker George Lucas to create a new Star Wars-based attraction for Disneyland. While Imagineers
my
were
God.
initially hesitant to place the
Fuck,
fantasy
look at
attraction in the
goddamn
science-based
young
land,
George
they eventually
Lucas.
agreed to a simulator concept
Holy
named Star
shit.
Tours, which was set to open in 1986. It was determined that the best location for Star Tours would be Inner Space's show building, meaning that after 18 years of operation,
You know, that's
Adventure
fair.
Through Inner Space would shrink its last guest. The final day
I'm
of
not gonna
operation
lie,
would be on September 2nd,
I actually kind of like Star
1985.
Tours.
Most of the ride was destroyed. The mighty microscope
I'm
was torn
sad to
apart,
see like
and all but a
Inner
few
Space
Atomobiles were
get
sent to a
replaced,
landfill in Mexico. Its closure would be a quiet one, but its legacy on Disneyland and the
but
theme park
not gonna
industry
lie,
was significant.
Star Tours is
One of
not
Adventure
bad.
Through Inner Space's biggest impacts on
That's
Disney
fair.
parks would be its
It's fair
Omni
enough.
ride system, a technology that will be used again for multiple attractions, most famously as the Doom Buggies in the Haunted Mansion. Adventure Through Inner Space was also Disney's first edutainment dark ride, and their most educational attraction at the time. Tributes to Inner Space could also be found in its successor. The ride's pre-show layout was retained for Star Tours, with the mighty microscope being replaced with a Star Speeder 3000 in the queue. This layout was retained when Star Tours was cloned for multiple other Disney parks throughout the world. The original Star Tours did not make use of Inner Space's post-show,
Yeah,
and it
exactly.
became a storage area for the neighboring gift shop. This was until 1998, when it was replaced by extended queue space for Star Tours. One of the small Atomobiles from the Mighty Microscope could be found for a short time in the overhead conveyor system, and the Mighty Microscope could be spotted in Star Tours ride film. This Easter egg carried over into Star Tours' successor, Star Tours: The Adventures Continue, which also added another reference to Inner Space in a luggage scan gag in the queue. In
Oh, that's
1998,
cute.
a new Tomorrowland mural made reference to Inner Space, and that same year, the exhibit Innoventions opened with a parody of Inner Space in its phone booth.
Yes, your phone time is up, but there is no cause for alarm. You can deposit more.
These are just a few of the many references Disney has made to the defunct ride throughout the years. Adventure Through Inner Space was immediate proof that the Imagineers could create something
I like that they
spectacular
at
even in the
least
absence of
put
their
in
former
Easter
leader.
eggs of
Whether it
it
was Yale Gracie's
everywhere.
illusions, Claude Coast's production design, or Atencio's writing, Walt had left his park and Weta Enterprises in great hands. However, Adventure Through Inner Space, as well as other attractions already in progress at the time of Walt's death, were mere trial runs for the challenge that was awaiting the Imagineers, as Walt had left them with more than just his philosophies and a few unfinished rides. He had left them with
Exactly.
27,000 acres of swampland in Florida and a dream called Epcot. And this is where Adventure Through Inner Space's
That
true
is
legacy
exactly
would be
right,
seen.
Squidge.
As the Imagineers continued developing the Florida project, opening the resort with the Magic Kingdom theme park in 1971, they were still deciding what to do with Walt's Epcot. It was eventually decided that instead of a city, WED would build a second theme park for the Florida resort, filled with edutainment attractions sponsored by major corporations. A permanent World's Fair dedicated to the idea of the future and optimism, to debut to a post-Vietnam, cynical America. This would be the Imagineers' greatest challenge yet.
You know,
This was Epcot Center.
honestly, it really does. It is really true, Bucket. And like, that's one of the things that them talking there at the end. Out of the Disney parks, Epcot is actually my favorite. I love Epcot. Comparatively to the other parks, I like it the most. Oh, I don't think I've seen like the full video. I actually don't think I've seen the full thing for original Epcot. Ah, here it is. It's actually listed right here. Oh, yeah. No, I can imagine since it was like a full like city. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I can imagine the original plan was not good because it's just like it sounds very much not sustainable. However, I want to check something real quick. Oh, good, Bucket. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, that's good. I appreciate that hydrate and posture check, by the way. Ah, me checking to see what to. Huh. I'm just looking to see what's in the recommendeds from here. Because I see something that could be really amusing. And I think that's what we're gonna watch next. Because it has to do with a park that I think we can like collectively shit on for its ethics. And I think that makes it infinitely more amusing. Almost Aiko. Except not quite as culty. Let me boot up the video real quick. Here we go.
On March 19th, 2015,
Oh, I gotta turn the
it was
volume up.
announced that Joel Manby would become the new CEO of SeaWorld Entertainment. Manby was previously
SeaWorld!
the CEO of Hershend Enterprises, the largest family-owned amusement park company in the United States. The charismatic Manby had a proven track record in the theme park industry, and was even somewhat of a public figure after appearing on the CBS reality show Undercover Boss. Manby faced a great challenge when he took the helm at
Here
SeaWorld.
we
The
go!
corporation's portfolio consisted of 6 parks: Busch Gardens Williamsburg, Busch Gardens Tampa, Sesame Place in Pennsylvania, and 3 SeaWorld branded amusement parks.
You know what's
The original,
what's
SeaWorld San Diego,
really
which opened in
depressing about all
1964,
this?
SeaWorld Orlando, which opened in 1973,
Comparatively
and
to
SeaWorld
SeaWorld,
San Antonio,
Busch
which
Gardens
opened
is
in
actually a pretty
1988.
fucking
It
decent
was no
park.
secret why the position of CEO was vacant, as for the past 2 years, SeaWorld had been in crisis mode. In 2013, the documentary Blackfish premiered. The film was a scathing look at the treatment of captive
There
orcas,
we go.
specifically those held and bred at SeaWorld amusement parks. By the end of 2013, the documentary was airing regularly on CNN, and activists, government officials, and the general public as a whole were putting overwhelming pressure on SeaWorld to end their signature orca program. Manby assumed the position of CEO at the height of this crisis. Up to this point, SeaWorld's main response to the outcry had been to attack the documentary, the filmmakers, and the interviewees, but this only made matters worse. So the company pivoted to improving the living conditions of its orcas. In
I
August
like
of
that that was their
2014, SeaWorld had announced
secondary
an initiative titled
decision.
the Blue World Project, that if approved would almost double the size of the orca tanks at SeaWorld San Diego, and subsequently in San Antonio and Orlando. When Manby joined the company, this project was still awaiting approval by the California Coastal Commission, which had jurisdiction over construction projects in the California Coastal Zone, which included SeaWorld San
I
Diego,
hate
which
when
sits
that
in San
happens,
Diego's Mission
Bucket.
Bay. Just over
I
6
feel
months
that.
after Manby joined SeaWorld, the
Hugs for
commission
that.
approved the Blue World Project, but only on the condition that SeaWorld stop breeding and
Yeah.
transferring orcas, effectively forcing them to end their orca program entirely once the park's current orcas passed. SeaWorld planned to sue the Coastal Commission to have the conditions removed, but Manby was already taking
Oh, no.
SeaWorld in a new direction. The month after the commission's conditional approval, Mamby held a
Yeah,
conference call
hugs.
with investors in which he outlined a new vision for the company. Mamby's plan was to shift focus away from animal shows and put resources into more traditional amusement park attractions with a nautical theme. In the call, Mamby announced 3 new attractions, all themed after a single television show named Sea Rescue. Sea Rescue was a documentary series that followed a group of veterinarians and experts attempting to rescue and rehabilitate marine life. The first attraction based off of the show was a unique roller coaster named SeaWorld Rescue: The Ride, which would be constructed for SeaWorld San Antonio. Another was tentatively titled SeaWorld Rescue, and concept art depicted guests boarding a rescue truck and receiving unique views of an aquarium. This attraction was earmarked for SeaWorld Orlando. Finally, the third attraction would be a submarine ride named Ocean Explorer, to be built at SeaWorld San Diego. The Sea Rescue rides were multi-million-dollar attractions, and in order to pay for them, Mamby explained that he was diverting money away from the Blue World project. 4 months later, in March of 2016, Mamby made the decision to end SeaWorld's orca breeding program. The following month, SeaWorld announced that the Blue World project had officially been canceled, and as Mamby had outlined, the money was instead invested in new attractions for SeaWorld's 3 parks. While the Sea Rescue truck ride for
This
Orlando
in and of
was
itself
scrapped,
is a roller
SeaWorld
coaster
San
of
Antonio
funding.
would receive its Sea Rescue attraction, a double launch coaster
It's like,
now titled
we're
Wavebreaker,
receiving
the Rescue Coaster. SeaWorld San Diego would also receive
we're
its
receiving
submarine ride,
hate
but the
because of
company was
our
now promising
treatment
much
of
more.
orcas.
In February of 2016,
Let's
SeaWorld
attack
announced
the
that a
people
new
criticizing
3-acre
us.
section, or a
Okay,
new
that's
realm,
not
as it was
working.
officially called, would be
Let's
added
try to
SeaWorld
improve the
San
quality
Diego,
of life
named
for the
Ocean
orcas.
Explorer. The children's area would feature
You know what? Fuck
aquariums,
that. Let's make
and digital
rides.
technologies, all focused on exploration and adventure,
God damn
with a
it,
theme of
SeaWorld.
ocean conservation. On top of some small flat-top rides, the area would feature a flagship attraction, named Submarine Quest. This was the realization of the attraction that Mamby had announced months earlier in his conference call. The press release for the ride explained that, quote, guests would be adventurers on a global
SeaWorld is kind of
expedition of
fucked.
scientific exploration, traveling aboard submarines to see ocean explorers' remarkable undersea animals.
These
Concept art of
mock-ups.
the area showed some of the marine life
Crabs.
children would be able to interact with,
Ayo,
and torment
Bill.
incessantly with new creative glass placement. This concept art was either
There you go. You
hastily
can
made
mark
or
it down. I
sloppily
mentioned
made,
the crab.
or both, with some really poor
Yep.
compositing, as seen by the piece of
It's-
concept art for Submarine Quest.
Speaking
While
of
these
which,
seem
the
to just
crab
be
is
stock
playing
photos
Fall
quickly
Guys
placed
today in that
inside a
big
rendering of the
VTuber
submarine,
collab.
the inclusion of this kid
Proud
is
of-
perfect
proud of the boy.
foreshadowing. Construction began in the summer of 2016, and the realm was
Mooney
scheduled to
Vex,
open in
like-
late spring of 2017.
Forget how
Ocean
many is
Explorer
actually
would be built
doing
just
that
to the
today.
right of the park's entrance, on a relatively empty parcel next to one of the park's cafes.
Yeah,
The
no, when
flag
you're
display
younger, you
and a
don't know
small
all
animal
this
viewing
shit.
area would be removed to make way for the new realm. Concept art for the land was circulated.
I'm gonna be
as
honest, Crim
construction
Crim.
began, and it appeared that the area's
I think
signature
we're over
attraction,
30.
despite the name Submarine Quest, would
I
actually be
want
an
to say we're
elevated dark
definitely
ride
over
with
30.
outdoor sections, similar to Disney's People Mover attraction and the High in the Sky Seuss Trolley Train ride at Universal Studios Islands of Adventure. Both of these attractions
I
were
want to
gentle
say it's like
trips around
nearly
their
40
respective
at
lands,
this point.
providing guests a relaxing outdoor ride with some short dark ride portions. With Submarine Quest, it was assumed that these
Yeah.
dark ride portions would be more elaborate, providing guests with special views of the new aquarium during their adventure. In a
Yeah, like,
statement,
when you don't
SeaWorld
know,
assured the
it's like
public
there's
Submarine
nothing you can
Quest
do
would
about
not
that.
be a shoot-'em-up
Like,
style
being
dark
guilty
ride,
after the fact.
even though no one considered
Like,
that
you
this was a
didn't know.
possibility. Instead, the press release explained that by, quote, using digital touchscreens mounted in the ride vehicles, riders will play games and score points as they spot ocean creatures during the indoor and outdoor journey. The company launched a significant media campaign to coincide with the release of the new realm. SeaWorld San Diego published a video series on YouTube titled Meet the Deep, in which hosts Mike and Jenna chronicled the area and specifically Submarine Quest development and construction. The Meet the Deep series is quite possibly the most in-depth documentation of a ride's construction by a theme park. The web series explores almost every aspect of construction. In the third episode, Mike and Jenna introduce Brian Morrow, Vice President of Theme Park Experience Design. Brian shows off the model ride vehicle for Submarine Quest and explains the interactive elements that were being installed in the ride, noting the touchscreen game that would be the attraction's signature feature. Days after this Meet the Deep episode was published, the final ride vehicle model was revealed at the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Expo in 2016, and it was revealed in epic fashion.
Fair. What the
A
fuck?
trailer was also released during the expo with a new
Hold
opening
up.
date of
What
summer
the fuck
2017.
was that?
Punch in your
Hold up.
coordinates. Set a course for discovery. Dive into Ocean Explorer, a whole new realm at SeaWorld.
In January of 2017, a Meet the Deep episode was published in which Brian gave a tour of Chance Rides in Wichita, Kansas, which was the manufacturer for the attraction. They gave the first glimpse of the full-scale
You know what's
sub still in
amusing to me?
production,
The
complete with lights and
unpainted
a
one
touchscreen
looks
game.
better than the
next
painted
episode
one.
featured Mike and Jenna actually playing this game. It was explained that the in-ride game would feature difficulty resistance, so that it was challenging for players of all ages. It was also revealed that there would be different levels of awards depending on how well the riders played. Also during this time, SeaWorld announced that a new roller coaster named Electric Eel would debut at SeaWorld San Diego in 2018. This coaster would be part of a Phase 2 expansion
I
to the
love that
Ocean
pun,
Explorer
by the
realm.
way.
Throughout the spring of 2017, as construction crews were putting the finishing touches on the new land, Meet the Deep walked the site multiple times. In April, SeaWorld held a ceremony to unveil the final submarine to park guests.
3, 2, 1.
The submarine remained on display as construction
Those-
neared completion. Ocean
Those
Explorer
kids
and
are
Submarine
just
Quest
not
had an
ready
impressive
to be
turnaround
there.
time. Despite
They
being
just
delayed
don't
from
wanna
spring to
fucking
summer
be
of
there.
2017, the new land was still set to debut just 16 months
I don't
after
think
being
you've watched
announced.
Action Park
no one
yet.
seemed more excited
Action
for the land
Park.
to open than those internally at SeaWorld.
God
Executives and the
damn.
ride's designers
Action
hoped that
Park.
enthusiasm would spread to guests. Tempting fate, SeaWorld San Diego president John Riley said, quote, "Our guest response to new attractions has always been tremendously
Oh, Jesus
positive."
Christ, he
On
jinxed
June
the
1st,
fuck out of that.
2017, Ocean Explorer held its grand opening ceremony. SeaWorld pulled out
Right.
all of the stops for the event. There were ribbon wavers, confetti, flares, the eel from a discontinued ice show at Busch Gardens Tampa, and they even got a bubble guy. With the realm now open,
They got
dozens
a
of guests
bubble
who had
guy.
waited minutes for the land's opening
Fucking
casually walked inside the
hog.
new world of exploration, discovery, and conservation.
Bubble
By
guy.
apparently immediately trampling the plans of
Bubble
the
guy.
Ocean Explorer featured 4 new kiddie rides: Sea Dragon Drop, the Octorock,
They got a
Aquascout,
dude to run
and the
out
most
there with
well-received,
bubbles.
Tentacle Twirl.
Hog.
The aquariums throughout Ocean Explorer were quite
How much you
small,
would have
but
bet
they
that
did
he
feature
charged like
unique viewing
$100
angles as promised.
bucks?
There was also an interactive attraction, the Skill Training Pod, as well as the Explorer's Cafe, whose signage choices were a bit confusing as everything else in the land is designed for small children, except for the craft beer apparently. The signature attraction was of course Submarine Quest. The ride vehicles could be seen as guests entered the land, making their way around the ride track. After hearing a year's worth of
Yeah,
press
by the
describing
hour,
the
of
ride
course.
as an immersive and interactive experience,
That
many guests were
fucking
excited and
sub
curious about what
design.
the ride had in store. Guests entered the attraction through the outdoor queue, with television screens featuring a host named Sub-Commander Sparks, giving the ride safety spiel, and introducing his companion, Link, the ride's star and the land's mascot.
That's Link, the ROV. Remotely operated vehicle of exploration and research, or supercomputer of the sea.
Just Link will do.
A figure of Link could also be found at the realm's entrance. After entering the
Oh,
loading station,
no.
guests passed by a few simple art pieces and immediately boarded their
Oh,
subs.
no.
There were 7 subs, each with a special name, with no clear direction or pattern. 2 of them are named after parts of a ship, axle and rudder. One of them is a fish with a first name, Macy Mackerel, and another is just a first name with a nautical adjective, Bubbly Bailey. As guests sat in the ride vehicle, Sub-Commander Sparks returned to instruct riders to pull down on their lap bar, before Link joined him for the voyage. Sub-Commander Sparks told riders to tap the screen in order to release the airlock, and guests began their expedition into the majesty of the deep, blue, blinding sunlight.
Yeah, look
After
at that, the
passing by
deep
trees and
blue,
concrete, guests entered the
blinding
first show scene of Submarine
sunlight.
Quest, which was that of a
No.
deep-sea coral reef. This scene is supposed to be in the Twilight Zone,
No.
a zone that is so deep below the surface that sunlight cannot reach it. Of course, the
No,
ride represents this
they
in broad daylight with 2
didn't.
screens that briefly display an octopus.
That octopus was totally camouflaged.
Please.
After the
No,
Twilight Zone
they
was the
it's
Sunlight
all
Zone, where
outside.
guests saw eels.
It's all fucking outside with a fucking touchscreen.
Sub-Commander Sparks detects a large animal ahead, and guests begin a pursuit. Riders are able to see Link in front of them. This static figure featured a digital face that never quite synced up with the audio from the ride vehicle. The two decide to send out the Beacon Buddies on a mission.
Wow, look at this genuinely amazing experience that totally cannot be replicated.
The Beacon Buddies find
Thank
huge
you,
jellyfish
you,
and
random
something even
person
bigger ahead.
filming
As
this.
guests escape to the
I
old
couldn't
sea pod to
agree
take a
more.
look, riders are instructed to open another hatch. Despite the hatch always opening before the instruction
Even the
audio
people
is
riding it are roasting the shit out of me.
The sub then enters a sea pod full of screens that display a giant
Oh, hey,
CGI
look.
squid. After a brief stop in the
Indoors.
sea pod, riders open the escape hatch and re-enter the ocean, just as the squid breaks the glass on the sea pod and releases ink. As guests exit the pod, water sprays at riders. The water effect was incredibly inconsistent, and it is not clear whether the water was triggered by a game mechanism and only appeared sometimes, or if it was simply an unreliable effect. It was shot from the left of the ride vehicles, and instead of giving all of the riders a light mist, it just hosed the rider in the front left seat. After this scene, the subs take a final turn back into the loading station. During this short segment, guests found out what type of explorer they were. There were 3 options: Junior Explorer, Super Explorer, and Master Explorer, even though in playtesting Mike scored Marine Veterinarian, which did not seem to be an option that made it into the final game. Guests then re-entered the loading station and exited their vehicles.
Holy
Incredibly,
fuck.
Submarine Quest was not a hit with guests, and this is putting it lightly. In general,
I
guests
wonder
were shocked
why
to
it
find out
wasn't
that
a
Submarine
hit.
Quest was neither sub nor marine, as it took place 15 feet above the ground in the open air. The outdoor show scenes were sparse, and the one dark ride scene was a disappointment. The ride did look better at night, as there was at least a chance of the illusion of being in the deep ocean, but sunset in the summer in San Diego is around 8 p.m., and most nights, SeaWorld closed at 9. The creative decisions made for the ride were quite confusing. Many guests speculated that the ride had its budget cut late in development, which could be possible, but concept art for the land did display the ride almost exactly as it was built. Supposedly, the initial plans called for the ride track to be longer and mostly enclosed in a tube.
Oh my,
However,
how
it seemed that a
lewd.
significant portion of the budget was put into research and development for the unique ride vehicle rather than putting that money towards show scenes. The designers clearly took a lot of pride in their work, and it seems as though this part of the experience was built more or less from the ground up, which is theoretically impressive.
Holy
However,
fuck.
in practice, all that is noticeable is the inherent and consistent flaws in the mechanics of the game, most obvious in the confusion during
Thank
the
you for
Beacon
the
Buddy
posture
section,
check and the
which was present
hydrate.
all the way back during
And
playtesting.
yeah, no, this thing was doomed from the start.
Other criticisms included the screens being difficult to see in the sunlight and that the voice of Link was obnoxious. To add insult to injury, the entire realm had a branding problem, as seemingly everyone believed that Ocean Explorer was the name of the ride and not the name of the realm.
What the heck is this Ocean Explorer ride car? So, Ocean Explorer is actually the name of the whole land.
On June 3rd, 2 days after the ride's debut, the San Diego Union Tribune released a scathing review of the ride, saying, quote, "The biggest disappointment is the heavily promoted Submarine Quest. SeaWorld is touting it as a high-tech trip through the ocean ecosystem, but it turns out to be a slow-moving track ride past a few animated animals on video screens." Brady McDonald of the Orlando Sentinel said, quote, "The new land centerpiece ride is basically a slow-moving transportation system that doesn't take you anywhere and encourages you to ignore your surroundings." On August 8th, 2017, during SeaWorld's Q2 earnings call, Manby stated that Ocean Explorer
I also
had
just
been a
realized
disappointment.
something
He said,
checking
quote, "I think the one
my,
thing that I'm not
my
satisfied
stream
with
manager.
is Ocean Explorer. We did not market this as well as I wanted to. It's completely designed for young children, and we need to make sure that's the case." A sign was quickly placed outside the attraction clarifying that the ride was intended for smaller guests,
Hey,
despite initial marketing claiming it was for all ages.
I
However,
hit
poor marketing
250
and bad reviews
followers.
would not be Submarine Quest's only problems, as technical issues plagued the attraction as well. The ride often had a significant wait, as only 2 to 3 subs were run at a time, rather than the 7 the ride was capable of.
I was not
This
ready
only
for
a
that.
problem when the ride was operating, which it frequently was not. Throughout the ride's debut summer, Submarine Quest was
thank you.
constantly closed for maintenance.
Thank
By
you all.
September, frequent guests noticed that the ride was barely ever open. One visitor noted that they had been 4 times since the ride's
I really
debut,
appreciate
and the
that.
attraction had been closed all 4 times. The ride operated in 130-minute wait time, baffling those that had already ridden the attraction. This was one of the last days of operation for Submarine Quest. It is unclear if the ride operated in early January or when its true final day of operation was. But by mid-January 2018,
I was
near
totally
7
not
months after opening,
prepared.
the doors to Submarine Quest were blocked off, leaving guests speculating
so
on
good,
the future of the ride.
It's so good.
On February 28, 2018, SeaWorld CEO Joel Manby resigned from his position at the company after less than 3 years as the chief executive. Falling attendance and steep quarterly losses were cited as the main reason for Manby's exit. But multiple publications were quick to mention the recent failure of the Submarine Quest attraction. While clearly not the main reason for his departure, the realm's failure could have been a contributing factor. Just 4 days later, it was announced that Chief Creative Officer Anthony Esparza and Vice President of Theme Park Experience Design, Brian Morrow, were resigning from their roles as well. Many online again wondered if the resignations were related to the poor reception of the Ocean Explorer realm, but this is merely speculation. Other rumors circulated attempting to make sense of the ride's closure. Some believe that an injury had occurred on the ride, or that SeaWorld was suing either the designers or the manufacturers.
How could someone get injured on that fucking ride?
To support these claims.
Okay, I just wanna ask that question. How could someone get injured on that slow piece of shit ride?
The San Diego Union Tribune ran a piece on the attraction. SeaWorld San Diego
You would have to literally jump out of the damn thing.
As we've conveyed to our park guests who've asked, the Submarine Quest ride at Ocean Explorer is currently undergoing maintenance. As soon as there is additional information, we will communicate that to you and our guests. Theme park consultant Dennis Spiegel believed that the maintenance issues were not so severe that the ride needed to be shut down, but rather the public's response to the ride was so overwhelmingly negative that it was best to keep it
fair.
closed.
But then again, they would be self-inflicted injuries.
SeaWorld removed all mention of the ride from the park's website. The attraction's name was soon removed from the park's maps as well, with the illustration being modified to remove the ride cars. On May 10, 2018, Electric Eel debuted at SeaWorld San Diego. Billed as an addition to the Ocean Explorer area despite being fairly disconnected from it geographically, the short coaster was received well, and it effectively distracted guests from Submarine Quest's continued closure. In the summer of 2018, leftover Submarine Quest toys could be found at SeaWorld Orlando and Busch Gardens Tampa, despite the ride remaining closed and also being on the other side of the country. On July 2nd, 2018, Legoland California, a theme park just 30 miles north of SeaWorld San Diego,
let's fucking
debuted their own
go.
submarine ride, named Lego City Deep Sea Adventure. The attraction actually placed guests under the water to view real sea creatures, which also
That's how you do a fucking submarine ride.
With a longer ride time and an actual feeling of discovery and exploration, Lego Submarine Ride was everything the guests wanted and expected from Submarine Quest.
And Lego did it
The
right.
juxtaposition. In October of 2018, 16 months after its
fuck
opening
SeaWorld.
and 10 months after its closure, the sign for Submarine Quest was taken down. The ride sat dormant for over a year while the rest of Ocean Explorer continued to operate. On March 16, 2020, SeaWorld announced the closure of all its theme parks due to the COVID-19 pandemic. SeaWorld San Diego was the last of the SeaWorld parks to reopen, not opening its gates until April 12, 2021. When it did, it was revealed that work walls had been constructed around Submarine Quest. One guest noted that about 20% of the ride track has been removed, including the building for the ride's only dark ride portion, confirming that Submarine Quest is now officially defunct. Submarine Quest is a perplexing story. Most tales of ride failures have an obvious contributing factor, such as a budget cut, a mechanical flaw, a rush to market, or a world-shattering news event that suddenly makes the initial concept taboo halfway through development. However, Submarine Quest did not have an obvious hurdle. While budget, time constraints, and mechanics certainly could have contributed to the attraction's failure, based on available information, it seems just as likely that it was simply a bad idea with bad execution. The design team clearly put a lot of energy and thought into the attraction, but in all of the wrong areas, and the heavy marketing efforts and enthusiasm from SeaWorld staff.
You know, to be honest, Bucket, I'm the kind of person that'll go to like a theme park and will like barely ride anything because I just don't enjoy most of the ride.
It's also a perfect representation of it. Submarine Quest, like SeaWorld, had a huge identity problem.
That's fair. That limo ride deserves it.
And it
was just,
did not know
it's just
what
too
audiences
easy.
wanted from it. As SeaWorld continues to rebrand and evolve, the company can only hope that their parks as a whole meet a different fate than that.
Fucking limo ride is so unfortunate.
It's the greatest dark ride in the world.
The greatest dark ride in the world! Fuck. God damn. That's so good. Holy shit. I respect that. God damn. Dude had no chill. Oh, fuck. Fucking love it. Yep.
New and improved and open once again.
Fantastic. Anna Gilligan is there this morning.
Here we
Hello,
go.
Anna.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I think you're seeing some guys jump off the Tarzan jump here.
Here we fucking go.
It's been closed since 1996. They reopened it on June 14th. I'm here with the owner, Andrew Mulhaville. He's also the son of the man who founded it. Thanks for being here.
Here we fucking go.
What a day we have. It's beautiful here at Action Park.
So I gotta ask you, because Action Park got a bit of a reputation.
A bit of a reputation.
Some people got injured.
Some people got injured. Mind you,
That was 30
some.
years ago. The world has changed. I mean, when my dad started the park, he was the guy inventing the rides and bringing inventors in. Now it's highly regulated. Everything's engineered.
I love Action Park because it's so beautiful.
Oh, did you watch, I want to say Illuminati? Because I see her, yep, I see her video on it pop up a
The year is
lot.
1976.
She's
Gene
cool.
Mulvihill, the head of entertainment company Great American Recreation, has added a new attraction to Vernon, New Jersey's Vernon Valley Ski Resort. 2 brand new alpine slides were installed to keep business up in the off-season. An alpine slide is a one-person cart ride, in which the rider rides down a hill on a smooth track. The rider has a brake lever in between their legs, giving them complete control of their speed. The attraction had
Holy
become popular
fucking
for ski
shit,
resorts in
that
the
dude
late
is
70s,
dead.
and Vernon Valley Ski Resort's alpine
He's
slide was
fucking
advertised as
dead.
an attraction for all ages,
God
claiming,
damn.
"We've had grandfathers and we've had kids of
Dude
kindergarten
is
age coming
fucking
down our runs
dead.
alone." I also have a picture showing a mother controlling the sled with an infant in her arms. It's that easy. After the success of the slide, Mulvihill went forward with his plans to expand the ski resort into a water park during the off-season. He added 2 water slides and a racetrack, and more slides, a softball field, a tennis court, and a swimming pool were added shortly thereafter. The Vernon Valley Summer Park
That's why
was
I don't like
rebranded to
those.
Action
I don't
Park,
like
a
those
thrilling amusement
drops.
park where you control the action. More
It's good
slides
that
and
you're
rides were
safe,
added, and
Aiko.
they began their big marketing push to draw audiences into their new water park.
Just go to Action Park. There's no other park like it.
When it's hot out, this is a great place to spend the day with your family. So lots of big things for little kids to do. I love Action Park because it's so beautiful.
It's like coming to Broadway. It's wonderful.
Race like a pro. It's great. These are the most amazing rides in the world. I love it here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The park was revolutionary. Not only was it one of the first water parks of its kind in the United States,
Yeah, that's a
but it
hell
also
of a
marketed itself
nightmarish
as the biggest.
visual.
It was eventually home to 75 rides, 40 of which were water slides. Action Park was split into 3 themed lands. The first was...
Oh no.
Motorworld consisted of 3 types of attractions: land, water, and air rides.
Oh
On land was the
no.
popular battle action tanks. For an additional fee, guests could ride inside tanks equipped with tennis ball cannons. The goal was to shoot the other tanks in the caged area on one of their targets, disabling their cannons for 15 seconds. Those that chose to ride the tanks were allotted 5 minutes to do so, and those that did not want to ride could pay to use a stationary cannon from the outside. Maintenance employees attempting to fix broken down tanks would be subject to fire from the rowdy guests, making the attraction a nightmare to work at. The other 2 land-based Motorworld attractions were the Lola cars and the Super Go-Karts, both of which were kart race attractions. The Super Go-Karts were driven on a small loop. The carts themselves were designed to max out at 20 miles per hour, but the employees found that sticking a tennis ball in the governor device allowed the cart to go as fast as possible, with the new maximum speed being around 50 miles an hour.
Jesus
Head-on collisions frequently
Christ!
sent guests to the hospital, and the fumes from the engines overwhelmed riders at times. The Lolo cars were mini open cockpit race cars driven on a longer track, and they cost
There's
an
no
additional
way the
charge to
hell
ride.
I'd want to
Their
go
maximum
50
speed
on
could
one of
also be
those
tampered
fucking
with by
pieces
park
of shit.
employees. These were also used after hours by the workers, sometimes being taken off the track and driven on the nearby highway. There were 2 water rides in Motorworld. The super speedboats were driven in a small circle around an island in a pond that also had a large population of snakes in it. The guests would
A
often
fucking
attempt to bump
snake
nearby
pond.
boats, as if they were on Motorworld's
Ayo,
other
Vex.
water attraction,
They got
bumper
Vex
boats.
in that pond?
These were boats placed in a small pool, and were
Ayo.
designed to withstand guests crashing into one another. These were known to leak gasoline, which once required a guest to be examined after too much fuel leaked on their skin. The boats were also incredibly small, and riders with long legs had to position their
Vex and
feet off
Saw
the side of the
chilling
boat
in
to
the-
fit.
in the
This
pond?
led to injuries and bone fractures after collisions. Finally, Motor World had 2 airbase attractions. One was Space Shot, which was a typical drop tower ride and was one of the safest rides at the park, given it was only open for
I
Action
like
Park's
that
last
that
operating
fucking
year.
ride is the
second air ride was
safest
another upcoming
ride.
attraction, Slingshot,
One of the
which was also
fucking
fairly
air
safe.
rides was
This
one of
ride
the
was a common
safest
amusement park
fucking
and carnival
rides in
ride,
this
in which
park.
guests were shot up on 2 bungee cords and flipped upside down as they flew through the air.
That
There's
should
no doubt
tell
that
you
Motor
all
World
you
had
need to
its
know.
dangerous attractions, but this is just the beginning of what Action Park has in store. Another section of the park was...
Oh no.
Many non-water-based attractions were located in their own section of the park, sometimes labeled the Alpine Center. These included the aforementioned Alpine Slide,
Jesus
as well as a
Christ.
bungee jump titled the Snapple Snap Up Whippersnapper Ride.
The
Originally
what the
having 2 jump
fuck?
stations and then later 4, guests could jump off the tower for an additional fee. A skate park also had a short run at Action Park.
Thank you for the
It was
hydrate,
poorly
the foster
designed,
check.
as it was surrounded by concrete and had uneven edges, which led to many injuries during its existence. Interestingly, Action Park also had an attraction entitled the Action Park Gladiator Challenge, partially based off of the popular American Gladiators TV show. This included obstacle courses and jousting matches against the Action Park Gladiators. Finally, Action Park had its own monorail called the Transmobile. This went to the ski lodge, the Alpine Center, and to Motor
Transmobile?
World. So far, Action Park has proved to be dangerous. But where are
Nice.
the absolutely terrifying rides? Where are the rides that are so insane that their mere existence is unbelievable? Moreover, where are the water slides?
The fuck? Oh no.
This section put the action in
no.
Action Park. Waterworld had it all. It was home to the tidal wave pool, a 100 feet by 200 feet pool that could hold anywhere between 500 and 1,000 people. The pool's
Yeah, it's
floor
pretty
was slanted,
true.
and the further a guest went in it, the deeper it got. Waves went 20 minutes on, 10 minutes off, and they could reach a height of over 3 feet. This was challenging for swimmers of all skill levels, as the pool was hard to read and the fresh water was more difficult to swim in than salt water. A dozen lifeguards were on duty at the pool, and they would have to save around 30 people on a busy day. The Tarzan swing was a heavily advertised attraction in which guests would swing on a 20-foot cable over a pool. This spring-fed pool was so cool that lifeguards would have to rescue guests that could not swim after the shock of the cold water. This was also a
Jesus
popular attraction for men to
Christ.
pull down their pants or women to pull up their tops for the line of people to see. The appropriately named Aqua Scoot gave guests a sled, with which they would slide down an assembly line style roller coaster, hurtling them toward a shallow pool that they would skip across. If the guest was not in an ideal position, it would get caught under the water, sending the rider crashing forward. There were originally a pair of these slides, each 30 feet long, but a third slide was eventually added. The diving cliffs had 2 jumping bases, one 23 feet and the other 18 feet tall, with the pool below being 16 feet. The pool was also for non-jumpers, some of which were unaware of the cliffs, which resulted in collisions. There was only one lifeguard on duty, who had to work extra hard to make sure that no one was at the bottom
One
of the pool.
fucking
The super speed water
lifeguard for
slides,
that?
also known as Geronimo Falls, were a pair of high-speed vertical water slides. One of them was steeper than the other, and both were dangerous. Near these was the safer Kamikaze, which was a more traditional tube slide. The kayak experience was pretty self-explanatory, and used underwater fans to simulate water rapids. This was dangerous, but that goes without saying at this point. A similar ride, the Roarin' Rapids, allowed guests to ride in a 1 or 2 person raft down a similar river. The Surf Hill had riders slide down a multi-laned, multi-hill slide on a mat. Riders could easily cross over to the adjacent lanes and cause collisions. And the 7th hill, nicknamed the Backbreaker, had an additional hump that would send riders flying, resulting in injury.
Oh,
the Colorado River
fuck.
Ride was another raft ride, this time allowing up to 4 people, and it went through the wooded area of the park. At one point, the riders would come to a fork in the river and had to choose between 2 paths. The first path took guests under a waterfall and a series of tunnels. The second path included a waterfall and another fork, with one path being steeper than the other. The ride also included a foot-tall jump that would allow riders and their raft a short airtime. The
Jesus
Aerodonium was a skydiving
Christ.
simulator that caused injuries when guests would try to stop their falls with their arms. Waterworld also had a variety of other typical water slides and pools that were less notable, but there is one in particular that has yet to be mentioned. This is the attraction that made Action Park the most infamous, the Cannonball Loop. A tubed water slide with a vertical
This
loop, similar to that of a
fucking
roller
thing.
coaster. It was rumored that during the testing of the attraction, Mulvihill offered $100 to employees who were willing to try it. Test dummies apparently came out of the loop without their heads. When it was open, guests would be weighed, hosed down, and given a set of instructions to decrease the possibility of injury. A hatch was added to the top of the loop to assist stuck riders that could not make it all the way through the slide. Many guests that completed the loop would come out at the bottom, suffering from bloody noses or other injuries, either from hitting the top of the loop or the impact on the way down. The Cannonball Loop was indicative of a larger issue with Action Park, as many of the other attractions were poorly crafted by designers that were less than engineers, and most were designed to minimize cost rather than maximize safety. The rides became even more dangerous when paired with the fact that the park sold alcohol at many of the convenience stands, often to minors. There was even a microbrewery near Motor World. Many of the guests visiting the inexpensive park came from low-income areas and did not have the necessary swimming skills
God,
to
they were
navigate some
fucking.
of the attractions.
They were even
and
giving
pools.
fucking
Action Park
alcohol
also
to
heavily
kids.
marketed to Spanish populations, but there were no translations or
This is how
translators for the
fucked
guests
up
when they
this
visited,
park is.
so explaining safety instructions was virtually impossible.
You already know that Action Park has the most innovative and exciting rides. The Alpine Slide, Grand Prix race cars, and spectacular water rides. But Action Park means more than just great rides. It means super live shows, fantastic summer festivals.
That is the thing with the loop
scrumptious
that
food and
always
drink,
caught me.
including an authentic German brewery. Come to Action Park, because the rides aren't the only thing that's great. Labor Day Polish Festival, September 6th and 7th.
The majority of those
that
employees
fucking
were
loop
teenagers
would take
and were not
dummies'
equipped to
heads
handle
off.
the rowdy guests
So
of the
yeah,
park. So on any
it's
given
not
day, you could
safe.
have an overcrowded water park filled with drunk teenagers that couldn't swim, riding shoddily built attractions supervised by teenagers that may or may not be able to communicate with them. It is no wonder what happened next.
Yep.
On July 8, 1980, a male employee was riding the Alpine Slide when his cart went off the track. He hit his head on a rock during the crash, killing him. He was only 19. 2 years later, on July 24, 1982, a 15-year-old guest was overcome by the waves of the tidal wave pool and drowned. On August 1st, a mere week later, a 27-year-old guest was riding the kayak experience when he was trying to re-enter his kayak after falling out. When doing this, he made contact with the live wiring that powered the underwater fans. The electrocution sent him into cardiac arrest, and he passed after being rushed to the hospital. 2 years later, in 1984, a guest died on the Tarzan swing after a heart attack, supposedly due to the unexpected shock from the cold water. That same year, on August 27th, a 20-year-old drowned in the tidal wave pool. And on July 19th, 1987, another guest drowned there, giving it the nickname the Grave Pool. These deaths are tragic, and often overshadowed by the lunacy and legacy of Action Park. Interestingly enough, Action Park was able to avoid many lawsuits with these deaths and many other injuries, due in part to its reputation, and also the lax regulations New Jersey had for amusement and water parks. Great American Recreation was even able to expand the Action Park brand to other parts of the country, opening Pocono Action Park in Tannersville, Pennsylvania in 1980, and Action Mountain in Pine Hill, New Jersey in 1984.
That is just so fucking absurd to me.
Feel the thrill as you zoom through the black hole. Spin and splash on our bumper boats. While the kids play in our fun-filled kiddie area, cool off in our huge swimming pool, or race around the Grand Prix track. Get on any of our action-packed rides.
Fucking Jesus Christ, that ad.
It's awesome.
Pocono Action Park had many repeat
Get
attractions as
wild.
Action Park and was closed in 1991. Action Mountain ran into some financial difficulties with the IRS and the town it was located in.
And of
was
course they
closed in
got in trouble with the
1986.
fucking IRS.
So why did the original Action Park close? While Action Park and Mulvihill were able to avoid lawsuits with many of the accidents and deaths, the two deaths in 1984 stemmed cases that rightfully plagued the park with a variety of legal problems. Mulvihill eventually pled guilty to 5 charges of insurance fraud. He and his associates claimed that the park saw over 1 million guests a year, and therefore the death toll was comparatively low. The local ER, on the other hand, said that they would have to treat 5 to 10 guests on some days. In response to the high amount of guests visiting the hospital, Action Park bought Vernon, New Jersey, new ambulances. Despite all of these issues, the downfall of Action Park wouldn't come until 1996, and it was actually due to Great American Recreation's financial issues and not the park itself. On September 2nd, 1996, Action Park ended its final season, still with the hope that it would reopen the next year. However, Great American Recreation's bankruptcy made it impossible for Action Park to continue operations, so it didn't reopen. After this, the ski resort and Action Park were handed from investor to investor, undergoing renovations for 2 years before reopening in 1998 as Mountain Creek. Safety was a priority under this management, and a valiant effort was put forth to distance Mountain Creek from Action Park's reputation. However, in 2010, Mountain Creek underwent a bankruptcy of its own, and the water park and ski resort was sold to the Mulvihill family. 2 years after this, in 2012, Eugene Mulvihill passed away, and his son Andrew Mulvihill took over ownership of the park. 2 years later, in 2014, Mountain Creek was rebranded back to Action Park. The park reopened many of its classic attractions, and started construction on new, terrifying ones. The Skycalibur was another attempt at a 360-degree vertically looping water slide, although it used technology to enhance safety. From my knowledge, it is yet to open at the park, and there's almost no information on its status. The new Action Park tried to use nostalgia to draw guests back for 2 years, before in 2016 it was renamed back to Mountain Creek, in order to once again get away from the negative connotation of Action Park. Early this year, it was announced that Johnny Knoxville would be producing, writing, and starring in a film inspired by Action Park, but it was not shot on location. Death is heartbreaking, especially in
did
environments
make that
designed for
fucking
happiness
movie.
and joy. Despite 6 people losing their lives there, Action Park is not remembered for its death toll. It is remembered for and by the kids that grew up with it and survived it. It is seen as a place where the quote-unquote popular and brave teens hung out. The fact that it was referred to as Traction Park or Class Action Park doesn't matter, because its inherent danger is more of a fond memory to the majority of its visitors. The burns, bruises, and the fractured tibias were a rite of passage for its former guests. You think you're cool because you survived a tame roller coaster at Disney in California or at Universal in Florida?
Fuck,
Well,
yeah,
welcome
no,
to
that
Vernon, New
sucks.
Jersey. Were you able to survive Action Park?
I don't like those half pipes. I don't like those half pipes. Then again, I don't like long drops to begin with. Oh. Yeah. Action Park is... It's just New Jersey. I can't say anything else. It's just New Jersey. Fucking fucking tagline. Oh. God, yeah, it was. Oh, I see a good one. I want to watch this one just because this sounds horrifying.
The year was 1996, and the Walt Disney Company was in a very peculiar place. Walt Disney Studios was riding high, as they were in the middle of the Disney Renaissance. A return to form had yielded a plethora of box office success,
This one is
while the rest of the company
terrifying
appeared to
me,
be in
and
a
I
state of
kind of want to
disarray.
watch it.
Jeffrey
So
Katzenberg, the president of Walt Disney Studios, was forced to resign by CEO Michael Eisner in 1994. This was because Katzenberg had demanded that Eisner appoint him to president after the death of Frank Wells had left the position vacant. Many prominent Disney shareholders and board members did not want Katzenberg as the president of the company, and Eisner, who saw Katzenberg as hungry for power and acclaim, did not feel comfortable promoting him. After he left, Katzenberg would form rival animation studio DreamWorks SKG and would sue Disney for promised royalties that he had never received. The lawsuit would be settled a year later in 1997, with reports saying that Disney paid Katzenberg almost $270 million.
this one
In 1995, Eisner had appointed Michael
is one of
Ovitz,
Disney's
the founder of the world-renowned
really
Creative Arts Agency,
confusing
to the position of
side
president.
projects.
For a variety of reasons, this did not work out. Eisner would dismiss him from the company just over a year later in 1996. Ovitz would walk away with a severance package of nearly $140 million. During all of this,
Don't
Eisner
remember them
himself
doing
would
this
cash in
one
stock
either,
options
so
of nearly $600 million.
this
Money
is
was
going to be a
flying all over
wild
the place
ride
at the
for all
Walt
of
Disney
us.
Company, but none of it was going to the company's other major
Thank you for the
division.
hydrate.
Disney Parks had gone on a roller coaster of its own during the preceding 5 years, and Eisner's proclaimed Disney decade was not going as planned. Many ambitious and creative projects were scrapped by the mid-90s. Disney's America was announced, and then canceled. Disneyland's elaborate
Isn't that
Tomorrowland
amazing though,
renovation,
Squidge?
Tomorrowland
Like
2055,
how many
was
things
announced
are
and then canceled.
directly
Disneyland's second
tied
gate,
to
Port
Disney
was announced
because
and then
of
canceled.
disgruntled employees
Disneyland's
of
other
Disney?
second gate, Westcott, was announced and then canceled. Epcot's New World Showcase pavilions and renovated Future World pavilions were announced and then canceled. A bunch of Indiana Jones attractions, a bunch of Muppets attractions, and a bunch of Toontown attractions all were announced and then canceled because of one bad egg. Euro Disney. The resort just outside of Paris, France had gone way over budget and failed spectacularly, causing a domino effect throughout the company. Euro Disney was not the sole reason that all of these projects were canceled. For some, there were many other causes, but the failure was always part of the decision, and more often than not, it was the deciding factor. Whether for financial reasons or personal hesitation, Eisner slammed the brakes on the Disney
the part
decade,
that France
but he still
never
felt
even
pressure
agreed to
capitalize
in
on
the
strong
first
brand that the
place.
studios had created. Plus, the United States was experiencing an economic boom during this time, allowing families more leisure spending. All signs were pointing Eisner to an expansion of the parks, but Euro Disney, Disney's America, and the other failures were still on his mind. This led him to what seemed to be a brilliant compromise. In 1996, Eisner created a new subsidiary of the Walt Disney Company named Disney Regional Entertainment. This division would plan and execute Disney entertainment venues throughout the United States.
Here we go.
With this, the company would be able to profit off of its successful properties in an interactive setting similar to the company's parks in Anaheim and Orlando. However, what Eisner
why does
was
this
planning
sound
was
familiar?
no Disneyland. He had something much cheaper in mind, and something much more 90s.
Cheaper, 90s, entertainment.
In the early 90s, things were going good. Disney was making money as every company should.
I respect this. I respect this Full House intro so goddamn much. This fucking Full House intro is so good. I love this. It's so good. And this, like, the editing for that intro is like
Land is filmed
perfect.
in front of a live studio audience.
The 1990s, the Wild West of themed entertainment. Apart from the recent developments of the theme park industry, local entertainment was booming throughout the United States. Shopping centers that had existed for decades were being transformed into miniature amusement parks, with niche stores and small attractions taking over.
I mean,
themed restaurant chains
the
were
fucking
sprouting
Full
up all
House
over the
intro is a
country,
bop,
with the
too.
usual suspects being Rainforest Cafe, the Hard Rock Cafe, and Planet Hollywood.
Oh fuck,
The
I'm
most
not gonna lie,
unexpected
Hard
of the
Rock
new
Cafe
developments
kinda
might have been
goes...
the rise in indoor
Hard Rock
children's
Cafe
play
kinda
places.
slaps.
These were a mix of tubes,
Not gonna lie.
slides, ball pits, nets, stairs with steps taller than your body, socks with holes in them, vomit, disinfectant, those net bridges that your feet would get stuck
Yes,
in,
Ico.
a kind of terrifying helicopter
Some of our
thing
malls
where the
do,
mean
in
kids
fact,
would jump up
have
and down and
rides
it would
in them.
shake a lot. The open slides with only like one hill, which was just a waste. I mean, I climbed
I wonder
all
if
the way
I
up
could
there.
find
I'm
something
gonna
a
take
Mall
the
of
tube
America.
slide. And rug burns. So many rug burns.
Mall of
McDonald's
America's
opened its
fucking
first indoor play
insane.
place of this kind in 1987. This allowed parents to dine while their children played, and the concept was met with glowing reviews. McDonald's would continue to add play places to their restaurants, and
fucking
others
McDonald's
would quickly take
play
note and expand upon the
places.
idea.
Hey yo, does anyone remember the N64 kiosks at McDonald's?
I don't think so. Climb and slide here? I don't think so. Then where? I'm going DZ at Discovery Zone, where I can cut loose and be on my own.
DZ is made just for me. The place where I can really cut loose. It's all here.
Jump and tumble here? I don't think so. I'm going
Yeah, it's like I went to one
Discovery
McDonald's
Zone
that had
opened
the
its first location
kiosks.
in Kansas City, Missouri in 1989. The facility featured an elaborate play place, a ball pit, a rock wall, an arcade, a maze, and a variety of other activities for children. Discovery Zone was a popular venue for birthday parties and group day trips. It also
Fuck it.
advertised itself as a good place
That's
for
where I
kids to
played a
engage in
lot of
fun fitness
N64
activities.
games.
The company
Like
would
the
quickly
little
expand,
demos at the
opening
kiosks
39
that
more
were set
locations
up
until being
at
purchased
Toys
in
R Us.
1992 by wealthy Chicago
That's where I played
businessman
Smash
Donald Flynn.
Brothers.
In less than 3 years, the chain would expand to 340 locations. McDonald's had noticed the competition, and in 1991 had
I need
created
to
their
get
own
my
chain of
N64
indoor amusement
working
centers
again.
named Leaps and Bounds. McDonald's would not be able to keep up with Discovery Zone, and would sell all 48 Leaps and Bounds locations to the company in 1994. Around this time, Blockbuster Video, who owned about 20% of Discovery Zone, would up its stake to
Blockbuster!
50.1% and would assume control of the company in
Fucking
1995.
hell.
In hindsight, this was akin to Radio Shack investing
Oh
in Toys R
Jesus
Us.
Christ!
What, too soon? The rapid expansion of Discovery Zone would prove unsustainable, and the company
Oh,
wouldn't make it to the
fuck.
21st century. They filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in 1996,
Oh,
and would do the same in 1999, this time ceasing operations. Over 100 locations closed immediately. This brought a flood of horror stories of children showing up to the center for their birthday party, only to be greeted by a note on the door informing them of the closure. Some of the franchised locations remained open, and 13 fun centers, along with the Discovery Zone name and logo, were purchased by the company's main competitor, a powerful rat named Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Charles Entertainment Cheese. He fucking is. Jesus fucking Christ. That is horrifying. God damn, that's fucking horrifying. Holy shit, that original design is creepy as fuck. Holy shit.
Started by Atari founder Nolan Bushnell, Chuck E. Cheese's opened its first location in San Jose, California in 1977.
Holy fuck.
Bushnell had always had a respect for the Walt Disney Company and their theme parks, and he wanted to create an elaborate entertainment experience of his own. He would combine video games, animatronics, and pizza into a restaurant called Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza Time Theater.
That is
Bushnell would
actually
expand this
impressive,
restaurant into a
Squidge.
chain, and by 1984, the company had over 250 locations.
Charles
Unfortunately,
Entertainment
this same year,
Cheese.
Pizza Time Theater would declare bankruptcy due to debts acquired through expansion, the declining interest in arcades, and in some cases, multiple restaurants that were located too close to each other, virtually splitting the potential profit of an area. The remaining locations would be quickly bought by rival chain Showbiz Pizza Place, which was started by a Chuck E. Cheese franchisee in 1980. Showbiz Pizza did not rebrand any of the Chuck E. Cheese restaurants, and the two chains would eventually be merged in 1990, with Showbiz Pizza Time Incorporated choosing to go all in on the Chuck E. Cheese brand, abandoning Showbiz Pizza's animatronic band, the Rockafire Explosion, in the process.
Jesus
Throughout all the financial
Christ.
issues and restructurings, there were still over
Rockafire
250 operating
Explosion?
locations in 1992, with
Holy
all of them being
fuck.
renamed to Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza before dropping the pizza from its title in 1995. On top of their arcades, animatronic shows, and pizza, Chuck E. Cheese's began investing more in indoor play places to compete with McDonald's and Discovery Zone. It was around this time that the Walt Disney Company took note of the success of these companies. While they might have been late to the game, they expected to fit
Yeah,
right in.
if it's like a
After
one-location,
all,
family-owned
Discovery Zone had
thing,
been
yeah, it'd
described
be
as an indoor Disney World,
much better.
and Chuck E. Cheese's used Disney as a major inspiration during its development. If Disney utilized the same concept, implementing their attention to detail and intellectual properties, they could dominate the new market.
Oh, this is gonna
In
be really
1996,
horrifying.
Eisner appointed Art Levitt to the president of Disney Regional Entertainment.
Why is that
Levitt
guy's
was the
name-
perfect person for the job, and
that
it wasn't
guy's
the
name
first time
sounds
that he
really
and Eisner had
familiar
done
to me,
business.
and I don't like
At 28, he was a salesman at a Los Angeles furniture store. One day, Michael Eisner himself walked in looking to purchase some items for Disney. The fact that the CEO of one of the world's largest corporations was concerned with something as small as furniture was a true testament to Eisner's micromanagement. Levitt and Eisner apparently hit it off, and he was quickly named Director of Corporate Projects and Executive Assistant to Eisner.
That is
During his
a
first tenure with
weird
Disney,
jump.
he would also become an executive in charge of overseeing Walt Disney World's on-property resort and entertainment locations, including the Disney
Dude
Village
goes from
Marketplace
selling
and its Pleasure
furniture
Island
to
nightclub
managing
district. Levitt
part
came
of
up with the
Disney.
idea for an ESPN-themed
Just because
restaurant
he
to be
talked
placed
with
on Pleasure
Eisner.
Island. In 1993, Levitt left Disney to head Rank Leisure USA, a company that operated multiple Hard Rock Cafe locations. Just 2 years later, he would return to Disney, equipped with new expertise on location-based themed entertainment. After becoming the president of Disney Regional Entertainment, he would head the creation of 3 national chains for the Walt Disney Company. The first was their attempt at a children's indoor amusement center to be named
That
Club
is true.
Disney. Club Disney is a now little-known project of the Walt Disney
That
Company.
is true,
Disney
Bucket.
intended to build the amusement centers in suburban malls throughout the country. The spaces were designed for weekend visits, school field trips, and birthday parties. It would also house family workshops, such as Poo Robics, which was described as a
thank
10-week
you
parent and child stretching and
the
exercise program led by
what
the
the
beloved
fuck
and
was
befuddled
that?
Honey Bear. The complex
Thank you for the
featured play
hydrate the
places,
posture check. I'm
educational
sorry, I was just so
demonstrations,
distracted by the word
animation
poo
tutorials,
robics.
karaoke, and kid-friendly computer games in a lab called the Mouse Pad.
Fucking
the e-ticket attraction of
poo
Club Disney was, of
robics.
course, the play place. These varied from location to location, with
kinda
some
name
being themed to a specific
is
franchise,
Poo
such as The Lion
Robics?
King or Hercules, while others were not themed at all. The play places had varying names, such as the
shit,
Jungle
Disney.
Climber, the Color-Rageous Climber,
Literally.
and the Super Calatoon-tastic Whatchamaclimate Time Coaster.
God
Other
damn.
attractions were a room themed to Peter Pan where guests could see their shadow, a swing themed to Tarzan, an activities area called Herc's Gym, motion-detected musical instruments on the Aristocat Music
Holy
Wall, which sounds
fuck.
very similar to an attraction that used to be in Epcot's ImageWorks, an area for children under 3 called the Pooh and You Corner, a storybook time, and a variety of arcade games. At some locations, there was a Little Mermaid-themed area,
God,
where
Poo
kids could,
Robics
quote,
is so
peek through the
fucking
portholes of a sunken
awful.
pirate ship and find a treasure, or chat with a friend on a cellular telephone. There would also be periodic dance parties themed to different Disney properties.
Fucking
These included The
jazzercising
Lion
with
King
Donald?
Limbo, the Mickey
Fuck
Macarena,
yeah.
and the Roger Rabbit Bunny Hop. Some locations had a room called the Applaudville Theater, where guests could dress as Disney characters and participate in a fashion show. There were
The
also
Pooh-
educational activities called Ed Ventures, and monthly activities, such as science demonstrations themed to
Jesus
Flubber, as with Chuck E.
Christ.
Cheese and Discovery Zone, A major focus of Club Disney was its elaborate birthday parties, with children getting to pick from a few options, such as Disney Princess Tea,
I
Toy
love
Story
Flubber.
Search Party, Pooh-rific, Hercules Hero Hurrah, and 101 Dalmatians Bow Wow Bash. Some locations had a magician performing tricks as Merlin, and the cake for the parties was catered by the Cheesecake Factory. A child could only enter Club Disney with an adult, and both were given a special wristband with a barcode, so no child could leave with a different adult than the one they came with. This was to ease the minds of parents, to allow
somebody
the kids
had
to
to
roam free
know.
within the complex, and to ensure that no parents treated Club Disney as a daycare center. The clubs also served Mickey Mouse-shaped pizza.
Right,
Admission was
Bucket.
$8 for kids and $4 for adults,
I know exactly
which would be
what
about
you
$12
mean.
and $6 respectively when adjusted for inflation. There was also a large gift store called the Clubhouse Shop. One mother reacted
These
to
are
Club Disney's
fucking-
announcement by proclaiming, "Disney has
They
invaded
were
our
really
lives,
trying to
but I
push
think the
Pooh.
children enjoy all of it." The opening day of the first location, which was part of a new mall in Thousand Oaks, California, began with a ceremony featuring Michael Eisner, Mickey Mouse, and Goofy. The head of attendance calculating at the Walt Disney Company estimated that over 10,000 visitors would show up on opening day. And surprise, he was a little off. When Club Disney opened its doors on February 21st, 1997, only 1,000 visitors showed, proving that no one had learned anything from Euro Disneyland's opening. One sheriff was quoted saying, "We were expecting a lot more people. Maybe because Disney advertised that tens of thousands were going to be here, it scared people away." Of the opening day crowd, 10 or so were protesters accusing Disney of paying Haitian workers 28 cents an hour to make Pocahontas-themed pajamas. The demonstrators were probably also disappointed that more people did not show up. Still, parents and children seemed to love the new complex, and 4 more would be built. Another in California, 2 in Arizona, and 1 in
understandable.
Colorado. Disney representatives had been enthusiastic of the chain's success, claiming that they were going to open another 100 clubs, quote, as fast as we can build them. While reviews were positive, Club Disney was not without its critics. One of the higher-end malls that Club Disney had moved into accused Disney of ignoring the complex's theming standards by implementing their cheesy design. Also, parents complained about the price of admission, especially the necessity for a separate adult ticket, as they were not participating in the club's activities and were required to be there. Club Disney also proved that Disney was best off not teaching anything ever, as the Ed Adventures activities were the most highly criticized of the complex, with many accusing them of being a mere tactic to convince schools to sign off on field trips. In the end, Disney did not follow through with the plans for expansion, but not for these small complaints. The company was impatient with the investment,
dying at
and
how
less than
hard
3
they
years
tried
after the
to
opening
push
of the first
Pooh
location,
off.
Disney decided to cancel the expansion and
this,
shut
like-
down the complexes. Club Disney was not the
God
cash cow that the
damn.
company had hoped for, and being the late 90s, Eisner was not in the mood
I'm
to play the
losing
long
it.
game. The company was cutting costs across the board, and Club Disney became another casualty of the financial issues. The chain was closed on November 1st, 1999, having never expanded past its original 5 locations. This was around the same time that Discovery Zone ceased its operations, leading many to believe that indoor play centers were just a fad of the 90s. As Chuck E. Cheese's would prove, there is some longevity to the concept, so long as you innovate or evolve.
Oh, Jesus
As for
Christ.
Disney Regional Entertainment, Club Disney would be the
Why did the
smallest
design
of
for
their 3
Charles
projects.
Entertainment
Another
cheese get
regional
worse?
chain Levitt would create was based
Oh,
off his
fuck.
original idea for an ESPN-themed restaurant, now possible thanks to Disney's 1996 acquisition of ABC.
It's your mother.
Oh no.
Hi.
Hi. How are you guys holding up without me?
Oh, we're okay. We were just watching a little TV.
Have the kids driven you nuts yet?
We've been keeping ourselves entertained.
Jess said she'd help you with the dishes tonight.
Well, the kitchen is spotless and dinner was great.
Wow, you should reward yourselves. Take them somewhere fun. That will have a huge impact on the league.
Oh
The
my
complexes
God.
were part bar, part restaurant, part arcade, part gift shop, and part broadcast studio. It was such a hit among sports fans that there were apparently points where guests would have to be dragged out for staying an excessive amount of time. The ESPN Zone would also put on the Ultimate Couch Potato Competition, a sitting competition that challenged participants to watch TV without falling asleep or getting up, only allowing a bathroom break every 8 hours. One year, the winner watched TV for 3 straight days.
Jesus fucking Christ.
ESPN Zone would debut in Baltimore on July 11th, 1998.
That's not healthy.
The brand would grow to a total
Jesus
of 9
fuck.
locations, many of which would close in the mid to late 2000s, mostly due to the recession. And the only remaining location, at Downtown Disney in Anaheim, closed June 2nd, 2018 to make room for the Disneyland Resort's new hotel. In between Club Disney and ESPN Zone would be Disney Regional Entertainment's most ambitious project, It was the main reason that the subsidiary had been
Also,
created.
it just sounds like
It was
a
the
worse Dave and
Imagineers' most
Buster's.
puzzling concoction. It was Disney Quest.
I'm not gonna lie. ESPN Zone literally just sounds like a worse Dave and Buster's. Yeah. Fair. They are everywhere. I will say though, it's one of the only places I've been to recently that actually has a fucking DDR machine. And a Guitar Hero arcade cabinet. A fucking Guitar Hero cabinet. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? They actually have both of these things in the same place? Damn. I actually played fucking DDR for once. And a copious amount of Guitar Hero. And then I remembered how long it has been since I'd played Guitar Hero. You know, we might as well watch this one, since we're part way into this,
On
we're
September
invested.
28th, 1995, the video game developer Sega announced plans for a new ambitious project. Their goal was to create location-based themed entertainment centers, a hybrid of amusement parks and arcades, and place
Here
them
we
throughout the United States.
go.
The concept was simple enough. Instead of putting arcades into malls, they wanted to put malls into arcades. In order to do this, they would create state-of-the-art games and attractions, and insert them into complexes complete with small shops and food courts. Sega had tested the idea in Japan in the mid-80s, and reactions had been positive. The industry seemed promising in the United
Speaking
States as
of
well,
Dave and
with chains such as
Buster's.
Dave & Buster's finding success with a similar concept. Sega had the resources to physically build the indoor amusement centers, but it couldn't hurt to partner with a company that could drive the project creatively. They would find a partner in a familiar entertainment company that starts with a D. That's right, DreamWorks. Sega and DreamWorks announced a partnership to create a chain of indoor amusement centers named GameWorks, with filmmaker Steven Spielberg providing significant creative input. GameWorks would grow over the next 2 decades, opening over 30 locations both in the United States and around the world. The chain sounds a lot like another venture attempted by an even larger creative force. The Walt Disney Company and its subsidiary, Disney Regional Entertainment, would develop an indoor entertainment center for families named Disney Quest that would debut in 1998.
That definitely pushed some sales in the 90s.
Was not even created until over a year after the GameWorks announcement. So did Disney copy the idea? It's certainly not the first time they've mimicked concepts under the helm of CEO Michael Eisner. The question is, why? Out of all of the entertainment concepts sprouting up in the 90s, why GameWorks? Most of the locations and attractions that Eisner imitated posed a direct threat to the amount of tourists that would be visiting Disney's parks. But GameWorks wasn't stealing any business from Disney. The locations hadn't even been announced. So why expand into an emerging, volatile market and take on a company that has more experience and resources in that field?
That would
that
do
risk
it.
does not seem to make sense from
I would
a business
imagine
perspective,
that Unity
but it
did
makes
not like
perfect
that.
sense if you look at it from a completely different angle. Who founded GameWorks? Sega and DreamWorks.
And yes, Ico.
Who founded DreamWorks?
Yes, it was
Steven Spielberg, David Geffen, and Jeffrey Katzenberg, the former head of Walt Disney Studios that had constantly butted heads with Eisner and had been ousted from the company a year prior. Disney Regional Entertainment was in part created as an easy way to expand the Disney Parks experience to smaller cities throughout the United States. But there was something bigger going on here. Eisner was spiraling, and he was taking the Walt Disney Company down with him.
Oh. Hey, let's go! Hell yeah! Fucking arcade intro! Chiptune music, fuck yeah! Let's go. And I can 100% imagine, Bucket, that Unity did not like that at all.
Fly over Mars. Take a trek through a prehistoric jungle. Tour a house that has not yet been built. It's called virtual reality. It is
I was about to say, hey, look, it's VR chat.
This is a special helmet and a glove, and you're off.
Look, it's VR chat.
It's a computer-generated world where you see and move and feel. Will real life ever be the same?
Though it had been implemented into specialized use for
Whew.
fields such as medicine
Man,
and
Reboot
engineering
is
since
looking
the
great.
1970s, virtual reality technology wasn't seen as ready for consumers until the 1990s. One of the first commercial uses of the technology would be the insertion of virtual reality pods into arcades,
the
malls,
lady
and movie
standing there
theaters.
just
These
like,
had
I don't
horrible
know what he's
graphics,
doing.
constrained movement, high costs,
But I look good.
and generalized filth. The system in one game could easily
This guy
cost around
standing next to me with
$50,000
this-
to purchase,
the
and generally
headset
cost
on
the
looks like a
consumer
fucking
around
idiot.
$5 to play, which would be closer to $100,000
She's probably
to
trying
purchase
not to
and
laugh
$10
at the
to play
dude with
when
the,
adjusted
with
for
the fucking
inflation.
gun
With the high
prop
costs
and
involved,
the
VR
giant
cafes began to
fucking
open
VR
across the
set
country,
on.
allowing patrons to try out the latest in VR technology.
Because I'm
While
not gonna
excitement
lie,
around VR remained,
look at those
the boom
old
of VR
VR
arcade
sets.
games tapered off by the mid-90s.
It's so
By
fucking
then, the idea of
huge.
VR had caught the attention of video game console producers, such as Sega and Nintendo, both of which attempted to create VR headsets for home use,
The
both meeting less than
Virtual
ideal
Boy.
results. By the late 90s, the future of the medium was bleak, but GameWorks,
Oh,
and therefore
God.
Disney, saw potential, and virtual reality games and simulators would be the main attractions of both of the planned complexes. On June 20th, 1995, Disney announced that the Walt Disney World Resort Shopping District, the Disney Village Marketplace, would receive a major renovation. In September of 1997, it would be renamed to Downtown Disney. In its 20-year
remember
existence,
Downtown
the
Disney.
marketplace had already undergone a few major expansions. The most notable of these was the addition of Pleasure Island, an elaborate-themed nightclub district that debuted in 1989. This divided the complex in two, with the other section being named the Marketplace. These two sections saw their theming slightly adjusted in order to fit the Downtown Disney renovation, and a new area, named Downtown Disney West Side, opened as well. This new section would include a Cirque du Soleil show,
Yeah.
a Planet Hollywood, and a ginormous indoor theme park. Disney Quest opened its doors on June 19, 1998. There was little build-up to its debut, and the structure was nearly finished a year prior to its opening, with Disney refusing to confirm or release any information, not even announcing its official name until a few months before. The public and the press were confused on what exactly would be inside of the large building when it opened, and Disney Regional Entertainment seemed the most confused of all. The subsidiary's president, Art Levitt, acknowledged that the team was having a difficult time describing Disney Quest. It was more than an arcade, but it wasn't really a theme park either. When questioned in the months leading up to its opening, Levitt and other executives referred to the complex as the ultimate interactive adventure, which means almost nothing if you think about it. Disney provided a few press releases and promotional material.
Name
but
a
overall,
statement where
the
you can
debut of
say
Disney Regional
everything but
Entertainment's
also
flagship
mean
concept was
absolute
surprisingly
jack shit.
quiet. Still, in the summer of 1998, a large crowd gathered to enter Disney Quest for the first time, not sure what to expect from the new experience.
Good job, creative team at Disney.
Hello, I'm Michael Eisner. I'm here in the virtual reality studio where Disney Imagineers are creating a whole new world.
Jesus
of
Christ, look at the size of that thing. So hello, Browning, thank you for that.
To step into the world of Aladdin on a magic carpet ride.
Look at that fucking VR set.
Because it's a world that only exists inside a computer. Reality.
That is a
because unlike
massive
film or
fucking
television,
VR
you see
set.
not just what's on the screen, but what's above, around, and behind you. And you control when you return to the real world.
I still fucking
I wonder
love
where the
that
exit
emote,
is.
Browning. Such
Well,
a good fucking
Welcome to
emote.
the wonderful world of Disney.
The building was a huge 5-story, 100,000 square foot blue box. On the front and back of the building,
Holy
there was a large set
shit.
of Mickey ears with Disney Quest in large print. The building had no windows, adding to the mystery surrounding its contents. Concept art for the complex gave the building a slightly different, more three-dimensional style, also incorporating a proposed monorail track to the downtown Disney complex. Exterior ticket
They
booths were
really
located to the left of the
tried
entrance. Guests would enter on the ground
commercializing
floor, a
VR.
simple yet elegant lobby. There were bronze busts of famous Disney
I'm doing
characters
good,
placed throughout the
Browning.
room.
I hope
the
you're doing
centerpiece was an
well
artificial
as
sky,
well.
with supercalifragilisticexpialidocious surrounding the trim of the faux window. This was the setup to the illusion that the elevators were actually flying you
Thank
to a
you
new
for the
land.
hydrate
It was a
bucket.
subtle and fun touch. At the end of the lobby were the turnstiles to get on the elevator. Once through, guests boarded the highly themed lifts, named the Cyberlators. These featured an en-route show, starring the genie from Aladdin. This 45-second video explains to guests that
That's
they are
good to
being
hear.
transported not just to the next level, but to a new location entirely. After this, the elevator doors opened, and guests entered Disney Quest. Like the classic castle parks around the world, Disney Quest was designed with a central hub, known as Ventureport. Upon entering the main area, guests could see a structure that appeared to be a futuristic telescope. Connected to Ventureport were 4 bridges, known as gateway branches, leading out to each themed zone. These were Replay Zone, Score Zone, Create Zone, and Explore Zone. The Replay Zone, located on floors 3, 4, and 5, featured Midway on the Moon, a classic arcade where guests could play games like Pac-Man, air hockey, skee-ball, and Tron. An attraction called Buzz Lightyear's Astro Blasters also resided in this area. This was much different than the Buzz Lightyear dark rides that can be found at Disney parks
You know
throughout
what's
the
funny?
world.
I actually
Disney Quest
rode that
version
one
was an attraction that
before
combined
they
bumper cars with
replaced
dodgeball.
it.
Each vehicle contained 2 guests. One would drive the car, and the other would fire dodgeballs at the other vehicle.
Yeah, no, this is
The next
so
zone was Score Zone,
90s.
also located on floors 3, 4, and 5.
This is
The
like
main game in
90s to
this
the
area
point
was
where
the
it's
Mighty
like
Ducks Pinball Slam.
90s
Guests would stand on
fantasy,
platforms and lean in
but
different
not
directions,
quite like.
controlling a virtual pinball on a
Yeah,
large
it's so
screen.
90s. I'm
Another
gonna go
game in
hang out
Score
in the
Zone was
mall
one of
for like
Disney
an
Quest's
hour.
premier VR attractions, Ride the Comics. Guests would don large visors and hold motion-detecting sabers,
Jesus
swinging them violently as
Christ,
they
those
fought
VR
villains in a
sets are
digital
so
superhero world. There were multiple
fucking
bays,
massive.
made to look like spaceships. The last attraction in the Score Zone was Invasion, an extraterrestrial alien encounter. In extension to the Magic Kingdom attraction that had opened 3 years prior, Invasion continued the world building the extraterrestrial alien encounter began. In the game's story, a space outpost filled with American colonists is being invaded by alien monsters. In a moment of desperation, the President of the United States enlists the help of L.C. Clench, the chairman of XS Tech,
Yeah,
played once again by
exactly.
Jeffrey Jones. In a pre-show video, Clench describes his new military technology, the XS-5000, that requires a pilot and multiple gunmen to operate. After the pre-show, players would enter the XS-5000 and be teleported to the planet. Operating 2 joysticks, the gunmen had the ability to shoot lasers or missiles, as well as capture colonists. The pilot would navigate the ship around and eventually back to the teleporter, and also trigger the ship to jump to get out of tough situations. The immersive experience used 3D graphics and a variety of multi-angled screens. During the 4-minute game, players would run into some familiar-looking monsters, with grotesque designs similar to those found in the Magic Kingdom attraction. The third themed zone was the Create Zone, located on the second floor. This area featured the Animation Academy,
this
an
entire
interactive demonstration
idea.
similar to
It's
those
like-
found at other Disney parks. In that, participants were given a tutorial on how to draw Disney's animated characters.
that's
One
really
difference was that
fucking
Disney
cool.
Quest version utilized digital touchscreens, while the others used paper. Due to this difference,
Wait, look
the
at that.
Disney Quest
That's
attraction
really
was only able to
fucking
accommodate
cool.
18 guests at a time. Other attractions in the Create Zone included Radio Disney Songmaker, which allowed guests to create their own original song by mixing different styles, sounds, effects, lyrics, and more. Sid's Create-A-Toy, a Toy Story-inspired area that let guests combine different toy parts to create a new one, and Magic Mirrors, which allowed guests to take a
Oh.
picture of themselves and manipulate it into a cartoon. The most popular
Oh.
attraction in the Create Zone was Cyberspace Mountain. Cyberspace Mountain was a
Future
simulator
Disney
ride in which
edition,
guests
yeah.
could design their own roller coaster. It began with a tutorial presented by Bill Nye the Science
Holy
Guy,
shit, they
explaining
got
to
Bill
riders how to
Nye
properly
a second
construct their
time.
coaster. Cyberspace Mountain allowed guests to ride their creations in a
Bear
simulator
in mind,
cart
Bill
capable
Nye
of
is
tilting,
was
turning,
actually
and
in
even flipping them
another
upside down.
Disney
A more advanced version
ride.
of this concept would later appear in Disney parks as the Sum of All Thrills, a
been
2009
in
edition
two.
to Innoventions in Epcot. The last zone was
Although
the
the
Explore
other one
Zone,
he's part of
located
also
on floors 1 and 2.
kind of
Guests could
featured
get to the area
Ellen,
either by the stairs
and
or from
yeah,
the
it's-
third
it's
floor
kinda
Aladdin-themed Cave of Wonders slide. However, this was closed after less than a year of operation. The Explore Zone had 3 large attractions that were technological marvels for their time. The first attraction was Aladdin's Magic Carpet Ride.
Yo,
This
Bill
attraction was
Nye's been
another
in a lot
VR
of
game
Disney
that
stuff,
required
actually.
a headset. Guests would sit on a motorcycle-like seat, and after putting on the headset, would find themselves magically transported to Agrabah. Guests would ride on the magic carpet while attempting to release the genie.
The other
who
one
was
that
trapped
Bill
in the
Nye is
Cave
in
of
is like
Wonders. The second attraction,
it's like a
Hercules in the
movie
Underworld,
experience
was a 3D
thing with
attraction
Ellen.
that took guests on an adventure with the characters from the film. Groups of
Goes
players,
through
each with
history,
their own joystick, steered
talking
Pegasus
about
and the
fossil
heroes in an
fuels,
attempt
I
to
think.
defeat Hades. The third immersive
Bill Nye's
attraction
pretty
was
cool.
the virtual jungle cruise.
Ellen
Guests
kinda-
would board an inflatable raft,
kinda makes it
sitting
a
on
little-
top of a large pad in front of
Yeah.
the screen. The game started
Kinda-
in the
kinda a
jungle
little
cruise at the
awkward
Magic Kingdom before
after,
a virtual skipper sends
after the
guests to the age of
fact.
the dinosaurs. The skipper accidentally drops the device that controls the time machine, and guests paddle down the river in an attempt to grab it. The pad below reacted to the player's
Yeah.
paddles and the flow of the water to maximize realism.
Bill
A
Nye's
less
kinda cool
immersive
in it, though.
attraction in Explore Zone was Treasure of the Incas, which had guests drive toy trucks through a maze in order to win prizes.
Oh, that's fucking
The drivers
cool.
operated the vehicles on a screen, and a teammate that could see the top of the maze would yell directions at them. Disney Quest also had a few restaurants that guests could eat at. These counter-service eateries were Food
Okay.
Quest, the Wonderland Cafe,
The truck
and the
thing
Cheesecake
is
Factory
really
Express,
fucking cool.
a smaller-scale Cheesecake Factory concept exclusive to Disney Quest. Once guests had explored the entire complex, they would walk down a spiral
I
staircase
kinda
and
like
exit
that
through the first floor
cooperative
gift shop.
experience.
Despite the lack of marketing, Disney Quest at Downtown Disney was a success, sucking tourists and shoppers through its shiny new gates. However, Disney Regional Entertainment was not surprised or impressed by the crowds it initially drew. After all, it was located within the Walt Disney World Resort, catering to a dedicated, if not captive, market. In fact, it seems that Levitt and Disney Regional Entertainment didn't view Disney Quest Orlando as the chain's official debut. It was a mere test for the planned regional complexes, and the next Disney Quest to open would be given the fanfare one would expect from Disney.
Hi, everybody. I'm Janet Davies.
And I'm Jim Rose, and welcome to one of the most incredible places in Chicago this year. It's called Disney Quest, and it's
They
located on the
opened
corner
one
of
in
Ohio and
Chicago.
West in Chicago, just one block west of Michigan Avenue.
JR, right
They
behind us is a
opened
five-story
one
building that is
in
an indoor
Chicago.
interactive theme park.
Ooh.
It is full of high-tech virtual reality games and gadgetry. I tell you, it is 90,000 square feet of pure fun, good family fun. And I guarantee there is no place in the United States like this except in
Tell
Orlando,
me
where
that
the
you're
original
reading off
Disney
a
Quest
script
is.
and you have
Before
no
Disney Quest
fucking
Orlando
clue what
opened,
you're talking
Disney
about
Quest Chicago was
without
announced.
telling me
This
that.
will be the first of hopefully many Disney Quests throughout the world, with Disney projecting
That is
around
the
30
I
locations.
have an entire
Disney Quest Chicago
bottle
opened
of
a year after
hairspray in
Orlando's,
this hair right
debuting
now,
on June
kind of
16th,
hair.
1999. The complex, located on the corner of Rush and Ohio, was given a large opening celebration, with an entire television special documenting
Jesus
the
fucking
ceremonies.
Christ.
The building was similar to Disney Quest Orlando in that it was 5 floors, but it was slightly
Did they
smaller
fire
at
off enough
90,000 square
fireworks
feet
for
as
that
opposed
shit?
to Orlando's 100,000. Having Disney
Had a
Quest in
dude on a
Chicago
fucking
was an ambitious
jetpack
step for
dressed
Disney,
up as
but it
Buzz
was also a
Lightyear
decision that
land
made
there.
perfect sense. Chicago was the third most
God
populated
damn.
American city, and it was also the birthplace of Walt Disney. It was far enough away from both
Ico,
Orlando
it's the
and
most
Anaheim to deliver
90s
Disney
thing
to an
ever is to
entirely
have
new
someone in
market.
a fucking
And GameWorks
jetpack.
was set to open a location just outside of the city in the summer of
Because
1999
jetpacks
as
are
well,
fucking
but that was
impractical
probably
as
just
shit.
a coincidence. The main goal of Disney Quest Chicago was to become the Magic Kingdom of the Midwest. Due to the lack of space for the Chicago location, some of the features and games were forced to have fewer stations, but the main layout and attractions remained the same. While many locals were excited to have a Disney theme park come to their backyard, experts and journalists were more skeptical.
They are really
Apart
cool.
from the criticism of the complex's cheesy architecture not fitting in with the surrounding area, they weren't sure whether Disney would see a return on the investment. Interest in both GameWorks and Disney Quest was dwindling fast. The ever-changing landscape of technology was diverting consumer focus to the internet and home consoles. And while the public was eager to experience both indoor amusement center concepts, the chances of locals becoming regulars was falling by the minute. This meant that Disney Quest Chicago would have to rely more on tourists, which did not bode well for a large-scale regional expansion. While critics lacked confidence in Disney Quest, Disney
Had
had
a fucking
far too
army
much.
man
The
drop
head of
in
attendance
too? What the
calculating at the
fuck?
Walt Disney Company estimated that around 3 million guests would visit Disney Quest per year. However, this would have been nearly impossible, as proved by this quote from a 1999 article from the Chicago Tribune. The average length of stay is in the 2.5 to 3 hour range, so to cram in 3
You
million
know,
visitors a year
Squid,
while maintaining some
I'm
crowd
pretty sure
control,
they did.
Disney Quest would have to stay open about 17 hours a day, every day, and remain at full capacity the entire time. Apparently, no one had learned anything from the opening of Club Disney, which learned nothing from the opening of Euro Disneyland. In late 1998, Disney had announced that a third Disney Quest would be built in Philadelphia. This location would have been located on the popular Market Street as part of an ambitious redevelopment of the area.
Oh,
The city was thrilled to be chosen by Disney, and by the time of Disney Quest Chicago's debut, the space was being cleared in preparation for construction and was set to open in the summer of 2000. However, production delays pushed the project back to the summer of 2002. In late 2000, both Disney Quest Orlando and Disney Quest Chicago received a brand new attraction. Hercules in the Underworld was replaced by Pirates of the Caribbean Battle for Buccaneer Gold, which featured large screens surrounding a miniature pirate ship that guests would board. Each player would have a physical cannon that would fire digital cannonballs at enemy ships. A more advanced version of the game's technology would later be used in Toy Story Midway Mania. Players would also encounter a serpent that looked very similar to the Lego model that opened at the Downtown Disney Lego store in 1997. Guests playing the game would have to defeat the Jolly Roger, which was not an easy task, and the majority of players would lose the game, with their boats sinking into the water. It is worth noting that both the Pirates of the Caribbean and Aladdin Disney Quest games were designed by Randy Posh, a virtual reality specialist and professor famous for his talk and book, The Last Lecture, which he produced before passing away in 2008. The new Pirates of the Caribbean game temporarily reinvigorated excitement in the Chicago location, which had already waned in its 18 months of operation. Unfortunately, it was too late. Disney Quest Chicago surprisingly did not live up to Disney's unrealistic expectations, and Disney announced that it would close the location on September 4th, 2001. The official reasoning was that the complex was simply not generating enough revenue for the company to justify paying the expensive rent of downtown Chicago. Also, the complex was diverting a massive amount of time and money that Disney and the Imagineers could be spending on more promising and more profitable projects. On top of this, reviews of the Chicago location had not been stellar. The lines were long, the price of admission, $16 for 2.5 hours of games, was too expensive for many, and the complex did not deliver the Disney magic that the theme parks could. Disney Quest Orlando complemented the resort well, but Disney Quest Chicago,
90s
alone
money,
in the heart of a busy
that's
city,
kind of a
felt
fucking
cold
lot,
and corporate
actually.
rather than warm and colorful. Along with the announcement that Disney
That's
Quest
kind of a
Chicago
lot
would
for
be closed,
2 hours
Disney Regional Entertainment
in
announced that
90s
Disney
money.
Quest Philadelphia would be scrapped. Disney essentially abandoned the prime real estate in the middle of construction, leaving only a large plot of dirt. Locals coined it the Disney Hole, and to this day, it has not been developed further than a paved parking lot. This, along with the closure of Chicago, slightly tarnished Disney's reputation in
I
both
love the
regions.
fact that
Despite the
Philadelphia just
cancellation of
started
all future
referring
plans
to it
for
as the
Disney Quest,
fucking
Disney Quest
Disney
Orlando
hole.
remained open, receiving little attention from the company and little to no updates. Apart from the closure of the Cave of Wonders slide and the addition of Pirates of the Caribbean Battle for Buccaneer Gold, the Treasure of the Incas interactive maze game would be closed after a few years of operation. Cell phone frequencies caused interference with the remote-controlled trucks, and on one occasion, one of the vehicles burst into flames, which is terrifying considering that this occurred in a building that had no windows and a main transportation system of a magic elevator. The space was eventually filled with Let's Go Jungle arcade games. The Magic Mirrors attraction closed in 2005 and was replaced with additional seating. And perhaps the most disappointing removal was the Cheesecake Factory Express around 2008. In 2011, the Cyberlater screens were turned off, and they became just regular elevators. A few years after this, to help promote the film Wreck-It Ralph, a large structure of the title character as well as multiple Fix-It Felix games were added to the complex. These, along with a few minor additions and a few major closures toward the end of its lifespan, were the only changes Disney Quest Orlando saw.
Yeah,
the subsidiary Disney Regional Entertainment lasted until 2010, when it closed 5 ESPN zones and sold 2 more. The branch dissolved, with Disney Quest being absorbed into Disney Parks and Resorts. The indoor theme park was left to die, with Disney giving discounts on tickets and sometimes offering them for free with certain vacation packages. Finally, on June 30th, 2015, it was reported that Disney Quest was going to close at the end of 2016 to be replaced with a new NBA-themed attraction. However, 2016 came and went, with Disney Quest staying open the entire year. It wouldn't be until January 30th, 2017 that Disney would announce that Disney Quest's final day was to be July 2nd. To commemorate the closing, pass holder discounts made ticket prices, which had increased slightly in its nearly 2 decades of operation, exactly $19.98, as a tribute to the year that it opened. After 19 years of operation, Disney Quest closed its doors. The building sat abandoned for 1 month, until demolition began in August. Construction has begun on the NBA Experience, which is set to open in the summer of 2019. The closure of Disney Quest Orlando,
by the way,
along with the recent closure of Anaheim's ESPN Zone, brought an end to the ventures of Disney Regional Entertainment.
The NBA
with every
Experience
location of all 3 chains
did
now
not
defunct.
happen.
But what about
where
Michael
Disney
Eisner?
Quest was.
He seemed to be largely
It was
absent
a
from the
fucking
development and
AMC.
debut of Disney Quest, unlike other projects, such as Euro
When I
Disneyland
went
and
there.
Disney's America, where he was
So
on the
yeah,
front
it was a
lines
fucking
promoting and
AMC
explaining
theater.
the new parks. He did endorse Disney Quest in newspapers and a few television interviews, but it seemed to be less of a priority for him, and certainly not one of his passion projects.
Which I find
when the initial
really
concept
fucking
was pitched to him
amusing.
in the mid-90s, he told the Imagineers to, quote, "kill the project. Why should we go forward with it? So what if we can make money?" The exact reasoning for the strong reaction and what eventually changed his mind is hard to
$30
say.
for
Maybe
at
it was as
most
selfish as
3
the
hours of
announcement of
entertainment.
GameWorks, in his desire to take on his former partner and new rival. Maybe it was as innocent as the Imagineers strengthening the concept and presenting the promises of the new technology. Either
And now
way,
it's replaced
the
by
lack
a
of attention
theater.
on Disney Quest was typical of Eisner's second era.
Or if
1994
you go
was
for
the
matinee,
watershed.
you could probably
Frank
spend
Wells'
$10 for
passing,
3
Euro
hours.
Disneyland's failure, the defeat in Virginia, and his own health issues had turned the ambitious,
Whether or not
creative
they're
executive
entertaining is
into an unfocused,
totally up to whatever
fickle,
you're watching.
and often angry CEO. The development of Disney Quest was indicative of the state of the company after the tumultuous 7 years since Euro Disneyland's opening, and it was a mere preview of the mind-boggling creative choices
It is in fact
and
a
shocking
better
business decisions
deal.
that the next 7
Also,
years
I think
would
it's one of the
bring.
AMC
Their
theaters that let
renaissance
you order
was
like
over,
actual
and
food.
Disney was about to enter the 2000s.
So it's kind of neat.
Buckle up. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
Everybody's waiting, capiche? Now don't be late, babe.
God damn it. God damn it. Had to throw in the fucking limo ride again. It all comes back to the limo ride. It all comes back to it. There's no escape. There's no escape. I feel like there was something else. There's like another video that I thought about, like, watching on stream today, and I can't for the life of me remember what it is. God, that limo just keeps coming back. Aiko, no. Aiko, no. No go. Uh. Up.
In the 1940s, Walt Disney would take his daughters, Diane and Sharon, to Griffith Park on the weekend so that they could play on the park's merry-go-round. They would spend hours on the carousel, while Walt would sit on a bench eating peanuts. It was during one of these occasions that an idea would find its way into Walt's head.
I felt that there should be something built, some kind of an amusement enterprise built where that the parents and the children could have fun together.
This is when Walt came up with the idea of Disneyland. Or at least that's what he and his company would tell people for the next 7 decades. Walt wasn't necessarily lying about his epiphany on the bench in Griffith Park, but Disneyland was not born out of a singular event. Walt, being a storyteller at heart, simplified the Disneyland story, just as he had come up with multiple versions of the tale of his creation of Mickey Mouse. The quaint story of a father wanting a place to play alongside his children was heartwarming and succinct. But the truer, bigger story of Walt's Park involved more time, people, and ideas. Unlike the short merry-go-round version of the Disneyland story, the longer version is less known and far less merry. And here it begins. In the 1940s, as Walt Disney sat on that bench, he was broken and depressed, and he had no idea what to do about it. In the mid-1940s, Walt Disney, the once passionate storyteller that had changed the landscape of animation, was as lost as he had ever been. It was worse than the days of the paper route in
preface
Kansas
here,
City.
something,
Possibly worse than when he had lost Oswald the Lucky Rabbit.
Yeah,
Walt
I
had
blinked
arrived
in
at
and
the
out of
slow point
existence there
multiple
for a
reasons.
second, because
One,
guess
the
what I
strike
forgot
of the
to do?
studio in 1941 had destroyed any semblance of what was once
You know what I
his creative
fucking
family.
forgot to do
While
this
Walt was an
entire
attentive
fucking
father to his
time?
daughters, his focus was always the studio. He craved the
I didn't
creative
send the
working
fucking
environment,
tweet.
but his bitterness after the strike was
I
noticeable
didn't
to his
fucking
staff,
tweet
both
out
old
that
and
I
new.
was streaming.
His skepticism of communist infiltration in his company and his
I
general
forgot to
disdain for
send
the
the
studio
tweet.
after the strike had removed all of the excitement from his work, which itself had gotten worse. The box office failures of Pinocchio, Fantasia, and Bambi had
I
nearly
set
sunk
out the
studio,
promotional
and
stuff
many animators were being drafted to
everywhere
fight in World War
else,
II. As a
but I
solution and as a
forgot to
showcase
send
of
the
his
tweet,
trademark
and it's
patriotism,
literally
Disney
like
transformed his studio into a propaganda
we've
machine
been going
for
for
the US
like
government.
2.5
Walt's
hours.
enthusiasm for these films quickly waned as the
2.5
time restrictions and lack of profit
hours.
weighed on him. While Walt had no trouble tapping into the minds and hearts of his audience during the Great Depression, he
Oh
struggled
yeah,
to provide
we
entertainment
absolutely
during
did,
and immediately after
because
World War
I
II. Walt had
absolutely
no
had
feature-length
that.
animated films in the works, choosing instead to release live-action animation hybrid films or compilation films of animated shorts. Most of the financial issues fell on his brother Roy. Walt himself was unbothered. It seemed he just didn't care, which was not like Walt Disney at all. Finally, Walt had also given up on his passion outside of the studio, the sport of polo. Walt had become obsessed with the sport, but gave it up in the late 30s, partly due to an injury he incurred, and partly due to the fact that on 2 separate occasions, one of the people he was playing polo with died during the game.
Jesus
in less than
Christ!
5 years, Walt had more or less lost his friends, lost his studio, and lost his hobby. Fortunately,
Holy
he would soon
fuck!
find a means of escape from this rut, or at the very least, the lack of
God
a pastime.
damn!
Ward Kimball, the talented animator and trombonist, remained one of Walt's closest acquaintances, even while Walt distanced himself from his employees. This is for 2 reasons.
no. I mean,
First,
if I was
Ward had
playing
not gone on
polo
strike
and 2
against
people
Walt in
fucking
41.
died,
And
yeah,
second,
no, I'd be
and
done.
more importantly, Ward loved
If we're playing
trains,
like full
which was
contact
fantastic
polo, I
because
guess.
Walt loved trains. Better yet, Ward had a train. In
Oh,
1938, Ward had purchased a passenger coach and a locomotive not long after. He restored the engine and built a track in his backyard.
I love the
It
fact
was
that one of the
operational by
fucking
1942, and
animators
Ward
at
would host
Disney
steam-up
bought a
parties
fucking
where he would invite
train.
friends and family to his house and operate the train for them. After learning of their
He had a
mutual
personal
love of locomotives,
train.
Ward invited Walt to one of these steam-up parties in October of 1945, and even
Steam-up
let Walt engineer the
parties?
train through the backyard. Walt reached up and pulled the train's whistle,
Thank you for the
just as he
hydrate.
had as a young boy in Kansas City, riding the train that surrounded Electric Park. Walt was transported away from his troubles at the studio and into a world of wonder. His passion was coming back, albeit in a new form. Walt's lifelong fascination for trains soon turned into an obsession. He was equally interested in both operating large locomotives and owning miniatures. In 1948, Walt and Ward traveled together to go to the Chicago Railroad Fair, a convention for train enthusiasts taking place in Burnham
2
Park,
times where
the
one
same
person
ground that
died.
had held the 1933 Century of Progress Fair that Walt had visited 15 years prior. Ward observed a happy, childlike Walt, running around the convention space, overwhelmed with excitement. Walt was having the time of his life, but he was also ingesting major sources of artistic inspiration. Many of the miniature railroads at the fair were presented alongside elaborate models that the trains could
Thank you for the
navigate.
posture check.
These themed miniatures were detailed displays of everything from the Old West to Native American villages to the streets of New Orleans. As obsessed as Walt was with the trains, he seemed to be equally interested in the models. The attention to detail that the artists had for their miniatures was similar to the perfectionist nature he had once had for his animation. The color, the architecture, the placement, it was both reminiscent of and better than real life. On the way home from the fair, Ward and Walt stopped at Henry Ford's museum in Greenfield Village in Detroit, said to be the first outdoor living museum in the country. Walt, who had visited the village once before, took in the scale of the exhibit, which was focused on showcasing America's history and ingenuity. It was as if the models he had viewed in Chicago
Models
had been
are
constructed
so
in full
cool.
scale, and the village's emotional story of Walt's country and its people was equally inspiring. When Walt finally returned home with Ward, he was more involved in his love for trains than ever before. The next year, he would build a new house for his family, as well as construct a miniature, rideable railroad around the property, much to the dismay of his wife Lillian, who had plans for a garden. It was named the Carrollwood Pacific Railroad, and it was Walt's pride and joy. A guest to the Disney residency could not avoid a trip on the line, engineered by Walt himself. And even with the Carrollwood Pacific and his miniatures,
Look at
his
how
obsession
happy
could not be
he is
contained.
on his little
He needed
train.
something bigger, and he knew just where to put it. At Walt Disney Productions
He's
in
so
Burbank, there was an
happy.
empty plot of land on the other side of Riverside Drive that Walt had been eyeing from as early as 1940. Many fans of Disney wished to tour the studio, and Walt believed that a studio tour paired with some sort of attraction on the Riverside
Building
plot
a
could be
train
lucrative side venture
line.
for Walt Disney Productions. It wasn't until the late 1940s, after Walt had become properly obsessed with trains, that the Riverside attraction concept was given serious thought. Walt's immediate vision was a small village with a locomotive track surrounding it, but this simple concept would soon grow in size and scale. Walt continued to take his daughters to Griffith Park, viewing the area from a new way, observing what worked and what didn't from a logistics and entertainment perspective. He would also spend significant time at Beverly Park Kiddieland, gathering similar information, and asking the amusement center's owner, David Bradley, specific questions about operation. At the same time that he formulated his ideas for the Riverside Park, he furthered his interest in miniatures with a new project he called Disneylandia, which would be a line of visual jukeboxes that children could insert coins into and watch a small scene of miniatures play out in front of them. The project wouldn't make it past its first exhibit, but it was just another example of Walt's newfound passion for alternative entertainment experiences. To much of his staff at Walt Disney Productions, it was further proof of a distracted Walt. There was a growing sentiment in the studio that Walt was too busy with his toys to care about animation, which by many accounts was true. Walt even lacked interest in the studio's 1950 feature Cinderella, which critics and audiences praise as a return to form for the studio. Worse than the ambivalence toward the animations, Walt was stealing some of his best artists to help him with his trains and village concept. On top of Ward Kimball, Walt had recruited a mechanical engineer at the studio, Roger Brogy, to help him with the Carrollwood Pacific Railroad and the train for the Riverside Drive Park. Also, animator Ken Anderson was directed to draw concept art for Walt's Disneylandia models. Walt had a new passion, a new hobby, and he was putting together his new creative family. In 1951, Walt went on a European vacation, on which he had the opportunity to visit Tivoli Gardens. The amusement park and pleasure garden hybrid, over a century old at the time of Walt's visit, was immaculate.
It's possible.
The park had elaborate theming throughout its areas and integrated into its rides, and it was rid of any sense of the carnival atmosphere that plagued amusement parks in the US. Tivoli Gardens was designed to evoke emotions, and it did so impressively. Tivoli communicated serenity in one area and excitement in another.
Checked for
More than
anything
it was
back
beautiful.
then.
While Walt's
Other than
childhood
can
park,
you
Electric
breathe,
Park, and
can you
Bradley's
walk,
Kiddieland were
and
kept clean,
are you
especially in comparison to the
capable
other
of
parks of the
working?
day. Tivoli was a destination. Its structure and layouts were attractions in their own right. The park's founder, George Carstensen,
do you have
once said,
tuberculosis
quote,
still?
Tivoli will never, so to speak, be finished. A sentiment that Walt admired and took to heart. Walt believed he could build upon Electric Park, the Railroad Fair, Greenfield Village, and Beverly
No,
Park
I said,
Kiddieland,
can
but
you
Tivoli
breathe?
Gardens was a standard of quality he would strive to achieve. Also on his European tours,
If
Walt
I
would enter
remember
a model train
correctly,
shop in
medical
London. He found a
standards
miniature
during that
line
time
he
were
was
not
interested
the
in purchasing,
best.
and found another man that was hoping to buy
They were
the same
better.
set. The other potential buyer also turned out to be an
Still
American,
not great.
a man named Harper Goff. Walt introduced himself, and after learning that Goff was an artist, Walt told him, quote, "When you get back to America, come and talk to me." Walt then bought the train before Goff could and left. Goff did as Walt demanded, and when he returned to the US, Walt assigned Goff to the Riverside Drive Park, which had grown past a mere village into a full-themed amusement park that he was calling Mickey Mouse Park, sometimes referring to it as Mickey Mouse Village. He wanted Goff to design the park's layout and create its concept art. Goff listened to Walt's ambitious ideas, and then went to
Lobotomy
work
was
fitting
also
as many of
very
them as possible
common
onto
back
the small
then,
plot of
so-
land next to the studio.
However, if you were a famous creative type, they
Mickey Mouse
didn't want to
Park
do
would have had its
anything to your
entrance on the corner
brain.
of Buena Vista Street and
They wanted you to
Riverside
keep
Drive,
being
with
a
a parking
creative
area
type.
across the street. The guests would enter through the park's carnival section. This would have likely been very similar to Beverly Park Kiddieland, with classic kiddie rides and a carousel. The path then split into two. If guests
Especially
continued
if
past
you
the
were producing
fairgrounds,
money
they would
for
enter
them.
Newtown, a town square with a train depot for the park's railroad. This would have consisted of more shops and restaurants.
Again, return
Newtown
to,
closer resembled the turn-of-the-century small towns of the U.S., like
the
Disney's own
beginnings
Marceline.
of
Walt
extremely
described the area as a
scummy
village
corporate
green. He explained, quote,
bullshit.
"In the park will be benches, a bandstand, drinking fountains, trees, and shrubs. It will be a place for people to sit and rest. Mothers and grandmothers can watch over small children at play. I want it to be very relaxing, cool, and inviting." There was also to be a town hall that functioned as the park's administrative office, as well as a functioning fire station and a police station, which Walt said would, quote, "be put to practical use. Here the visitors will report all violations, lost articles, lost kids, etc. In it we could have a little jail where the kids could look in. We might even have some characters in it." Also in Newtown was a church graveyard with a haunted house attraction at the top of a hill. Past Newtown was Old Town, which would have resembled the towns of the Old West. Old Town had three signature attractions: the Old Mill, a Ferris wheel that resembled a water mill; the Mill Pond, a water ride where children could ride in ducks around the old mill; and the Gravity Flow Canal Boat, a boat ride that took up a significant portion of the park's space. At one point, the canal boat would zoom into the mouth of Monstro from Pinocchio. The plans for the park state that a castle was meant to be in the boat ride's vicinity, possibly a site that guests would travel to on their voyage. After Old Town was Granny's Farm, a petting zoo and livestock area based on the 1948 film So Dear to My Heart. In this section of the park, there was supposed to be the dwarf's house from Snow White, which Walt had already recreated for the film's premiere in 1937, one of the first reported times he mentioned wanting to build an amusement park. After Granny's Farm was the Indian Village, a recreation
Return
of
of
a
the
Native
Vor
American settlement.
ride.
Looping around all of these sections was a horse and cart track that would transport guests throughout the park. The rest of Mickey Mouse Park would hold the park's river. A Mississippi steamboat would circle the waters, giving views of a lighthouse and Skull Rock from Disney's then upcoming film Peter Pan. The boat would presumably take guests to the island in the middle of the lagoon, which would act as a bird sanctuary and walking trail. There was also rumored to be a donkey ride, a submarine ride, and a spaceship replica. Walt even considered bringing in Bradley's Little Dipper coaster to entertain guests. Another rendering showed a river that wrapped around the main park, with a bridge to allow guests onto the island, where Old Town, Granny's Farm, and the majority of the rides were located. Walt's obsession with the park grew, consuming family dinners and animation meetings. Not only were the plans for Mickey Mouse Park a major step toward Walt's eventual amusement park, but it was also a furthering of Walt's growing personal nostalgia.
That.
At the time, Walt's yearning for his childhood in Marceline had grown from reminiscence to obsession. On top of the obvious nods to the setting of his childhood in Mickey Mouse Park and his rekindled fascination for trains, Disney's 1948 film So Dear to My Heart was sufficient proof that Walt's fixation on the better parts of his childhood had turned from nostalgic to mawkish. Mickey Mouse Park, with its western town, turn-of-the-century Main Street, and native village, was to be a physical manifestation of Walt's personal nostalgia, and like Greenfield Village, a showcase of national pride. However, critics of Walt's Americana would label it not as patriotism, but as revisionism. Through some of his films and his park, critics would accuse Walt of presenting a false narrative of history, a stripped-down, sanitized, glorified, and romanticized American story. Old Town drew from the aesthetic promoted by Buffalo Bill Cody and his Wild West show, the same themes and images that were then integrated into films and TV. These representations in media and Mickey Mouse Park's Old Town praised the ruggedness of the frontiersmen, while ignoring the atrocities of the U.S.'s westward expansion. Newtown showcased American life and community, again praising the positive ideals of the small town, while ignoring any of the negative ones. Because of these simplified and inaccurate representations of the past, Walt would be labeled as a revisionist and a negationist, but to say that he was purposefully trying to alter the historical narrative might be giving him too much credit. By his and his collaborators' accounts, Walt's love of cowboys, horses, trains, farm animals, and small towns was not complex. It was merely the sights and images of his own childhood. With Mickey Mouse Park, he was creating a space for him to relive his fond memories of the past. He was creating what he knew in its simplest, best form. With the park, that simplicity would at the same time be both the core of his critics' arguments and one of the main reasons for its eventual success. Most of Walt's ambition with his films was constrained by two things, money and time, but a third factor was introduced with his visions for Mickey Mouse Park: space. The riverside plot of land would only provide around 10 acres, and Walt went back and forth with two consulting architects he had hired about fitting all of his ideas into the small piece of real estate. Roy was concerned with the idea for all of its constraints. According to historian Jim Korkis, Roy wrote, quote, "Walt does a lot of talking about an amusement park, but I think he's more interested in ideas that would be good in an amusement park than in actually running one himself." Walt was adding more people onto the project, including John Cowles, the son of Dr. Cowles that had funded Walt's cartoons in Kansas City. The park was in a constant state of flux, reflected in an apparent name change in 1952. At some point, everyone working on the project had stopped calling the park Mickey Mouse Park and had switched to using the name Disneyland, inspired by Disneylandia, Walt's now defunct model project. On March 27, 1952,
I love
the
how
Burbank
it, like,
amusement park proposal was announced. The park would cost
how
$1.5
it,
million,
like,
and Walt
transformed
believed he
into
could
that.
use the
Thank you
park
for
as
the
a filming
hydrate
location
bucket.
for television events to offset the cost. Walt was now fully invested in making his project a reality. Walt's distance from the studio was so absolute that in December, he would create a new company which would be given the name WED Enterprises, after his initials. This company would be tasked with creating Disneyland and its attractions.
Thank you for
Walt
the
hired
posture,
one of his
Crimson.
animation writers, Bill Cottrell, as the new company's first employee, who got
Yeah.
to work creating the storylines for the dark rides. Art director Dick Irvine would soon join the team, as would Harper Goff, layout artist John Hench, and animator Mark Davis. Walt reportedly exclaimed to the latter, quote, "Damn it, I love it here. WED is just like the Hyperion studio used to be in the years when we were always working on something new." Walt was back. In September of 1952, 6 months after the Burbank proposal was announced, Walt, Goff, and Cowles went to present their concept to the Burbank City Council Board, hoping to acquire an additional 20 acres to build the park. The board refused on the grounds that they wanted to avoid a carnival atmosphere in the city. Walt pleaded that, quote, although various sections will have the fun and flavor of a carnival or amusement park, there will be none of the pitches, games, wheels, sharp practices, and devices designed to milk the visitor's pocketbook. Out of everyone, Walt wanted the park to resemble a carnival the least, but he could not convince the board, who stood by their rejection of the proposal. Walt, Goff, and Cowles were sent away. Walt's lingering paranoia toward members of his animation staff led him to believe that the Burbank City Council had been swayed by animators upset at Walt's newest distraction from the studio. However, the rejection was not the crushing blow that it might appear, as in the few months between the project's announcement and the City Council's rejection, Walt had already considered moving his plans away from the tiny studio plot. He knew that Disneyland was bigger than a studio attraction. Roy, seeing that his little brother was serious about the project, and feeling the constant need to protect him from the consequences of his own ambition, was now actively assisting in the park's creation. Roy supported the idea of purchasing a larger plot of land for the park outside of Burbank. With the help of his brother and the small team he had acquired, Walt removed the borders of the Riverside Park and allowed his plans for Disneyland to grow. A year later, in September of 1953, Walt recruited Herb Ryman, an art director who had left Disney Studios for 20th Century Fox years prior, to help draw concept art for Disneyland. Working under a tight deadline, Ryman produced the first full layout for Walt's new version of the park. He envisioned a park with a singular entrance and exit, a main street, themed to a turn-of-the-century town, based on Marceline and the new town concept from Mickey Mouse Park. To enter, guests would have to pass under a railroad station. They would have a view down Main Street to the park's central hub and icon, the Fantasyland Castle. The park was separated into various lands, such as True Life Adventureland, based on Walt's nature documentaries, Lilliputian Land, a world of miniatures, Recreation Land, a small park and picnic area with a dance pavilion
Miniatures,
and dance stand, another
by the
concept
way.
taken from Mickey Mouse Park, Frontier Country, a large Old West town that expanded on the Old Town concept with stagecoaches, Granny's Farm, a riverboat, and a Pony Express ride, and the Mickey Mouse Club on Treasure Island. This would serve as the filming location of the Mickey Mouse Club television show, a program taking inspiration from the local fan clubs across the country. The club's meeting place was to be housed inside a large hollow tree. There was also Holidayland, a multi-purpose space for events and festivals. The new Disneyland was over 4 times the size of Mickey Mouse Park. The Burbank Park would have required about 25 acres, while Ryman and Walt's new park would need about 100. To find the land for Disneyland, Walt was introduced to Harrison Buzz Price, a surveyor at the Stanford Research Institute. Walt tasked Price to search for a location for his park. Also from Stanford, Disney would recruit C.V. Wood, an engineer and community planner that would assist in designing the park's layout. Wood became Disneyland's first employee. At the same time, Walt was continuing his research, if not increasing it. A few months prior, he had embarked on another European trip, this time stopping at the Netherlands' Madurodam, which had an extensive showcase of miniatures. Walt would reportedly also visit San Francisco's Playland at the beach, where he would recruit the owner's son, George K. Whitney Jr., to consult on the park and direct ride operations. Beverly Park Kiddieland owner David Bradley was now helping Walt more and more, leading the effort to prepare a 1922 carousel for operation at the park. Bradley would also suggest that Walt lower the buildings on Main Street so that visitors would not feel overwhelmed. Harper Goff would join Walt on trips to the nearby Knott's Berry Farm, where Walt had a casual acquaintance with Walter Knott. Walt and Goff studied the park inside and out, measuring walkways and studying crowd flow. He also studied Bud Hurlburt's park in El Monte, and on a trip to New York that summer, had a discouraging revisit to Coney Island, in which after seeing the rundown park, exclaimed, quote, "I'm almost ready to give up on the idea of an amusement park after seeing Coney Island. This whole place is so run down and ugly. The people that run it are so unpleasant. The whole thing is almost enough to destroy your faith in human nature."
Jesus Christ!
A trip to Oakland would find Walt at Children's Fairyland, where he would recruit the park's director, Dorothy Maines, to serve as the youth director at Disneyland. Throughout the early 50s, most of Walt's team was traveling
is that the kind of experience that Coney Island offers?
Some believe that there was no park in the U.S. that a member of the Disneyland team
Holy
would not
shit.
study. Buzz Price, searching for a new location for Disneyland after the Burbank rejection, narrowed the options to Orange County, south of LA, where the city was naturally expanding. He then narrowed the search further to a 160-acre parcel in Anaheim, mostly populated by orange groves. The land only had 17 owners and the price was affordable.
Walt was not fucking around there.
Just under $900,000. And this is where the common narrative resumes. The Disney-fied version of the Disneyland story often omits the many parks that inspired the first true theme park, as well as the many iterations that Disneyland itself went through. The Disney version of the Disney story has a simple beginning, of a father on a bench wanting to play with his girls, is a simple conflict, of an idea that no one thought would work and an opening day with too many people, and a simple conclusion, of a park that changed the landscape of entertainment. It is not technically false, but it is not holistically true. Similar elements can be found in Disneyland's version of American history. Walt's simple vision of the past would be seen by some as innocent, others ignorant, but no one could deny its power. Walt's greatest strength was his ability to tap into his audience, and for a brief period of time, he had lost that skill and had lost himself. In the Great Depression, the country needed escapism, and Walt provided it. But during the chaos and pain of World War II, and while Walt grappled with his own personal issues, he no longer had the answer his audience wanted. But now, with a booming economy and a new standing in the world, the US needed more than escapism. They needed identity. And while Walt might have only been searching for his own, he had found the answer for many more. The Walt Disney view
Very
of America
accurate.
was of hardworking individuals, small-town values, and optimism. Walt's Park would be a reflection of this image, a land dedicated to the ideals, dreams, and hard facts, give or take, that created America. However, Disneyland had expanded past Mickey Mouse Park. It was no longer just about the past. Where America had come from is just a part of Disneyland's narrative, for Walt was also going to give the country a vision of where they were going. With the same principles used for his version of the past, a foundation of simplicity and optimism, Walt was shaping his own world of tomorrow.
That was good. Oh, that was a good one. Let me move this for just a second. There we go. Move that back now. Oh, God. These are good. I really wish I remembered the one video that I wanted to watch today. Because there was like one video that I saw and I was just like, I really want to watch this on stream. And I can't remember what it was. I'll watch this one and I'm going to check my my watch later.
In 1998, Toys R Us, the #1 toy retailer in the United States, suddenly fell into second place. The 41-year-old chain had been surpassed by Walmart in the battle for toy
That's just
supremacy.
sad.
Toys R Us was finding it increasingly
I'm not entirely
difficult
sure.
to compete with big box retailers. However,
And probably
Walmart and
Ico.
similar big
Don't
box
be late
stores
for work
were
because
not
of
the only
me.
cause of the chain's decline. Customers viewed Toys R Us stores as dirty warehouses with no character or
Yeah.
charm. On top of this, the management and
And
service at stores was less
I
than
don't
stellar.
think I've done that
Recognizing
newly.
this, the Toys R Us board of directors looked to another
Actually,
toy
I'm
chain
not sure
that
if
was
I've
known
even
for
seen
their
that one.
quality and class. FAO Schwartz. The famous toy stores
Oops.
were experiences in themselves, and the
Yep.
chain was ingrained into popular culture
Sounds
after
interesting.
appearing in the 1988 Tom Hanks film Big. FAO Schwartz had just the strategy that Toys R Us needed, so the board of directors recruited their chairman, John Eiler, to be the next chairman and CEO
Yeah.
of Toys R Us.
You can do that.
To assist him, Eiler brought with him Joanne Newbold, a designer that had helped him construct 25 stores for FAO Schwartz. Of the move, Newbold
appreciate
said,
you a
quote,
lot,
"We call
Ico."
it going over to the dark side." Despite the difficult task ahead, Eiler referred to his plan for Toys R Us as Mission Possible. To improve the reputation of the chain stores, he approved an ambitious redesign that favored visual aesthetics over everything else. In order to improve customer service, Eiler approved wage increases for Toys R Us employees. But this was just
Thank you for the
the most
bits,
ambitious of
Ico.
Eiler's ideas was to open a brand new flagship
The bits
Toys R
hit
Us
so
store
hard
in the
that
crossroads
OBS
of
didn't
the
know
world,
how to react
New
for
York
a
City's
second.
Times Square.
I think I turned it up just a little too high. There we go. That should be good. And thank you, Newly. I'll give it a look.
August 1st, 2000, just months after Eiler had joined Toys R Us, the company announced the construction of the new
Thank
Times
you for
Square
the bits
location.
again.
The space was 101,000 square feet.
I'm
split
blinking
throughout
out of
4
existence.
stories. The owner of the real estate, Charles B. Moss Jr., had been holding on to the space throughout a rapid revitalization of Times Square, seeing the area turn from
Again,
a dirty, seedy
please
tourist
make
trap
sure you
to a
take
premier
care of
shopping
yourself
district.
first.
Stores
But
like the
thank you,
Gap and
Michael.
Virgin Megastore moved in,
I
and rents
appreciate
began
it.
to skyrocket. Moss was waiting for the right partner for his real
Bye,
estate,
Go.
which sat on the corner
Hope you
of
have a good
Broadway
day at
and
work.
44th Street. And when Toys R Us made an offer, he accepted it.
And thank
The
you for
resulting
stopping
Toys R
by.
Us would be the largest toy store in the world and the largest retailer in Times Square, 1/3 larger than the Virgin Megastore. The location would cost $35 million to build. It was to be the center of the toy universe, according to Eiler. Designing Toys R Us's flagship store was no easy task. Not only was Newbold designing in some of the most lucrative real estate space in the world, but she was designing far more than just a store. Toys R Us Times Square would be part store, part mall, part theme park, and part event space.
Holy
the store was
shit.
constructed throughout the fall of 2001, with a grand opening date set for November 17, 2001. On November 14th, 3 days before the grand opening, Toys R Us held its first event. A key aspect of the plans for Toys R Us Times Square was for the space to be a stage for toy manufacturers to hold launch events. The first of these would be for the Xbox, with Bill Gates himself present to launch the console and hand it out to the first lucky gamer. 3 days after this, Toys R Us was ready to open to the public. To celebrate the store's opening day, an hour-long character procession was organized. At 9 a.m., over 50 beloved children's characters would walk hand in hand from 48th and Broadway to the store. The four-block parade featured such beloved characters as SpongeBob SquarePants, Bert, Ernie,
Look at the
Barbie,
fat Pikachu.
Tret, and Elmo, which must have been awkward considering that there were at least 3 other Elmos roaming the area at the time. After the parade, the ribbon was cut, with Toys R Us's mascot, Jeffrey the Giraffe, dressed to the nines. The Toys R Us International flagship store was officially open to the public.
Pikachu is the best model of Pikachu.
As
Oh
guests
my
approached
god.
the store, they were greeted by an impressive video billboard display with 165 panels, cycling through various advertisements and interior views of the store. As guests entered, they were immediately confronted by Jeffrey the Giraffe, welcoming them to the store. The most striking element of Toys R Us Times Square was its main attraction,
Yes, indeed.
a 60-foot-tall Ferris wheel, which was placed in the atrium and spanned all 4 stories of the store. The Ferris wheel featured the chain's signature backwards R in the center, with 14 themed cars, all featuring famous characters from toys, movies, television, and more. The cars included a Pokemon car, a Tonka truck,
There is
a
a
Toy
Pokemon
Story
car.
car, a Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head car, a Fisher-Price car in the shape of a Lil Snoopy toy, a Matchbox fire truck, a spaceship with E.T. on one side and Jeffrey on the other, a Little Tikes car, and a Nicktoons car featuring multiple characters, including Jimmy Neutron, Blue, SpongeBob SquarePants, Tommy, Chucky, Reggie, and Little Bill.
Holy
the cars
shit!
For the Ferris wheels were, according
They
to
had Reggie?
Newbold, a quote, torturous
Goddamn.
exercise in design. Newbold admitted that the final result of some of the cars was less than ideal. She said that the Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head car specifically looked off, and that, to her eye, quote, Mrs. Tate looks way too much like Bette Midler. The licensing agreements for each car was
God.
for 2 years, and most of the
Fuck.
companies chose to renew the license again
Holy
and again.
shit.
However, sometime between 2001 and 2007,
Yeah.
2 cars were replaced. The Pokemon car was replaced with a Scooby-Doo car, and the Tonka truck was replaced with a My Little Pony car.
Oh.
Sometime after this, the Barbie's car design was changed to the Glam convertible, and Fisher-Price replaced their Lil Snoopy with a school bus. The store's street-level floor was actually its second floor, and in order to
Yo.
board the Ferris wheel,
Yo.
guests had to take an escalator down to the first floor.
The fucking
also
Hot
on
Wheels
this floor
floor?
were video game displays, an ice cream shop called Scoops R Us, and a UPS store. The UPS store allowed shoppers to purchase toys and immediately ship them as gifts to friends and family. The third floor featured the majority of the store's retail space. An elevated ceiling was painted yellow, and from it, models were suspended. One depicted Superman saving shoppers from a falling truck. The other was of Spider-Man, swinging from webs
That's
above the
actually
heads
really
of guests.
smart.
The third floor also featured an elaborate Lego section, with
Yo,
sculptures
the
of
fucking
prominent New
Lego
York City icons.
section.
Nearby was the Candyland Candy Store, which brought the famous board game to life. One of the most popular spots on the third floor was a 2-story, 4,000 square foot walk-through Barbie dream house. This impressive
my
feature could only
God.
be overshadowed by the third floor's signature attraction, a robotic 20-foot tall Tyrannosaurus Rex that moved and roared. This was
Right?
part of a Jurassic Park display, and the dinosaur weighed 5 tons. During construction, an entire side of the building had to be left open to install the creature. Finally, the 4th floor was much smaller in comparison, in order to allow for the high ceilings of most of the 3rd floor. Its main feature was the Pepsi World soda fountain. Also on the 4th floor, off limits to guests, was a boardroom for meetings that had an incredible view of the store and Times Square. As aforementioned, Newbold and Eiler designed Toys R Us Times Square with built-in stages for toy unveilings. Toys R Us Times Square did hold many product launch events, bringing in big crowds and rolling out celebrity guests. In retrospect, some of these events were quite interesting.
And now, some of the product launch events held at Toys R Us Times
Let's
Square.
see what's here.
Or, one of the first times the early 2000s unique visual and cultural aesthetic can be viewed in retrospect. Or, oh my god, am I nostalgic for 2003.
Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix with celebrity guest audiobook narrator Jim Dale. The Video Now portable video player with celebrity guest Hilary Duff. Is the musical robot thing with celebrity guest Rihanna. Rubik's Revolution with celebrity guest Vanessa Hudgens. Dolls from the TV show Lost with celebrity guest Jorge Garcia. Deal or No Deal merchandise with celebrity guest Howie Mandel. Miranda Cosgrove's debut album, Sparks Fly, with celebrity guest Miranda Cosgrove. Twilight New Moon merchandise, with celebrity guests Nikki Reed and Helen Lutz. EA Sports Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2002 with celebrity guest Tiger Woods. The Tamagotchi Connection Virtual Pet with celebrity guest Ryan Cabrera.
What the fuck?
Video Now Color with celebrity guests Hilary Duff again and Tony Hawk.
What the
fuck? The store was also used as a location for open auditions for child stage shows such as Dora the Explorer Live and Blue's Clues Live.
Tony Hawk?
As far as
Tony
design
Hawk and Hilary
implementation
Duff,
went,
that is a
Toys R Us
weird
Times
fucking
Square
combo.
appeared to be a massive success. However, there were many other factors to consider.
That's
the first
really
was
weird.
rent. The space alone would cost Toys R Us $12 million a year, over $100 per square foot. On top of this, the store opened in November of 2001, just over 2 months after the September 11th terrorist attacks. Americans' willingness to travel was greatly impacted by the events, especially travel to New York. Sales in Times Square specifically were down 40%. However, Elliot Whale, general manager of Toys R Us Times Square, said, quote, "If the traffic numbers are off in Times Square, we are certainly not feeling it." Toys R Us estimated that their flagship store would draw in 20 million visitors a year, 2/3 of the total traffic of Times Square at the time. However, the first year's numbers, in part due to the attacks of September 11th, were reported to be nearly half that.
That is what
with
is
roughly 10 million
hilarious to
shoppers
me
visiting the
as
store in
well.
its first
The
year
amount
of
of people that
operation.
say, "Hey, you
Toys
kind
R
of
Us
look
Times
like
Square
Tony
enjoyed
Hawk's,"
an
like,
eventful existence.
'cause he
In
is.
2003,
Like-
the store was featured in the Disney television film Eloise at Christmas Time. That same year was the beginning of the flash mob craze that swept the nation for some reason. And nowhere was safe, especially not Toys R Us Times Square. In
flash
August
mobs.
of 2003, a large group of people gathered on the store's 3rd floor, not to perform a choreographed dance, but instead to kneel in front of the T-Rex and scream for a very, very long time. Every holiday shopping
What a
season was a
wild
busy,
time.
eventful, and sometimes dangerous affair for Toys R Us. On November 27th, 2004,
People
at
are
around
just weird
3:25 p.m.,
sometimes.
a rush of holiday shoppers were overwhelmed with pepper spray, which was discharged from an unknown person within the store. 3 people had to be taken to the hospital, and all 3,000 shoppers were evacuated. By 2004, Toys R Us's hopes of overtaking Walmart had been dashed. When asked whether Toys R Us was still focusing on reclaiming the #1 spot, Vice President Ursula Moran
at least that
responded,
was harmless.
No, adding,
The
quote,
pepper spray
"We're
wasn't."
number 2. In 2005, Toys R Us was bought by 3 investment companies for $6.6 billion. Of this capital, 80% was borrowed. And as a result of the
And
leveraged
thus Red
buyout,
Claw was
Toys R Us was now $5 billion in debt. Eiler stepped down from his role at CEO after the buyout, and Toys R Us began a new, uncertain, debt-ridden future. On top of all of this, the Times Square location had still not turned a profit, although Moran said that it was, quote, pretty close to making money.
I'm glad
Toys
that
R
I
Us
got a
continued
laugh
to
out of that.
operate the location off of the idea that the prestige and elegance of the location and experience was worth
Inexplicably
accepting the
also
losses from the
began
store
Amandal's
itself.
hatred
However,
of dinosaurs.
this concept was becoming more difficult to sell, as the corporation as a whole continued to lose market share and close stores across the country. By 2007, alternate revenue streams were considered for the Toys R Us Times Square location,
Love that.
namely children's birthday parties. The store created birthdays packaged for children, including the Dancing Divas Party and the Pirates Passage package. In 2009, Toys R Us acquired FAO Schwartz. With the acquisition,
I gotta like pause this for a second. Let me pull something up real quick because I'm gonna have to go check something real quick. So I want to put the lo-fi on in the background while I'm away. There it is. Just waiting for that to start. So let me. There we go. There's the gaming lo-fi. Nice. It just took it a second to start. So what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna put the music on. I'm gonna go check this. And then I'm gonna be back. So hopefully this is at the right volume. Good, okay. So, I will be right back. Give me a few minutes. And yeah, chill to this. Yeah. I return. Let me pop back over here. There we go. Hopefully that wasn't too long. Yee. Hello, Bucket. Just let me put the fucking bread in the toaster, goddammit. Awesome. So yee. I am back. And we are ready to continue this. I mean, you know me, Squidge. I gotta fight with the toaster every now and then. Here we go. There we
Toys
go.
R Us now operated the two most famous and popular toy stores in New York City. In 2010, The Delicious World of Wonka, the first ever Wonka retail experience, opened on the second floor of Toys R Us Times Square. A short time after this,
kind of
the space
horrifying.
on the fourth floor was replaced with a new attraction, the Arcade. A sort of annual tradition at the store for a few years was the anti-war toy protest put on by the Granny Peace Brigade and the Raging Grannies, two protest groups composed of old women. Every year, the Grannies would march throughout the store, protesting violent video games and toys that glorified weapons and war. The first year of the protests, the Grannies commandeered the Ferris wheel and waved banners off of it. However, they failed to account for their escape route, and being on the Ferris wheel, it didn't take long for the employees to stop them and promptly escort them out of the store. The third year, they decided to switch it up, spreading out throughout the store and waiting until a specific time to reveal their Granny protest. A Grambush, if you will. Every year, the Grannies would be rounded up and asked to leave the store, where they would continue their demonstrations on the street, among the unlicensed costumed characters. On the subject of Times Square streetmosphere, in 2012, in classic Times Square fashion, a man dressed in a knockoff Elmo costume was arrested outside of Toys R Us after he began screaming anti-Semitic rants. The
Jesus
man's name?
Christ.
Adam Sandler. But not that Adam Sandler.
What the fuck?
By 2015, Toys R Us was continuing to struggle with its debt. The company made
That
the
is
decision to
bizarre.
close the famous Fifth Avenue FAO Schwartz store in July, citing high rents. However, the Fifth Avenue FAO Schwartz was not the only casualty of Toys R Us's financial troubles, because not long after, Toys R Us announced that it would not be renewing its lease on its Times Square location. The rent was set to quadruple, and it was now being marketed for $2,500 per square foot. And it was estimated that Toys R Us's second floor, the street-level floor, was worth $42 million a year in rent alone. The massive hole in real estate would be filled in part by the Gap and Old Navy, which combined would fill 60% of the space, with no plans for the remaining 40%. And thus, Toys R Us Times Square, the company's flagship store and the tentpole of its early 2000s revitalization effort, was officially ending its run, and it didn't take long for the autopsies to pour in. The general consensus was that in spite of Toys R Us's aspirations to gain prestige from their flagship store, the benefits did not outweigh the costs.
God
After news was
damn,
announced
that
the
is
store
some
was to be
expensive
closed,
rent, though.
thousands of visitors poured into Times Square to ride the Ferris wheel, see the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and tour the Barbie Dreamhouse one final time. Toys R Us Times Square officially closed on December 30th, 2015, after a 14-year run. The interior was promptly demolished, and construction on the Gap and Old Navy began in early 2017, with the stores debuting to shoppers later that year. In 2018, McDonald's took 7,000 square feet of the remaining space, opening a 2-story restaurant.
Jesus
Toys R Us remained out of
Christ.
Times Square for just 18 months, before the toy chain returned with a new pop-up store for the holiday season. The new store, while much smaller, also featured elaborate toy displays, and in a nod to the original store, a smaller dinosaur robot. The store was planned to stay open until the new year, but it lasted a few months longer, continuing its run into 2018. Less than 1 month after the pop-up location opened, on September 18, 2017, Toys R Us filed for bankruptcy. The company began liquidating assets,
Everything
and after a
returns
disastrous
to
2017
McDonald's.
holiday season, the chain had no hope of recovering. By May of
That's
2018,
horrifying.
all of the chain's domestic stores had been closed. The brand would see a small-scale revival effort within the past 2 years, but as of now, there have been no more ventures into Times Square. Many wondered what became of Toys R Us Times Square's most beloved attractions, such as the dinosaur animatronic. When asked, The president of the construction company tasked with demolishing Toys R Us Times Square said, quote, "The dinosaur? We shredded it and burnt it to pieces." The Superman figure saw a better fate, and it would re-emerge on a collector's site with a hefty price tag of $9,800. However, the best preserved pieces of Toys R Us Times Square would be that of the Ferris wheel, with many of the character cars being transported to Orlando, Florida, where they would become parade floats at Give Kids the World Village. Due to licensing issues, E.T. had to be covered up with a gift bag. Toys R Us Times Square did not save the company, and it was not a profitable venture. However, it was successful in creating a memorable and beloved location for tens of millions of shoppers and tourists from all around the world. It was far more than a store or even an attraction. It was an experience. But it takes a lot more than creative toy displays, a unique location, or even a Ferris wheel to elevate a store into something more meaningful. It takes people, and the employees of Toys R Us Times Square were given a tall order. They had to endure raging grandmas, pepper sprayers, flash mobbers, holiday shoppers, stage parents, anti-Semitic Elmos, and millions of more people from all around the world.
Yeah.
But despite the challenge, the team at Toys R Us Times Square was able to deliver a unique and memorable experience to millions. Joanne Newbold's brilliant store design would have never been appreciated in full without the work of these people, many of whom were there from the store's opening in 2001 to its closure in 2015. There's no better summation of the weird, chaotic, and special experience that was Toys R Us Times Square than the one provided by customer service
Really
manager
should
Johnny
not.
Tamaro on the store's final day of operation.
14 years. That's how long we've been here. That's how long this store has been an amazing place for millions of people from all over the world and all over the country and all over the city. Who else do you know in your life that either lost their job or their job finished and the whole freaking world knew about it? Not too many people.
We're famous buyers.
We're famous buyers. I have a list of things I won't forget. Things. Number one, do you know where the bathroom is? Number two, is this candy free? Number six, well, can't you check the back room?
That is a good manager.
Number 8, how do I get out of here? Those are things I will not miss. I got a list of things I will miss. It's just one word. You.
He's a good manager. That was such a good manager. Oh. That is the sign of a great manager. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. It really did. Thank you for the hydrate bucket. I just saw something that terrifies me, and we're gonna watch that next, and then I'm gonna check my watch later list to see if that video's in there. I'm terrified of this one too.
On September 12, 1984, the president of Paramount Pictures, a 42-year-old executive named Michael Eisner, resigned from his position. He had been offered a new role at another notable entertainment company. What would be acknowledged today as the highest level at the most prominent media giant in the world, the CEO of the Walt Disney Company, at the time, was equivalent to the position of a captain on a sinking ship. Disney, for a multitude of reasons,
it all
was
returns
failing,
to
and the
Michael
company had just
Eisner.
fended off a vicious takeover attempt a few months prior. The sinking
It's
ship
true.
elected Eisner as its new captain.
That was true.
But Eisner had no plans
Grim.
to sail on until it was submerged. He had much bigger ideas. He was going to dismantle the ship and build it again. In that spirit, he set to work revitalizing every aspect of the company. This included Disney's theme parks,
It
namely
all
Disneyland.
returns to
The park had not had a
Eisner.
major addition since 1979's Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. And 5 years after its debut, attendance was reflecting the lack of new attractions. There were various passion projects floating around in wet enterprises, mainly Discovery Bay, an ambitious expansion that was still on the drawing board and had stalled in progress. The lack of direction resulted in the park's attendance dropping nearly 20% in 4 years, going from 11.5 million people in 1980 to just 9.8 million people in 1984. With no new attractions on the way to boost attendance, the solution was fairly clear: produce more rides. But this would be one of the first times in Eisner's reign that he would demand those working for him go beyond the obvious answer. The solution wasn't just to build more attractions, but to build more exciting and thrilling rides. Attractions less like 1983's Pinocchio's Daring Journey, and more like Big Thunder Mountain. This meant that Eisner would be going after an entirely different demographic for the park. In the CEO's mind, Disneyland would always attract young children and by extension their parents. But what they couldn't attract is everyone in between. Being a family man himself, he wanted rides that someone like his teenage son, Breck, could enjoy. After taking a trip to Disneyland with his son, it was clear that the park had little to offer him. Wasting no time, Eisner began planting the seeds for thrilling attractions such as Star Tours and Splash Mountain. Eisner expected these rides to be built within a year or two, but he was displeased to hear that the production on attractions like the ones he was encouraging would take much longer. With Disneyland's attendance continuing to fall, he needed something much faster to drive in the young adult and teenage crowd. A guaranteed, quick, and cheap way to bring the youth of Southern California into Disneyland. Lucky for him, it was the 80s.
Oh, Star Tours is fantastic.
The 1980s saw a revitalization on American culture's fascination with youth and the teenage experience.
Oh, yeah.
Unlike the sock hops of the 50s, which encapsulated the spirit of a generation, the teens of the 1980s had a rougher edge to them,
that
with innocence having
hair.
a shorter lifespan as many of the antiquated values
Look
of
at
society
that
changed.
hair.
This change was best reflected in the period's music, and the birth of music television, or MTV, with more mature music finding its way into the mainstream. At the same time, more parents entered the workforce and divorce rates skyrocketed. With no infrastructure to accommodate these changes, the youth of the decade was pushed outside of their parents' watchful eye and into a new world catering to the adolescent. The generational experience was the subject of countless coming-of-age films, and companies took notice of a seemingly new demographic to market toward. Theme parks especially saw the opportunity to attract the generation with an abundance of
remember when
independence and free
MTV
time.
played
While
music.
thrill rides were appealing to teens, there wasn't any cheaper or easier way to bring in the youth of the day, later dubbed the MTV generation, than with music. Knott's Berry Farm in Buena Park, California, Disneyland's local rival, had opened the largest teenage nightclub in Southern California, Studio K, in early 1984, and along with the Cloud9 Ballroom, the new dance spot had been attracting the area's youth in droves. This was the exact type of attraction Disney needed while they continued work on Eisner's elaborate modern e-tickets. Of course, Disney denied Studio K or Cloud9 having any influence on their plans for a teenage nightclub, insisting that it was a mere coincidence. In early 1985, Steve Carroll, the manager of Disneyland Show and Operations, sat at a Chinese restaurant, brainstorming ideas to fulfill Eisner's decree. He flipped over the placemat in front of him, jotting down an idea for a teen nightclub at Disneyland. The club was to be called Galaxy, and it would take the place of the Tomorrowland space stage, which was currently showing the 3D film Magic Journeys. Carroll thought the space could be better used as a sci-fi dance area for teens and young adults. Unfortunately, the space was earmarked for one of Eisner's young adult attractions, a new 3D film starring Michael Jackson named Captain EO. This would transform the outdoor space stage into an indoor 4D theater. Despite the roadblock, the idea of a teenage nightclub was well received, probably because there was already a proven model right down the street, but regardless, it was the perfect project to begin the revitalization of the parks. Carroll and his team got to work developing a nightclub for teens. In order to set the venue apart from the others in the area, the team designed the most high-tech club that they could realistically build, relying on techniques typically used in large concerts rather than simple discotheques. The club was to be named Videopolis, and it would utilize over 70 screens, 2 large screens on either side of the main stage, with an array of smaller screens making up a mosaic throughout the rest of the stage.
Jesus
These would
Christ.
display the many popular music videos of the day that the teens could view as they danced. The venue, which was to be 5,000 square feet, would also include seating for 1,500. This would allow Videopolis to show stage plays or host special events during the day and then transform into a high-tech dance club at night. The club was to have elaborate stage lighting and special effects, such as light sticks that projected simple images in a way that made them appear 3D. Development on Videopolis began on February 14, 1985, and construction took place throughout the spring. A site in North Fantasyland, an unused meadow near It's a Small World, was chosen for the construction site. This area would be a perfect place for Videopolis for a few reasons. One, it was at the very back of the park, so the music and teens would be separated from the rest of Disneyland's operations. Another positive was that its location was right next to the launch site for the nighttime fireworks show. This meant that when the fireworks were set off, they would explode directly above the dance floor. The only drawback to the location was that Videopolis would be in Fantasyland. With its modern design and emphasis on technology, Carol was right that it would have been a better fit for Tomorrowland. But then again, this was at a time when Tomorrowland had the patriotic, nostalgia-based show, America Sings. It was a very weird time. The development and construction of Videopolis
That is
was one
pretty
of the most
weird.
efficient
I'm not
Disneyland
gonna
builds
lie.
in the park's history, and at the time, it was said to be the quickest from development to opening. It was labeled as the 100-day miracle, as it took 100 days from the first developmental meeting to opening day, although some Disney press releases stated that it actually took 128 days. Videopolis cost $3 million to build, and to save money, used assets left over from the 1984 Los Angeles Olympic Games.
Amazing.
On Saturday, June 22, 1985, Videopolis opened its doors to the 14 to 21-year-olds of Disneyland. 15 technicians, 3 rotating disc jockeys, and a cover band named Donna McDaniel and Network entertained the young adults throughout the night. A snack bar called Yums acted as the club's concession stand. Jim Lohman, a cast member working in food and beverages, was assigned the task of finding food items for Videopolis. While Yums would serve basic concessions, such as popcorn and nachos, Lohman would add one notable item, a 12-inch churro. 2 churro carts would be placed in Videopolis, and the snack would eventually spread throughout Disneyland, becoming a staple of Disney parks. There would also be a merchandise stand.
That's actually a
decorated
genius
pickup truck
idea.
that sold
I'm not gonna
Videopolis
lie.
T-shirts and other merchandise. Videopolis even had its own theme song. In its first few months of operation, Videopolis became the subject of national news. In September of 1980, 2 gay men were dancing together at the Tomorrowland Terrace dance floor. Security guards, enforcing the park's ban on same-sex dancing, ejected them from the park. The men then sued Disneyland on grounds of discrimination. Disneyland claimed that they had had the rule since 1957, when the park officially allowed dancing. From 1955 to 1957, it could be assumed dancing was outlawed in Disneyland. After they decided to legalize and regulate the act of dancing in their park, Disneyland put a strict ban on same-sex dancing. The 2 men violated this act in 1980, when they engaged in what was referred to as homosexual fast dancing. The reason for the rule was apparently because Disney was looking out for the safety of park guests, saying, quote, "We didn't want to have 2 women dancing and have some guy go out and hassle them." They also said it was a crowd control measure, and that if same-sex couples, platonic or not, were allowed to dance together, it would result in a larger, unsafe crowd. They also admitted that they were a family park that thought the, quote, alternative lifestyles would offend their guests, but it was mainly the safety thing. On June 29, 1984, an Orange County judge ordered Disneyland to allow the 2 men to dance, as denying them their right to dance would violate California's business discrimination policies. This was a huge win for the 2 men and no one else, because Disney claimed that all the court determined was that those 2 specific men should be allowed to dance, and if any other same-sex couples wished to participate in the party, they should lawyer up. Disneyland's lawyer said, quote, "We'll abide by the order, but it doesn't apply to others. If 2 other men show up tomorrow night to dance, Disneyland won't let them on the dance floor." The lawyer of the 2 men seemingly agreed with Disney's interpretation, also admitting that this didn't mean that any same-sex couple could dance, just this specific one. When Videopolis opened in the summer of 1985, many teens requested that Disney lift their ban on same-sex dancing. Disney obliged, and it became a huge news story, with Videopolis at the center of it. Gay rights activists cheered the decision, believing that it was a huge step forward for Disney. Disney shut that down pretty fast, saying, quote, "Videopolis brings in a lot of teenaged kids, and we see a lot of situations where 2 girls come together and want to dance and ask to. We have always said no, but we changed our minds." Then they doubled down on their interpretation of the 1984 ruling, saying, quote, "Although we lost that, we only lost on removing those 2 men from the dancing area. We continue to enforce the policy until a month ago." Disney spun the lift on same-sex dancing as a necessary evil, because many teenagers are shy toward the opposite sex, so they might feel more comfortable dancing with a group of their friends, essentially shifting blame to the young adults' fears of their own heterosexuality rather than the park's own fear of homosexuality. A 15-year-old, Dominique, said on the subject, quote, "It's just as fun to dance with your friends as it is with a guy. We go dancing together a lot. There's nothing wrong with it." Completely missing the point, by design. Despite all of the semantics, homosexual fast dancing was finally allowed at Disneyland. Homosexual slow dancing was another story. With the first round of Vidiotes, the name given to the teens visiting Videopolis, having experienced the club,
that's such a
reviews were coming
terrible
in,
name.
and the consensus was that it was tubular. 18-year-old George said, quote,
Understandable.
"The videos are sure hot and the live band is really great." 14-year-old Chris said, quote, "My friends are here. The lights are really weird." 15-year-old Shannon was more critical in her review, saying, quote, "They need some slow dances." 16-year-old Robert praised the new edition, explaining, quote, "I like the females here. There are lots of females." Throughout 1985, Videopolis attracted a group of regulars,
hold up.
and the venue seemed to be a huge success.
I gotta pause that. If you're 16 and you're running around saying, "I like the females here. There are a lot of females here." Who the fuck is doing that? Someone will stop you at that point and ask you if you were a stalker or perhaps a serial killer. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, holy shit. Oh, yeah, no, that just does not sound right at all. Not in the slightest. Even for the time, it just does not come off right. An alien trying to blend in incredibly poorly. Thank you for the hydrate. And thank you for the posture check. But yes, my friends are here. The lights are weird. That's some rhyming.
18-year-old Fleur-de-Lis was asked whether she would rather ride Space Mountain or go to Videopolis. She scoffed, quote, "You can't dance on Space Mountain." In the summer of 1986, 17-year-old
Yeah, he
Gina
was definitely
said,
on
quote,
something.
"I even broke my leg here running to the dance floor exactly a year ago today and spent New Year's here in a wheelchair." Despite the positive reviews from the teens, there were many outspoken critics of Videopolis and Disneyland's efforts to appeal to teenagers and young adults. Many came from worried parents who thought the new club would bring in a more rowdy crowd to a traditionally kid-oriented park. Others were concerned about the possibility of gang violence, which had been on the rise and had become a major focus of the media. The sudden growth in the use and distribution of crack cocaine, among other factors, led to a rapid rise in youth gangs and gang violence in the 1980s. And Southern California was at the epicenter of the growth. Typical gang members were between 14 and 20 years old. Coincidentally, also the target demographic for the youth discotheques and nightclubs that were popping up throughout the city. This led to issues as the youth gangs would claim certain nightclubs as part of their turf, and Knott's Berry Farm and Disneyland were not exempt. In July of 1985, weeks after Videopolis opened, Knott's Berry Farm's nightclubs were involved in a prominent altercation. Rival gangs encountered one another at Studio K and Cloud 9, and after leaving the park, a brawl involving 50 teenagers broke out. One Knott's employee had his facial bone shattered while trying to stop the fight. This was just a month after a grad night party at Six Flags Magic Mountain in Valencia ended with 21 gang members being arrested after 6 people were stabbed. Disneyland responded to these concerns by assuring guests that, as per their dress code, gang members visiting the park would have to remove their colors, and that their security detail would be put through police training to better assist if an altercation were to happen. Still, whether it was genuine concern or plain paranoia, many felt it was only a matter of time before a tragedy would occur at the park. Disney knew this was a concern going in, and on top of increasing security and supervision, they also implemented a series of decisions that, whether on purpose or not, helped keep the perceived rougher crowd of teens away. While one of Videopolis' main features was its showcasing of popular music videos, the technical director overseeing the club would make sure to cut away when any of the videos displayed inappropriate images by Disney standards. Cameras were placed throughout the club and would periodically show the teens dancing on the big screen, especially when an inappropriate section of a music video was coming up. They also avoided playing many of the controversial songs of the day. While this helped appease the minds of parents and keep the atmosphere Disney, it also made Videopolis uncool in the minds of the Southern California youth, especially compared to the more relaxed atmosphere of Studio K and Cloud 9 at Knott's. Another factor in splitting the Disneyland Knott's audience was Disney's pricing plan. A Videopolis pass was created, allowing teenagers admission to the park after 5 p.m. during the summer for $40, or around $95 today adjusted for inflation.
Jesus
This was a good deal
Christ.
when compared to the season pass at the time, which cost $85 or around $200 when adjusted for inflation. Knott's, on the other hand, charged teens $8 after 6 p.m. to encourage attendance at their nightclubs. While the Videopolis pass would be a better deal in the long run, the lump sum approach resulted in the less fortunate kids heading to Knott's. Without a per-night ticket, if a teen wanted to go to Videopolis without the pass, it would cost them $15 for the adult passport, double the special ticket offered by Knott's. This resulted in a class divide between Disneyland's Videopolis and Knott's Berry Farm's Studio K and Cloud 9. The former would be looked at as the overly clean, whitewashed club for privileged kids, while the latter would be seen as a more diverse and hip hangout spot. This was the view from the eyes of the youth of the Los Angeles area, but from the eyes of Disneyland and its typical guests, Videopolis was far from the safe, family-friendly atmosphere guests expected from the park. Videopolis was essentially hookup central, and the North Fantasyland bathrooms were later cited as a prime hangout spot. Security was tight at Videopolis, but they seemed to be more focused on the dance floor. Conga lines were off limits at the club, and that rule was strictly enforced. For some reason, though, security had no problem with allowing the occasional older guest to join the teens. 61-year-old Suzanne DiMuccio became known by the regulars as Dancing Mama. She visited the club almost every night. When asked why, she explained, quote, "The kids love me. I come every week and dance all night long. It keeps me young." While many of the less-than-Mickey happenings at Videopolis were expected, one of the fears that parkgoers and parents had from its inception was tragically realized. Around 1 a.m. on March 8, 1987, two gangs of teenagers got into an altercation in the Disneyland parking lot after the park's closing. The two groups engaged in a fistfight before an 18-year-old pulled a gun and shot a 15-year-old boy 3 to 4 times in the back.
Jesus
Another 14-year-old
Christ!
boy, uninvolved in the fight, was hit by a stray bullet. Both victims were rushed to the hospital. The 14-year-old suffered minor injuries, but tragically, the 15-year-old died. Hours later, the murderer was arrested. It was Disneyland's second homicide, with the first taking place 6 years earlier when an 18-year-old was stabbed to death in Tomorrowland. Videopolis was blamed for attracting the gangs that led to the fight, although a direct connection was never reported. It was off-season for Videopolis at the time of the shooting, and unlike the summer, where every night was a non-stop dance party, Videopolis only acted as a dance club on Saturdays and some Sundays in the spring of 1987. The altercation took place after a Friday night at Disneyland, when Videopolis was not operating as a club. Still, Videopolis and the effort to bring in more teens to the park were believed to be the reasons for the gangs gravitating toward Disneyland, although the entire situation could simply be a coincidence. Videopolis continued operation without change, even expanding its reach throughout the Walt Disney Company. In 1987, the Videopolis Cafe, a second nightclub for teens, was announced as part of a new nightclub district named Pleasure Island, planned for the Disney Village Marketplace at the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando, Florida. On top of this, a television show based off of Videopolis was created for Disney Channel, premiering in 1987. The show was described as American Bandstand for Kids, and featured host Randy Hamilton accompanied by a dancing crew of Videopolis regulars, including a young Mario Lopez. The show would see famous musical acts come by, including New Kids on the Block, Janet Jackson, and the Jets. This of course meant that the kids would have to interact with the big stars, and it was painful.
Wait a minute, Patrick. Weren't you going to offer Pebbles a guided tour of Videopolis? Sure. Especially the dance floor part?
Yeah, sure.
Just in case we lost you, Pebbles, Patrick wants to dance with you. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The show would last until 1989, and a monthly show called Videopolis Starcast, which would follow musicians on and off stage, would air from 1987 to 1990. The 1987 and 1988 Disneyland State Fairs would use the Videopolis stage as a BMX course, and a show featuring Goofy and the BMX group The Wizards of Rad was performed.
The
In late
Wizards of
1987,
Rad!
Disneyland hosted a fundraiser to benefit the AIDS
Holy
Project Los
shit!
Angeles, resulting in thousands of gay people being
The
openly invited
Wizards
into the Magic Kingdom.
of
Many
Rad!
believe that Disney was doing this to distract from their past behavior, such as banning homosexual
God, that is a
fast
hell of a
dancing. And Disney
fucking
agreed,
headline,
saying
by the
they were
way.
hosting it to, quote, dismiss finally all
Disney
that
makes
nonsense
up
that
to
happened
gays
in the
with
past.
AIDS
Hilariously
fundraiser.
and sadly, around the same time, 3 gay UCLA students
Jesus
dancing at Disneyland were
Christ.
told by a security guard that they were not allowed to slow dance. They sued Disneyland for their right to engage in homosexual slow dancing, or as the security guard referred to it, touch dancing. The 3 settled out of court, with Disney admitting that the security guard violated their anti-discrimination policy. Finally, both homosexual fast dancing and homosexual slow dancing were allowed at the happiest place on Earth. In the summer of 1988, a railroad station was added near Videopolis, named the Videopolis Station, allowing those riding the Disneyland Railroad to hop off at Fantasyland. By this point, Videopolis was hosting night events for all ages, with some press reports promoting Videopolis as an all-ages dance floor, possibly to calm the rowdy teenage crowd. In the summer of 1989, the Videopolis Cafe, renamed to Videopolis East, opened with the Pleasure Island nightclub district, the only non-adult club in the complex. Videopolis East boasted over 170 screens and an interactive game where computers allowed guests to control the lights and effects in the club. Videopolis East was the only club on Pleasure Island to not serve alcohol, and it was open nightly from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. In early November 1989, Disneyland announced that they were going to close Videopolis to make way for a musical stage show tribute to the works of Walt Disney, entitled One Man's Dream. The show, which had premiered the year prior in Tokyo Disneyland, was to celebrate the park's 35th anniversary. Disneyland management said that Videopolis might return after the show's run, but they were still deciding on its future. In the meantime, they told teens that they could join the rest of park goers for an all-ages dance party at the Tomorrowland Terrace dance floor. The regulars took this as the end of their favorite hangout spot, and the Videotes were right. Videopolis would close on November 26, 1989, and never reopen for teens. The stage would continue to use the name Videopolis, and would still sport its exceptionally 80s design, but only family shows would occupy the stage. Disney's official reason was to repurpose the space, but many speculated whether the gang incident and other issues with the teenagers contributed to the decision. It is still unclear what the exact reason for Videopolis' closure was, but it does seem slightly suspicious that the sole reason for its closure was the addition of One Man's Dream, as the space had hosted 4 different stage shows and countless special events in its 4.5 years of operation. It is also possible that One Man's Dream was more elaborate than the other shows, and the stage and seating area was altered to accommodate it, no longer making the dance club possible at night while the show was performing. Some speculated that low attendance at Videopolis toward the end of its run was another factor in its closure. While Videopolis was closing, Studio K and Cloud 9 were expanding, but the party wouldn't last much longer than Videopolis. Knott's Cool Teen Hangouts would close in 1991, just 2 years after Videopolis shut its doors. Videopolis East would continue to operate despite Videopolis' closure, but within Pleasure Island's first year of operation, Videopolis East was replaced with Cage, a nightclub for those over 18 or children accompanied by an adult. Videopolis East, like its West Coast counterpart, had attracted a consistent group of teenagers visiting the club, and unfortunately, also like its West Coast counterpart, had led to fights. In Videopolis East's case, a fight between 27 teenagers that led to 2 boys being stabbed. Disney denied that the replacement of the club was prompted by the violence. In 1992, another venue named Videopolis would open in Disneyland at Euro Disneyland in France. While it was rumored to also be a nightclub for youth before its debut, it would end up as simply a large theater for stage shows. Very interesting stage shows. Videopolis and Anaheim would host 4 additional shows after One Man's Dream, before the theater would be refurbished into the Fantasyland Theater in 1995. In 1993, the Videopolis train station had been renamed and rethemed to the Mickey's Toontown Train Depot with the Toontown expansion. The Fantasyland Theater is still operating today, currently showing the stage show Mickey and the Magical Map, as it has been for over 6 years.
We're gonna take you all the way back to 1985 and kick it off with Videopolis Dancing!
Videopolis did live to see one more day, on January 29, 2020. When the Fantasyland Theater was transformed back into the nightclub for the Disneyland After Dark 80s night event. The event even included a choreographed dance to the club's rocking theme. Perhaps Videopolis was destined to die before the start of the 90s. It was a concept born specifically from the teenage culture of the 80s, and it died with the decade. Videopolis, despite its many controversies, was a huge success, drawing in thousands of teens on popular nights, and it, along with Eisner's other attractions, resulted in Disneyland's attendance reaching a high of 13 million in both 1987 and 1988, a 30% increase since Eisner took over. Videopolis is fondly remembered by its regular videos.
What a time.
Many lifelong friendships and even marriages
What
began at Videopolis,
a
and the MTV generation of the area still thinks of the teenage hangouts as the embodiment of the 80s, whether they were dancing at Studio K and Cloud 9 or going to the top at Videopolis.
God. The fact that they actually had a theme song for it is just like out there. What a fucking time. Holy shit. So corporate, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna check real quick, because I want to see if I actually have this video saved and like watch later. If not, I'm gonna come back to this. Yeah, before I get distracted by more terrible ideas from Eisner. Yeah, Eisner was definitely not Einstein. Well done. Well done. This one should. There is one that I found actually looking through this that popped up again recently. Da-da. Okay, I'm gonna play this one. This is definitely new for like videos that I've watched so far.
Despite the focus of today's video being on a British vehicle, its origin can actually be traced to a Soviet creation. Our story begins, as with most early Western Cold War tanks,
Engineering
during the parade
time.
in Berlin following the Second World War. It's then that the Allies get their first look at the IS-3 with its pike nose armor and rounded turret. Although, as we'll discuss in a future video,
Because,
those
like, I'm
fears
curious
were
about
largely
this one.
unnecessary
Because I
given the
know a
many
little bit
flaws of
about
that
this.
tank. It's safe to say the tank designers in the West had a bit of a brown alert moment following this. This would eventually lead to vehicles such as the M103
Thank you for
and
the hydrate.
Conqueror, as well as a range of much less refined designs. The vehicle we'll be looking at today
And the posture check.
definitely belongs
Look
in the
at it.
latter category, with it featuring the largest tank gun ever created, even to this day, at an incredible 183 millimeters. Known by many today by its unofficial name, Barn, let's take a look at the
You said
development
shit
that
barn.
led to the FV4005.
I'm going to translate the bleep for you. You said shit barn.
If you want to get a taste of how today's tank would have performed on the battlefield, then you're in luck. Today's sponsor, World of Tanks, lets you take control of not just the FV4005, but hundreds of other tanks from World War II and the early Cold War.
I could have only assumed.
Like ambushing the enemy from the bushes with a tank destroyer, supporting your team
It's
as a
such
light
a
scout
good.
tank,
It's such
or
a
like
good name
me
for a
and prefer
series.
brawling
It
out
really
face-to-face
is.
with the enemy in a heavy tank. There's something for everyone in this game.
I've
With
seen a
11
few
countries
videos
you can
from this
choose
guy, and they are
including
pretty
a brand
good.
new Czechoslovakian line of heavy tanks, you're sure to find a vehicle to suit your playstyle. Click the link in my description and use the code on screen right now to get a special bonus just
a
for
lot of
signing up.
videos like
Let me
this
know what
are in
tanks you
fact
decide to go
sponsored by the
for in
PC
comments
version of the
below,
game.
and join my in-game clan, Cone, with a
They
0
really
if you
do
play on the
actually
North
like
American server.
sponsoring
Now let's
people
get
that
into
play the
today's
game.
topic. Like I mentioned in the
amusing.
intro, the FV4005 was conceived due to the emergence of the IS-3. Although some may argue the impact of the IS-3 can be a bit exaggerated, it is by no means incorrect. However, the 4005 itself was not the intended counter
Also,
to the
I
Soviet
love
threat.
these old
That would be its older
pictures.
brother, the FV215. Although I will return to the FV215 for a full video, I feel that it's important to briefly discuss that design first, since the two are very much linked. Based on the FV200 chassis, the FV215 was intended
love
to be a
these
vehicle
old
capable
engineering
of delivering more
videos.
firepower than its cousin, the Conqueror. Both tanks would have used the same version of the FV200 hull.
Also,
however,
look
the
at how
difference came
fucking
in the
shiny
legendary
that is
183
in these
millimeter gun the
images.
215 would be equipped with. This gun was the final product of a program started in the late 40s with the ambitious requirement for a weapon capable of getting through a 6-inch or 152 millimeter armored plate sloped at 60 degrees from a range of 2,000 yards. The 120mm L1 used by the aforementioned Conqueror was not able to do this, but the Ordnance quick-firing 183mm tank L4 gun finally met that need. This new tank firing Hesh would allow the gunner to get what we would today refer to as a mobility kill on any tank just by landing a single hit. So by now you may be wondering how any of this has anything to do with the 4005. At the time the 215 program was being worked on, the Cold War was in full swing. If these tensions finally led to full-scale conflict, there was no way the
love
heavy
the old
tank would
black
be
and
ready
white
in
footage
time to
here.
stop the Red Army. What was needed was a method of modifying vehicles already in the British arsenal to allow them to get the new tank-killing gun into battle. This is when the FV-4005 is born. Both the FV-4005 and FV-215 projects had originated from a meeting held on November 9, 1950 at the Ministry of War, although the 4005 would come slightly later. Many of you are likely already familiar with the fairly iconic look of the FV-4005, but believe it or not, that massive turret was not part of the original version. This single testbed vehicle, known as the FV-4005 Stage 1, was extremely limited in its abilities. Rather than a true turret, the gun was essentially just mounted to a Centurion hull on a platform, replacing the original turret. Although the gun was capable of fully rotating 360 degrees, it was limited to a much smaller firing arc due to the immense recoil. Elevation of the gun, however, could not be adjusted, with it just being fixed in place.
It is in
Now, some of
fact
you
just
may
a
be
gun on
wondering,
tracks.
what could really
Also,
be
welcome
gained
back,
from this
Luis.
vehicle with it being so different from the final design? To get the answer to it, we can look at a description of what this vehicle was to be used for, taken from a 1951 Ministry of Supply Fighting Vehicle Division AFV development report. Here we get a much clearer picture of what exactly the Stage 1 was built for. Embodies a concentric recoil system and a mounting in trunnions on an undercarriage, the whole of which rests on the existing turret race rings. No crew protection is provided, and one prototype only will be made to obtain experience of firing such a large gun from a Centurion
It's like they
hull.
wanted a mobile
It is
gun.
anticipated that although
They got a
all-round
mobile
traverse
gun.
will be possible, firing will be confined to a limited angle forward on either side of the fore and aft line. One additional thing to note about that report is that it also gives us the unofficial name for the 4005, this being Centaur. Back to what we just read, though, to put this in layman's terms,
that's
the
fair,
tank was
Luis.
really only built to
That's
give the
fair.
engineers an idea of how the
Get
chassis
appreciated.
would handle the recoil from the gun. This version of the tank did have something unique about it, as you may have noticed from the pictures. Unlike the Stage 2, it was equipped with an assisted loading mechanism.
They never
with
said
the projectile
anything.
weighing around 160 pounds and the propellant charge
Also,
weighing
yeah,
another 73
each one of those
pounds.
shells
It's
is
clear why this was
160
proposed.
pounds.
The system would move the significantly heavier projectile onto the loading tray, leaving the loader responsible for pushing it into
That's
the breech
essentially
and then loading the
160
more
pounds
manageable
of
charge.
plastic
The downside of
explosive.
this system is that it not just took up a large amount of space inside the turret, but also was not
And
a true
propellant.
autoloader like those on many of the French Cold War tanks. I'm not entirely sure what the fire rate this mechanism allowed the gun to achieve, but one source mentions a goal of 6 rounds per minute. Whether that was actually achieved, I cannot say, but without the aforementioned rammer, I find it unlikely. Bear in mind, this system has in the past been incorrectly referred to as an autoloader, which is an easy mistake, but a mistake nonetheless. Further changes were also made to the Centurion hull, including a recoil spade and travel lock for the gun. The recoil spade, as the name would suggest, was fitted to the rear of the hull and would be lowered into the ground.
I love those.
This was to help reduce the strain on the suspension from firing the gun by transferring some of the energy to the ground. As I said before, though,
It's
this
like,
was
it's
little
such a
more than test
simple
vehicle, and
thing,
following
but
reportedly
it does such an
successful firing
important
trials,
job.
we move on to the more well-known version of this machine.
And I love it.
The final tank in the FV-4005 program
They're
was given the
big
name
shells.
FV-4005
They are
Stage
really
2.
big shells.
In total, 2 of these tanks were placed in production, although it is
Oh, this thing was to
unclear if both
destroy
were completed.
IS-3s.
Just like the Stage 1, the requirements
So,
for the Stage 2
this
are
was
shown
designed
in the
to fire directly at
1951
other
AFV
tanks.
development report. Embodies 2 conventional
It was supposed to
recoil systems
immobilize
with
them
a
in one shot.
hydropneumatic recuperator and an independent run-out control. Undercarriage similar to above,
That's
but
its
of
only
fabricated
purpose.
construction. A superstructure for crew protection will be provided, but weight considerations will preclude more than a limited degree of splinter protection. A sight is being designed in which the body is fixed with relation to the gun mounting and internal
wanna know,
moving
Crimson,
parts
those shells
apply
weigh
angle
more
of
than I
sight,
do.
target elevation, and
They weigh
correction
more
for
than
trunnion
I
tilt.
do.
The range scale is visible in the sight eyepiece. Layout designs have been prepared and details will be completed shortly. A prototype should be available by March 1952. Putting that in layman terms again, this essentially called for a few improvements on the original design as well as the most major
a big
change,
gun.
which was the addition of an enclosed turret. However, this turret was not like other tank turrets of that time period, with its armor only being thick enough to stop artillery fragments or small arms fire. Although that may seem like a foolish idea considering the turret size of the FV4005 Stage 2 made it the tallest combat vehicle Britain had ever produced, it was not intended for the front line, so the armor would likely have been sufficient for its role as a support tank. This made the 14mm plates making up most of the turret a slightly more logical choice. Not to mention the goal was to have a 50-ton
now I'm all the way
tank,
down
so adding
here.
thicker turret armor would quickly have both reduced the turret interior space and added weight. Other changes to this version include the recoil
am very
mechanism,
small.
with it being replaced with a hydropneumatic system compared to the original concentric system which had previously shown issues. Another change was the removal of the mechanical loader. This
Also,
was likely to conserve space in the turret or due to
there's
the
the
mechanical
game
system
model.
not working as well as was hoped. To replace it, a second loader was added to the crew, bringing the total to 5,
I
with
am very
4 in the
small.
turret and the driver in the
Today
hull.
has this been
I
the
can't
small
imagine there would have been
stream.
a long waiting list
There
to
we
become
go.
a loader on one of these
There's the
tanks had
size
they
of one of
entered
the
service.
shells.
Although I guess loading 160-pound shells all day would certainly make for a solid workout regimen. Another reason for the removal of the mechanical
Hold
loader
on,
could
I
also
wanna
have
go
been
back
to
to
allow
that.
more storage
Let me-
for ammunition.
let me do
Even
this
with
real
such
quick.
thin armor and a relatively empty turret, there was likely to conserve space in the turret or due to the mechanical system not working as well as was hoped. To replace it, a second loader was added to the crew, bringing the total to 5, with 4 in the turret and the driver in the hull. I can't imagine there
Yeah. That's 144 centimeters. That is how big one shell is. Yeah. One shell for this gun is that big. This bit up here is all plastic explosive, and this is all propellant. And they had to manually load this shit. Yeah. 183mm shell. And it's that big. The full thing is that big. Because, like, you have the casing, which is 68 centimeters, and then you have the actual explosive head, which is 76. Yeah, you'd have to be buff as hell to load this thing. Loaders, it took 2. Yeah. That's a big fucking shell. So yeah, the people loading this gun had to be just shredded to all hell.
There would have been a long waiting list to
God
become a loader on one
damn.
of these tanks had they entered service. Although I guess loading 160-pound shells all day would certainly make for a solid workout regimen. Another reason for the removal of the mechanical loader could also have been to allow more storage for ammunition. Even with such thin armor and a relatively empty turret, there was still only space for 12 rounds of ammo. Just these dozen projectiles would still add just under a ton of weight to the
1,260-pound
tank, plus
shells.
an additional 900 pounds for the charges. To keep the gun fed, it was planned for supply trucks to continually provide shells to the tanks during combat, offsetting the limited onboard supply.
Yeah,
These
no
shells
kidding.
would be restocked through a large door in the rear of the turret, making the job of
Thank you for the
reloading
hydrate.
at least a bit less of a
Appreciate
hassle.
that, Bucket.
There was also a winch and rail system which added a bit more assistance for the task. Moving on from the gun, we can take a look at a few of the other features this version was equipped with. 2 hatches were added to the roof, which each also received a periscope in front of them. These would be for the gunner and commander, with the 2 loaders using the rear door if a rapid escape was necessary. On the gunner side of the turret, there was also a boxy extension which contained the gun sight. Just like on the Stage 1, the tank retained the travel lock for the barrel as well as the recoil blade on the back. Additionally, it was now equipped with a manual winch above it for raising and lowering the blade.
Yep.
Interestingly, unlike
That's your
most
only way
British
out.
tank destroyers, the
That's the only
4005
way
was
out.
actually
If you were a
equipped with
gunner,
machine
or
gun.
if
In
you were
March
the loaders, the gunner, or
1956,
the commander,
Stage 2
you
was
have a
subjected to
door in the
firing
back
trials
of
with
the
mannequins
tank.
used in place of the
Although,
crew. A
The gunner
total
and
of
the commander
150
had the little
shots were
hatches on
fired,
the
which
top.
showed no harm to the mannequins. However, they did produce some potential changes for the machine. Unfortunately for these unique tank destroyers, this was not their future, and with the end of the project coming in mid-1957, none of these alterations were ever completed. Advances in tank ammunition as well as
And
anti-tank
there we
missiles have
go.
made the massive and frankly impractical 183mm tank gun obsolete. One of these missile projects, known as the Malkara, was actually in development alongside the 4005. It's no surprise that a more flexible and cheaper
I
alternative
love
would end
all
up
these
winning in the
old,
end.
like,
The FV4005 still remains the
designs.
tank with the largest
'Cause they
armament
look so
intended for an anti-tank
funky.
role, and with modern MBTs to this day only just starting to adopt 140mm guns, it's likely to remain that way for the foreseeable future. So what remains of this program today? Following the trials, both the Stage 1 and Stage 2 were dismantled with the hulls used for other programs. The 183mm guns are said to have been sent to training centers, with the Stage 1 seemingly disappearing later. As for the Stage 2, a turret remained for years near Bovington before eventually being joined to a Centurion Mark 8 hull. Although this may not be a fully accurate restoration similar to the remaining KV-2 in Russia, it at least helps to document
Yeah,
this
I like
tangent
that
from
the
more
remaining
traditional tank design.
KV2 it's
Whatever happened
a
to the other
KV5
Stage 2
hull because
prototype
they
said to
can't
have been
find an
completed
actual
is
KV2
unknown,
hull.
but it was likely scrapped eventually. The remaining tank now stands as a gate guard outside of Bovington, where it will hopefully remain in safe hands for generations to come, although it hopefully can find a home away from the elements in the near future.
I will
Let me know what you
say,
think of this tank design in the comments down below, and make sure to subscribe to the channel for more.
any tank that ends up at Bovington is in good hands, because if it ends up there, chances are it's going to get restored, which is nice. I like seeing these old bits of engineering getting restored because they're cool. Also, I hate seeing stuff like this just sit out in a field somewhere and rust until it's nothing. It's just sad. I don't like seeing engineering just decrepit and falling apart. Let's see, is there another one on here that might be interesting? Me looking through recommendeds. Oh, I know exactly what I need to watch from here. There's one more video from this channel that I need to watch. That's fair. Let's see if I can find this. Because I believe this channel has also done a video on a picture, well, on a tank that Luis actually shared a picture of on Discord. I want to see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, I think this channel has done a video on the Bob Simple. And I want to see if I can find it. I need to move this for just a second. Let's see. Did this channel do one on the Bob Simple, or was it another one? Might have been another one. You know what? We can watch this. We can absolutely watch this. Just.
New Zealand has a secret weapon.
It's a New Zealand tank. It's New Zealand. Just,
Public Works Minister Robert Semple has built a tank using a Caterpillar tractor and corrugated steel.
Yeah. It's literally just a Caterpillar tractor and corrugated steel
The Kiwi tank will raise local morale.
with like 4 machine guns.
But there's a problem.
Maybe 5.
From the chief engineer's instructions before the first parade in Auckland.
In changing gears, the machine will momentarily come to a standstill unless a change is made while the machine is running downhill. As little gear changing as possible should occur so that the public will not get the impression that stalling of the machine has occurred along the route.
Yeah. Its major flaw
Around the country.
isn't the fact that it's a box.
Is never realized. The army rejects the and too slow.
Possibly. Oh, never mind. It has like 2 machine guns on the front, so it's like 5 machine guns.
Semple's tank is a novel solution to a serious problem.
So, the major design flaw of this, not only because it's literally just corrugated steel slapped onto a tractor, it is when you shift gears, it stops moving entirely. Unless you're going downhill. So unless you're going to be driving in first the entire time, you're going to be doing a lot of stopping because you're shifting gears. Yeah. Stopping in a tank is generally not a good idea. Yeah, that is not how shifting is supposed to work. Shifting gears, you're supposed to continue moving. Not stop entirely. What a glorious fucking monstrosity that is. God bless that design. Holding me up hills. God, I love it. I love it. Let's show you the one on the KV2. Because this one's kind of amusing.
For a machine that has become nearly as iconic to tank fans as the world-famous Tiger, T-34, or Sherman, the history behind the glorious KV-2 has remained out of the direct spotlight in most history documentaries and books. Today, however, we'll finally shine a light onto one of the most bizarre and beloved tanks to ever exist. Throughout history, there have been countless tanks,
this intro,
all designed to kill. But not all have been a success. What happened to the ones that never made it, and why did they fail? My name is Conavar. Join me as we journey through time, uncovering failed projects.
There's some weird fucking tank designs, by the way.
Cursed by design. The vehicle that would become known by such names as the King of Derp and Soviet Fridge began its life thanks largely, if not entirely, due to the Finnish defenses during the Winter War, especially along the Mannerheim line. This conflict between the Soviet Red Army and the Finnish defenders not only showed the sheer number of soldiers that could be lost due to poor tactics, but also the lack of something capable of smashing through the defenses. The Klement Voroshilov, or KV, proved itself as being up to the task, outperforming the competing heavy tank designs and being virtually immune to anything that was thrown at it, but only possessing a relatively small anti-tank armament.
It's a really small gun.
Damage needed to break these
That's a really small gun for the tank.
Soviets began a program to develop a tank to meet these requirements. This would eventually lead to a design originally known simply as
Noise
the KV
bucket.
Bolshaya Bashnia,
Thank you
or
for the
KV
hydrate.
Big Turret, and would begin production at nearly the same time as the KV Small Turret, as the 76mm version would be known. This designation was of course later simplified further to KV-1 and KV-2 in 1941, and
it was a
I'll be referring to them by
57mm.
these names for the remainder of the video, although I must point out that these pre-production tanks were never
small
given a
gun.
designation. The urgency of this design was shown in the extremely short design time given to produce the tank. In just 2 weeks, the designers were able to create the first of the prototype turrets designated MT-1 with the 152mm Model 1938 howitzer.
I also
They were
just
then
realized I
sent
should
for
probably turn this
trials
up a
near
little
the
bit.
factory. In total, 4 KV prototypes would get the big turret. KV U1 to U4 all had the big turret. U0 was also given it, but was given the 76mm turret after factory testing.
Bucket!
These tanks were then sent to the front in Finland. Upon arrival, the tanks were given to the 20th Heavy Tank Brigade for combat trials and showed remarkable results. In one instance, U0 reportedly received 22 hits without being knocked out of action. According to some sources, Finnish anti-tank guns actually stopped firing at the tanks after 3 non-damaging hits. This is quite believable considering at this stage of the war, the Finns were so low on ammo they did everything they could to conserve what they had. The immense size and armor of these tanks earned them the nickname Dreadnought by their crews.
Yeah.
Overall, the performance was acceptable to Soviet command.
This is
despite
like
the tank's many
beginning
faults.
origins
Not just
of
due
the
to the
heavy
teething
tank.
problems of the KV itself, but also due to the fact that the bigger gun and turret increased the weight from around 45 tons on the standard KV to an excess of 53 tons. The turret alone weighing 12 tons. This caused immense strain on the turret ring on top of the stresses the engine and gearbox had already been experiencing. Following the successes of these prototypes, an order of 100 KV-2s and 130 KV-1s was given, although 20 pre-production turrets had already been produced with some slight alterations. The final version of the KV-2 differed from the pre-series tanks quite significantly.
Look at the
To
death
attempt to
bridge.
remedy some of the issues and simplify production, the turret was completely reworked, scrapping the previous angled MT-1 design for a new rolled plate which created a 6-sided turret with vertical walls called the MT-2. This created 2 distinctly different looks to the KV-2s. You may know these by their more common Western names, the KV-2 1939 and KV-2 1940 respectively, although these names were never actually used by the Soviets themselves, only being given the KV Big Turret and KV-2 designations. The MT2 also featured a new gun, the M10S 152mm, and a coaxial machine gun to replace the pistol ports from the MT1.
I like the fact that the first version of the tank didn't have machine guns. They just had a little hole you could stick a pistol out of.
Despite these changes and the 2-ton weight reduction of the new design, it was still impossible to
That was the
overcome the main
anti-infantry.
weaknesses, and the turret ring would still be pushed to its limit. This caused the tank to take
A hole
full
for a
36
pistol.
seconds for a full 360-degree turn of the turret using the electric traverse or with the backup manual system. The tank would also need to stop on flat terrain to be able to fire it, since the immense recoil could cause damage if this wasn't done, not to mention the tendency the turret had to traverse on its own towards the vehicle's lowest point.
There it
making
is.
It very unsafe for the crew and surrounding soldiers.
That's what happens
should
when
that
you don't
result in
fire it
top-heavy
at the
machine
correct
falling
angle.
over. Following U-7, the final production version of the vehicle began to be produced, with a ball mount for an MG added to the front hull and turret rear for further close defense situations,
It could
along
flip
with a slew
itself
of
over.
other minor changes. Although I should note here that the early pre-series versions would also be pressed into combat along with the final design. By the end of its production cycle, a total of 204 KV-2s would be built, with 4
That would have been
pre-production
funny
vehicles,
if they actually
20 more with
programmed
the
it to do
pre-production
that.
turret, 80 with the production turret in 1940, and 100 more production tanks in 1941. To keep this video from
Yeah, you're
getting
getting
too
hurt.
long, however, we'll
Like,
save some of the
that's a
stranger
safety
variants of
hazard.
the KV-2 for a future video, and now discuss its performance in combat against the Germans. Right from the start, the tanks were plagued by problems. The beginning of Operation Barbarossa would come right at the end of the production cycle, but replacement parts were few and far between for the new KV-2s, meaning that many units were under-equipped with spare parts and ammunition, as
And
well
there were
as
a
being
lot of
untrained
people
with
in
the
those
tanks.
fucking tanks.
Some units hadn't even received any ammunition for the tank at all, and most crews had less than 10 hours of training due to the Soviets classing the tanks as secret weapons and keeping them in storage. These issues were then mixed with the rapid attack of the
There's,
Germans, which
one of the
caused
problems.
the slow, lumbering KV-2s to be pushed far beyond their
And another one
capabilities.
flipped over.
Despite this, however, the KV-2 could still cause quite a headache for the advancing Germans, with their thick armor being resistant to all but the most powerful anti-tank guns at the time. Unfortunately for the KVs,
Yeah, in
their
case you're
original
wondering, that
intended
first
role of
image that
slowly
was shown is
advancing
what
to
happens
destroy
when the
enemy
round goes off in
fortifications,
the barrel.
which fit the Soviet battle doctrine,
Which
could
did
not be
happen,
done.
by the way.
And instead, the tanks were used directly in defensive
Because the crews
combat
were not
against
really
advancing enemy
trained
units, which was yet
very
another
well.
thing the crews and army as a whole were not properly trained for.
It kind
In
of
that role,
happened.
they fared badly, being largely abandoned by their
yeah.
own crews, with the Soviets occasionally using them
Yeah.
as basically mobile bunkers at strategic defense points.
Yeah.
In this role, the KV-2 could be truly devastating to the attackers. The Germans at this time
Yeah.
were still mainly using 37 or 50mm anti-tank guns with similar armaments on their tanks,
Yeah.
which could barely scratch the armor. To knock out these tanks, it was often only possible by closing the range with infantry or
When
by
the crews
heavy
actually
artillery
figured out what they were
bombardment, as
doing
only
with
the
them,
88
they were
millimeter
terrifying,
flat gun was truly
but
capable of dealing with
they
the
were
armor.
usually more
Although that being
threatening
said,
to the
Germans
crew.
were quick to learn that by immobilizing the tanks, the crew would often bail out rather than trying to continue fighting. Despite this, both the regular KV and KV-2 were able to help heavily delay German attacks, which in the long term contributed greatly to stalling the Blitzkrieg, allowing the Soviets to hold back the push and later counter it. Probably the most famous example of this tank in action
Here we
is
go.
the story of the lone KV during the Battle of Rzeszów. During the fighting, a single KV-2 positioned itself at a crossroads behind the front line. This crossroad was vital due to the fact that the surrounding area was swampy ground, meaning vehicles could not pass through. On the 24th of June, as the Germans tried to move some of their wounded soldiers as well as captured Soviets back east, they spotted the tank. I can only imagine the Germans on the convoy probably thinking it was just another knocked out tank, that is until it opened fire on them. The Germans then pulled their convoy back, fearing this was part of an expected Soviet counterattack. The KV was then able to destroy 12 trucks from a supply convoy attempting to move to the troops on the front. Clearly this tank needed to be knocked out, and the Germans threw everything they had at it. Reports differ on the exact details of the engagement, and it's possible that the tank was in fact a KV-1 and not a KV-2,
Accurate, Squidge.
although new evidence strongly suggests it was in fact a KV-2. But regardless, the results were the same. This one tank and its brave crew were able to stop an entire assault in its tracks for a full day. This incredible story served as the basis for the Rizei Heroes medal you can earn in the game World of Tanks. If you'd like to see me cover this in more detail, I'd be happy to, but for sake of time, I won't in this video. By the end of 1941, nearly all of the KV-2s in Soviet service had been abandoned, destroyed, or captured,
Kinda
with
like
only
that.
a few managing to make
But
it
that
into
story
1942.
about this
It
one
is possible that at
KV-2
least a single
literally
KV-2
holding
was
off an
still in action
entire
as late as
battalion.
1943, with one photo existing showing a tank with the number 528 on the side. The use of captured KV-2s by the Germans in general is also relatively unknown.
that also
Many
happened.
were captured during the invasion.
The Germans
and they were
actually did
eventually
capture a
placed
lot
into
of these
service
fucking
with the
tanks.
designation KV-2 754R, with some receiving a German cupola to improve vision for the commander. Some of these modified
Primarily
KVs
because they
were to
just
be issued
abandoned
to
the
Panzer
fucking
Company
tanks.
66, which was a special armor unit with a range of rare vehicles, which was planned to be used to invade the island of Malta in the Mediterranean. But this was never done after the disaster of the German invasion of Crete. And the fate of the tanks in this unit is as unknown as the captured KV-2s used by other units.
It
Although
looks
evidence
so
points to most being lost
weird
in battle
with
or
that little
abandoned in the
cupola
winter
on
of
it.
1942. Sadly, only one of these unique and significant machines survives, with a production KV-2 on display at the Russian Central Armed Forces Museum in Moscow. Although there is also one replica in the Battle Glory of the Urals Museum, also in Russia. I'll put the town name on the screen for those of you who are interested because there is no way I would pronounce that correctly. In the end, although this tank contributed to the halting of the Blitzkrieg and subsequent Soviet victory, it was cursed by a number of design flaws that made it impractical for the type of combat it was needed for. Despite these flaws, the KV-2 is still beloved by tank fans around the world, and in games like World of Tanks, it still serves as a source of fear for those facing it, just as it did
such a
all those years
stupid
ago.
tank.
Thank
But
you, as
in
always,
game,
to my YouTube
it's
members
funny
who
as
helped me
fuck.
get the surprisingly expensive
it's such
source
a
material
terrible
to allow me to
fucking
make
design.
such a lengthy and detailed video.
But it's funny. Generally speaking, it's a terrible fucking tank. But it's funny. From a gameplay perspective, because it has really big gun. It's stupid, but it worked. Exactly, Luis. Yeah. But then again, they weren't made to be, like, super well engineered. They were made to be, like, thrown out there. You could basically, like, break everything on it and be able to fix it like a washing machine. And then just be right back at it. Yeah. Which is very similar to the approach that the American tanks took, except the American tanks actually, you know, weren't complete death traps past the Lee. Yeah. That's eventually that's what it like comes down to. Oh, thank you for the hydrate bucket. Oh dear Lord. Yeah. I said not complete death traps because I'd be lying if I said that they weren't still death traps. To be completely honest, the improvement from the Lee to the Sherman was that the Sherman had fewer crew members. Neither of which are great tanks, but the Sherman at least had a turret. Like, when your tank is nicknamed the Coffin for 7 brothers, it's probably not a good tank. Like, that's probably not a good sign. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Having a tank called a coffin is probably not a great sign. I found something cursed as fuck to go into next.
Kevin's Kitchen is sponsored by Raycon. Go to buyraycon.com/defunctland to save 15% today.
What's better than the smell of delicious food on
Here
a
we go.
warm summer day? In this modern American kitchen is where we find our subject. This is Kevin. Kevin is a documentarian. A documentarian captures life and constructs stories about important topics such as injustice, crime, and
I am all
coasters.
for this.
He does not show his face, but he will show his hands.
Don't
If
worry,
we look
Elise.
closely at Kevin's hands, we can see that he is not
It's
just a
fine.
documentarian, but he is also a baker. Like bed sheets from a roadside motel, Kevin's hands are splattered with the hauntings of years of mistakes. This mark
Nice.
was when Kevin burned his finger attempting to remove a hot tray of cookies from his oven.
Oh, hell
This
yeah.
mark is from when Kevin overreacted to burning his finger on the oven, dropped the hot tray of cookies, and instinctively went to catch the tray with his bare hand. Needless to say, Kevin has years of experience in the kitchen, and today, for the first time, he
Battle
will combine
scars
his
from
passions
baking.
and embark on a historical
Hell yeah. Also, that is a
culinary
thick
adventure.
fucking tomato
Today,
slice.
Kevin is going to learn the history of and concoct his own sandwich.
Wait a sec, you read that wrong.
Sorry?
You read it wrong. Do it one more time.
Okay. Today, Kevin is going to learn the history of and concoct his own handwich. What is a handwich?
I'll show you.
Here we go. The handwich.
Around 1986, a new food item debuted in Walt Disney World, named the Handwich. The Handwich was shaped like an ice cream cone, but instead of a waffle cone, it featured a cone-shaped sub-roll, and instead of ice cream, it had fillings. These included such delicacies as ham and cheese, pulled barbecue chicken, roast beef and cheddar, and even tuna salad. The Handwich was billed as the sandwich of the future.
Handwich.
Because of this, the Handwich was sold at Epcot's The Land Pavilion's Farmers Market food court, as well as the Space Bar in Tomorrowland. It was also
It's like
served
an
in
ice
Adventureland
cream
at some
cone,
point.
but a sandwich.
Wherever it was billed as Disney's newest attraction, implying that you can ride the Handwich.
You
when
can
in reality,
ride the
rides
Handwich.
you. The official poster for the Handwich boasted that it was not just futuristic, but
Yeah,
revolutionary.
it's an attraction
The,
at
quote,
Disney.
first sandwich you can hold in one hand. The poster also stated that it was Disneylicious, and that those that consumed it were playing a part in the history of baking.
Disneylicious.
Despite the heavy marketing effort, the Handwich was discontinued
Disneylicious.
sometime in the mid-90s, leaving behind more questions than answers. Luckily,
Holy
those questions would linger,
fuck.
and the good people at Retro WDW would respark interest in the Handwich during their Retro Magic event in 2019. Here, historian Brian Miles gave a keynote speech on the Handwich, which was coded somewhat like a military briefing. Miles conducted an interview with former Imagineer Peggy Ferris, who had the inside scoop on the Handwich, and you'll never guess who was responsible for its creation.
Back in Imagineering, Michael Eisner
Of course
challenged
it's
us
Michael
to
Eisner.
Think about fun food. So that was the big idea.
In a
Of
surprising
course it was
twist,
fucking
Eisner pushed for fun
Eisner.
food in part because
God
when he
damn
was a young
it.
man, he visited the 1964 New York World's Fair, at which Disney famously contributed 4 groundbreaking attractions. While there, a young Eisner tried some of the fair's unique food offerings, including Belgian waffles. Over 2 decades later, Eisner was the CEO of the Walt Disney Company, and he challenged the company's Imagineers to concoct a unique culinary creation for the Disney parks. During a day-long brainstorming session, Imagineers and food operations specialists designed dozens of dishes, but one stood out from the fray, a cone-shaped sandwich named the Castle Cone. The original fillings included mushu shrimp and mixed berries. Eisner approved the
Okay,
idea,
you
and
see,
the Castle Cone was born.
the
However,
Castle
the
Cone
name
is
was changed by
okay.
the Walt Disney World marketing team, and it was officially released as
Like,
the Handwich sometime
Castle
around
Cone actually
1986,
sounds
with
better.
more consumer and operations-friendly fillings.
Keith, I've been dying to know, what is a Handwich?
It's a sub kind of roll so that you can stuff the meats inside and eat it actually like a cone.
As aforementioned, the Handwich was filled with ham and cheese, pulled barbecue chicken, roast beef and cheddar, and tuna salad. But these were just a few of the variations. There was also chicken salad, ambrosia salad, seafood salad, and taco beef. When Disney MGM
No,
Studios
not
opened
the
in
taco
1989,
beef.
a unique Handwich was created for the park with a Cobb
No.
salad filling. Unfortunately, the
No,
Handwich was not the success
not
that Eisner
the
had hoped for.
taco.
In 1990, the Orlando Sentinel reported that, quote, "The last we checked, the Handwich had not exactly gripped the imagination of a hungry America, let alone Orlando, let alone
Why
anyone
would
but
you
Michael
put taco
Eisner." Retro
beef in a
WDW's
sub
Retro Magic
roll?
event was held at the Ballroom of the Americas at
No.
the Contemporary Resort. And immediately after Brian's presentation,
My
attendees were treated to a
soul.
lunch of the future of the past with a Handwich buffet. This would not be the only reappearance of the Handwich after its discontinuation in the mid-90s. In 2012, Cars Land opened at Disney California Adventure theme park, and the Cozy Cone Motel quick service spot served Handwich-style bread cones, although they were not officially Handwiches. Flavors included chicken verde and chili cone queso, and for breakfast, bacon scramble. In 2013, Disney's Hollywood Studios Min and Bill's Dockside Diner quick service stand served their own sandwich cones, but these were quickly discontinued. In 2014, another sandwich cone could be found, again at Disney's Hollywood Studios. This time, fillings included a macaroni and cheese with bacon topping cone and a Fiesta chili cheese cone.
Oh,
In 2017, during
Disney.
Epcot's 35th anniversary celebration, a retro Handwich was created, this time with a new mac and cheese with cheeseburger filling. While distinct from
Disney,
the original
please.
Handwich, this was the most intentional of the Handwich revivals,
Disney,
explicitly
please.
referencing the dish's predecessor.
Stop.
All of this is to say,
Please.
the Handwich is replicable, which means...
Kevin, wait! You're not really going to recreate one of the Handwiches, are you?
No, announcer man. I'm going to recreate 3 of the Handwiches.
Yeah,
Three
I kind of
Handwiches?
agree, Squidge.
That is a journey from which you
At
cannot
that point, literally
return
just make a pita
unsuccessful.
pocket.
Come up just one
Just
Handwich
make
short,
pita
and you will be
pockets.
lost to time, just like the Handwich itself. Are you sure
Literally just a
about
pita
this?
pocket.
It'll be fine. Now let's make some Handwiches.
You don't have to reinvent the pita pocket.
Mouth-watering meals, delectable dishes, tasty treats. No matter how scrumptious, they, like everything, will be lost to time. But unlike most of us,
Oh,
some
Jesus
will be
Christ,
remembered.
no.
And unlike all of us,
Not that
some
fucking thing from
will
McDonald's.
be resurrected. This
That fucking
is
thing from
Defunct
McDonald's is
Pan,
cursed.
With the dishes of the past return to the plate. And now your host, Kevin
They'll
Bergerer,
make a
will
DLT
show
should
us
not
how to
exist
create an
ever again.
old-fashioned Handwich.
That
It's
thing
true.
should stay
The sandwich
buried
of
in the
future
past.
of the past is of the present once again.
Just
Because
like the
today,
McHot
we will
dog.
be creating an old-fashioned barbecue chicken Handwich. Let's start with our
the
delicious
McSpaghetti.
slow-cooked barbecue chicken. First, we make our sauce with a tablespoon of apple cider
Those
vinegar,
things should stay
followed
in
by
the
a tablespoon
past.
of Worcestershire sauce, a 1/4 cup of brown sugar, and a tablespoon of olive
Hello,
oil. I
Lade.
have peeled and grated an onion, and we are going to put both the onion and the juice into our bowl. Finally, let's add 2 cups of barbecue sauce. The only barbecue sauce you will ever need,
Hope you're
and the
doing
best
well.
barbecue sauce in the world, is Joe's Kansas City barbecue sauce. I'm going to add the whole bottle to our bowl, and now we mix. Next, we
That's
place
good.
3 pounds of chicken breast into our slow cooker. After we wash our hands, we season. This quick spice mix that I created contains salt, pepper, paprika, cayenne pepper,
You
and
know, I'm
garlic
not gonna
powder.
lie.
We can now pour our sauce over our
Go
seasoned
and learn
chicken.
the
And
curse
once
knowledge of the
again, we mix.
Handwich. Yeah.
Let's place the lid on our slow
I'm not gonna
cooker
lie,
and
his
cook
mix
on low
here for the
heat
chicken
7 hours or high heat for 4 hours.
sounded kinda
About
nice.
2 hours before our chicken is done cooking, we can begin making our Handwich cones. Start by warming up a cup of milk in the microwave until warm, but not hot. We can then add a teaspoon of sugar, then 7 ounces of active dry yeast, and yet again, we mix. We're going to allow our yeast to activate to
You're
the
like,
side
so
for
far,
around 5 to 10 minutes. In the
chicken-
meantime, we will
chicken
create
sounding
our
good.
flour mixture. In this bowl, we have 4 cups of all-purpose flour, and we are going to add in 3 tablespoons of castor sugar and 2 teaspoons of salt, and then we mix. We're going to make a well in the center of our mixture. Inside, we will place 2 eggs and our activated yeast mixture. We can now take a hand mixer and we mix with a dough hook. After these are combined, we take
kind
a
of
fourth cup of
does,
soft
yeah.
or slightly melted butter and add it to our dough. We now mix
Luis,
for around 6 to 7
bread
minutes.
takes a lot of sugar.
We now place our
Bread
somewhat
actually
sticky
does
dough
take a lot of
onto a
sugar.
floured surface to form it into a ball. Once we have done this, we can place it into a greased bowl.
Believe me.
Cover it completely and allow it to sit in a slightly warm spot for 1 hour to rise.
We
While
make
that is rising,
we make
can create
sourdough.
our cone molds.
There
We
is a
will be
lot of
using printer
sugar in
paper
bread.
and tinfoil to create these. These will be going in the oven, but do not worry, the paper will not catch fire.
And you know what?
There's actually a great
Can't
book
agree.
about this, which states the auto-ignition point of paper right in its title. It is called 1984. We will only be baking at 400 degrees, so we are well under this mark. First, we take 2 pieces of printer paper and we lay them landscape in front of us. We take the bottom left corner and create a small fold-in like this. That right there is about right. We can now use this fold to roll our cone, making sure to keep the point at the bottom as tight as possible. We continue to hold that together as we place a piece of tinfoil on our workspace. Start at one of the corners and wrap your cone in the tinfoil. Do not worry about this excess, because we are going to just fold that into the top of our cone. And there you have it. We will have enough dough for 8 sandwiches, but I will only be baking 2. 1 for me and 1 for you. So once we have finished with our cone molds, we can place them to the side. Once our dough has risen, now comes the fun part. We're going to divide our dough into 8 equal pieces and cover again with our plastic to prevent any of them from drying out. One by one, we are going to take one of these pieces and roll it out. We want to end up with a long tube, around 3 feet long. Once we have this, we can take one of our molds and, starting from the bottom, spiral our dough up the cone.
Hell yeah.
Now that's looking like a sandwich. Once we have done this, we gently press our dough into the cone and pinch the tip.
Bread
we now place
cone.
these on a greased baking sheet. As our oven preheats to 400 degrees, we are going to give our sandwich cones a light egg wash. Once our cones are prepared, we can place them in our oven for around 12 minutes. While those are cooking, our chicken should be just about done. That smells absolutely delicious. With 2 forks, we shred the chicken, and as we do this, we mix. We're going to drain only the chicken we will be filling, as we don't want our sandwiches
That
to
was
be
an
too
extremely
soggy. Once we
sensual
pull our cones out of the oven and allow them to cool, we can remove the mold and admire our work. Now, we take our chicken and fill our sandwich cones.
Also, props on
And
the romaine
voila,
lettuce.
a beautiful barbecue chicken sandwich. I must now take a bite.
I'm not gonna lie. I respect that presentation.
Absolutely wonderful.
Thank you
I
for
can
the
eat
hydrate
whole
bucket.
thing, but I'm going to save my appetite because we have 2 more sandwiches to make.
Kevin, wait! There's still time to turn back. Just 1 is enough. If anything goes wrong and you don't complete all 3, you could get stuck in historical limbo.
Nothing can stop me from making more sandwiches. Onward.
What's cooking,
Yeah, like
America?
the barbecue
Let's
chicken, I
find
think, would
out
be okay.
In Defunct Kitchen. And now, welcome your host, Kevin.
Because it's literally just the barbecue chicken.
Hey everyone,
And the bread.
my name is Kevin Perger and I make defunct meals. Today we are going to be making something from long ago.
Look at
It's
the
an old Disney
drip.
Parks favorite. You might have guessed it already. It is the sandwich. This one is actually a
Ah,
viewer
damn.
submission, so let's hear from Scott.
Hi, Kevin. I went to the Studio Catering Company at Disney MGM Studios in May 1989. Here, I tried the Cobb Salad Sandwich for $3.60. It had a mix of finely chopped lettuce, egg, bacon, tomato, turkey, avocado, and blue cheese in a French roll cone. The blue cheese dominated just a bit,
Yeah,
which
that's what I
didn't
was
bother me.
wondering.
But if you don't like the pungent
'Cause,
taste
like,
of Roquefort, you might not like
The
this.
whole point of
I
a
was wondering
sandwich
if you could show
is
me
to
how
be
to
kind
make
of
it.
simple.
Scott,
Like, because you
thank so
can
much for writing it.
overcomplicate a
The sandwich
sandwich.
is not only a forgotten food item, it is the perfect meal for many occasions.
Like,
let's say you have
sandwich
a
is
daughter.
a nice,
she's
like,
a sweetheart, but
quick
she's a bit of
meal.
an arsonist. Her
It's a quick
principal
meal,
is coming
but
over
it's
to
kinda
discuss
hearty.
her expulsion, and you have to cook something
Like,
spectacular, or he will expel your daughter.
You can
and she
add a
will
few
never be
things, but
able
you have to, like,
achieve the
balance
dreams
it.
that you've projected onto her. With these life-altering steaks, why not make a delicious sandwich? And I'll
Yeah,
show
that's
you
an
how.
expensive
We're going to
fucking
start
sandwich.
with 4 strips of bacon chopped up, and we're going to place these on a wire rack, and we're going to rest that on top of a drip pan lined with tinfoil. Once you have those on the wire rack, you can place it in a 400-degree oven for around 20
That
minutes.
is some
But make sure to
extra
watch it.
thick bacon. I'm all for it.
After you've washed your hands, we can open our dough.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to take advantage of the store for this one. This is French bread dough, and we're just going to give it a little karate chop. Hi-ya.
Extra
And
thick!
now we're
Thanks,
just going to
Bucket.
open it up, and we're going to split it in half, just like that, into 2 equal parts for our 2 sandwich
Also,
cones. Now we're going to wrap these around one of these cones. Now what this is, it's just printer paper wrapped in tinfoil.
I like
now we
that
have a tutorial
you took the
on our
effort to
website,
make
and
the
you can just
first
go to
one,
that link right there, and once
and
you
then the
make
second
2
one was
of
like,
these,
okay,
we
yeah,
can
no,
get
we're
rolling. So let's grab
we're
one of our
we're
dough,
cheating
and
here
just
and using
like we're starting a
store-bought.
campfire, we just go to town. We want to make this around 3 feet long, and once we've done
And
that,
you know,
you can take your tinfoil cone and you
fair.
just wrap it around the very tip,
I never get
and then
tired
you
of hearing
spiral it
Aku
on.
saying
You just keep
extra
wrapping
thick.
all the way to the top, just like that. Look at that. Now we take our greased
It also
bacon
reminds me
sheet
that
and
if
we
I get
put
the
our sandwich
opportunity, I
on,
need to
and
stop
we
by
do this
Tora
again
Kai's stream.
with our second sandwich, and once we've got that, we can put that one on right next to it, and we can put this in our oven 400 degrees even while the bacon is cooking just right under there. Now while we got that cooking, I want to tell you about an incredible product. These are the Raycon Everyday
Oh my
E25
god, that is
earbuds,
such a
and they're
fucking
today's
clever
sponsor. These earbuds
insert
are the real
ad.
deal. The Bluetooth pairing is seamless, it's incredibly responsive,
Oh my
and with
god,
6
that
hours
is
of playtime,
that's
you
good.
can do everything from commute to work to exercise
That's
on a
really
single
good
charge.
comedic timing.
Now I love to wear these while I'm in the kitchen because they fit
Fuck.
perfectly in my ear and never fall out into my batter. So I'm always focused on my music and my cooking. I can even dance with these while baking and they don't fall out. And the bass on these things is great. Here's the best part. This
That
charging
fit
case
in
is so
so well
compact,
with
they
the
can comfortably
like the
slide right into
early
my pocket.
2000s.
Now for our viewers, if you go to
Cooking
buyraycon.com/defunctland
show.
or click the link in the description now, you will get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/defunctland to save 15%.
God, what
now
a
I'm getting
what a
so
what a
invested in this music,
clever.
I almost forgot that I got stuff in the oven. I gotta go check on it. Now take a look at this crispy bacon. It is beautiful and ready for our salad. Give me some for the bacon. Oh yeah. We're now gonna make our dressing. We're gonna start with a 1/3 cup of red wine vinegar, and then we're gonna add 2/3 of extra virgin olive oil, a tablespoon of Dijon mustard, and of course, salt and pepper. Close that up, and now we mix.
Okay. The awkward look was so good.
Whoa! All right, please stop clapping. It freaks me out when I'm using the knife. God, I'm tired. Okay, so we're gonna take our lettuce and put it into a salad spinner, and you will never guess what that does, but I bet you'll clap anyways.
No.
All right, let's try to keep
I have
it at a
never
mezzo
once
forte.
used one of those
Kevin's
damn
got a headache.
things.
Let's go ahead and speed run this salad. Bacon, cherry tomatoes, Roquefort, egg.
That's what I
Doesn't
was
matter how
wondering.
you
I was
slice
like-
it, it'll still taste terrible. I'm gonna open up an avocado and take
I was
out
like,
its pit.
is he-
Boom, magic, it
is he
disappeared.
not
No
gonna-
idea where that went. Slice up some turkey I got from the deli. And don't forget to throw a little piece of turkey over your shoulder for good luck. And we mix. And
What?
look what just came out of the oven. One of them's a little messed up, but that doesn't matter. We're gonna keep on trucking. Let's go ahead and add our dressing to our salad and then fill these cones. Now I cannot wait to try this, so I'm not gonna. Let's take a bite. That is delicious. That's 2 beautiful sandwich cones, and you know what this pairs great
I'm
with?
not gonna lie.
Raycon Everyday E25
God damn it.
I know that these might have looked complicated, but do not be afraid of these. The sandwiches can smell fear, and if they smell it, they will become spicier. And check this out, we did that in under 5 TV minutes, which is roughly 13 hours. I hope you
Roughly
enjoyed today's
13
episode. Now,
hours.
I've got to go make another
Nice.
sandwich, or I might be lost to... That's not good. Ow. Oh.
Yeah.
Where am I? Mr. Announcer Man? Hello? Studio audience? Anyone? Here we go. What? Wait a sec. I know what this is. Limbo. I've got to make that third sandwich. I've got to find a kitchen. Fridge, yes! Empty, no! I cannot be stuck here forever. There's got to be something around here somewhere. Come on! Oh no.
Ah, shit. We switched into the back rooms.
I've got it. Just one more. That's all I need.
I told you, Kevin. You must create all 3, or you will be lost to time.
I will, Announcer Man, I promise!
The Handwich was meant to die.
Oh, fuck
Let
yeah,
it stay
Publix.
dead.
I have to bring it back once more!
3 sandwiches?
Not gonna lie,
That's
Publix is pretty pog.
You'll never do it!
I guess everyone was right when they called you two-handed Kevin.
I never.
I think you did too.
I'm gonna prove you all wrong.
Why is he getting like an full on?
Take my hand. Take my hand.
Biscuits? I'm so glad!
Thank you for choosing Arby's. Place your order when ready.
Could I get 3 beef and cheddar sandwiches without the buns?
So if you don't want it on the bun, you just put it in a bowl.
Yeah.
So I've got 3 beef and cheddar sausages all in the same bowl with the cheese and the sausage bowl.
That's right. And some mozzarella sticks, please.
Sure, you want 4 or 6?
6.
Hell yeah. Mozzarella sticks? Fuck yeah. But no curly fries? Damn. This is the point where I think he's just like, you know what, fuck this, I'm not making another goddamn cone.
What is a handwich?
This was the point where he's just like, fuck it. Created the Arby's handwich. Although that bread is pretty fucking good.
Believe it or not, that was the best one.
Oh, that
Kevin,
hurts.
You did it! You made
Oh,
all
that
3
fucking
sandwiches.
hurts.
You can come back now. Kevin? Kevin? Kevin!
The fact that the fucking Arby's one was the best one. Oof. That hurts. Damn. Although to be fair, it was probably the Publix bread. That's pretty fresh bread. Not gonna lie. That hurt my soul. As someone that likes to cook, that hurt my soul. Wonder, is there a video on the fucking McDLT? Because I kind of want to find that. That's fair. Oh, Jesus Christ. I like that I look up McDLT and the third result is a fucking Watch Mojo video. Oh, God. What a fucking time. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate that, Bucket. Okay, I was just double checking on this because I wanted to I really want to show this fucking shit. I really want to fucking show this shit.
McDonald's may not be perfect, but you can't blame them for
This
trying new things.
fucking
Sometimes their
thing.
gambles even work out. After all, the Chicken McNugget was a new fast food concept in 1983, and we all know how that turned out. Unfortunately, however,
Just
not every
because
fast food invention is going
this
to be a success.
fucking
And every once in a while, McDonald's
item.
manages to come up with an idea that goes down like a lead balloon. Maybe the concept doesn't make sense, or the rollout is shoddy, or maybe people just aren't ready for something new. Either way, things don't always turn out well
get ready.
when
It gets
McDonald's
worse,
decides
Luis.
to take a new direction. Take some of these burgers, for example. First up is the McLean Deluxe. McDonald's thought it had hit pay dirt with this burger, which had 9% fat in its patty rather than the usual 20%. It seemed like the perfect fast food item for the fat-conscious 1990s. So McDonald's rushed it out at all of its restaurants nationwide. But the McLean had a few issues. It was expensive for one, but more importantly, it just didn't taste any good. The McLean debuted in 1991 and hung on until 1996 before finally being discontinued.
Low fat and delicious? Can't be done.
Over in Norway, McDonald's drew fire from international relief
Nice.
organizations in 2002 after billboards in Oslo announced the
Jesus
arrival of a limited-time
Christ.
burger called the McAfrica. The McAfrica was made up of beef, cheese, tomatoes, and salad in a pita, and was said to be based on an authentic African recipe. The only problem? An estimated 12 million people in southern Africa were starving at that time. After the McAfrica
Jesus
debuted,
Christ,
an official from
McDonald's.
Norwegian Church Aid said, launching a burger with such a name at the same time Africa is facing perhaps its worst hunger
Holy
catastrophe
fuck.
ever is very bad timing. McDonald's later admitted it
Holy
wasn't a good look for one of the
shit.
world's richest nations to have a hamburger named after a continent experiencing massive food shortages. Still, they kept
Yeah,
the
that's
limited time
really
promotion going
fucked.
until its scheduled
Jesus
end. But the McAfrica
Christ.
wasn't universally reviled, with one African organization in Norway actually coming out in support of the McDonald's misfire. In the wake of the controversy, the head
Holy
of African youth
fuck,
in Norway said the
McDonald's.
relief organization's anger was misplaced. He said, "Finally we see someone who uses the continent's name in a positive way. Even though there is a terrible shortage of food in some areas of Africa, this is far from the situation all over the continent." But although the McLean Deluxe and McAfrica didn't exactly go down well, they were far from the worst burgers McDonald's ever put out. No, the one
There
burger that
it
McDonald's
fucking is.
will really be hoping you've forgotten is the McDLT, which was sold from 1984 to 1991. In fairness, the McDLT did have a few things going
Look at
for
this
it.
fucking
For
thing.
one, it didn't taste terrible, and it didn't remind anyone of starving people in Africa either. The problem was that it came with an extra side of styrofoam. All McDonald's burgers came
Hello,
in
Dee Dee.
styrofoam containers in the 1980s.
Order.
But the McDLT was
This
served in a
fucking
double
burger,
wide
by the
clamshell,
way.
with one half holding the beef patty and the bottom bun, and the other half containing the lettuce, tomato, cheese, and
Hope
top
you're doing
bun.
well, Dee Dee. It's
Basically,
good to
the
see you.
idea was that the hot side would be kept hot and the cool side would be kept cool. But any benefit to this convenience was far outweighed by
Right?
the environmental implications of the double dose of styrofoam in each order. The rise of the McDLT coincided with increasing public awareness of Styrofoam's impact on the environment. Styrofoam's ingredients are cancer-causing and take hundreds of thousands of years to break down, crumbling into small
They gave you the
pieces that end up being
packaging so that
ingested
you could
by
assemble
birds
the
and
burger
fish.
yourself.
Eventually, McDonald's consulted with the Environmental Defense Fund, and by the early 1990s,
They made you put the
Styrofoam
burger
clamshells
together.
were history,
And
along
gave you
with
more
the
styrofoam.
McDLT. Today, the chain is working towards a goal of 100% sustainable packaging, so it's hard to believe they're particularly proud of their styrofoam-laden past or the McDLT itself. Check out one of our newest videos right here. Plus,
God.
even more mashed videos about your favorite stuff are coming soon.
IKEA burger, yeah, basically. Basically, that is what that is. Oh. Love it. Love it so much. There's so many, like, bizarre things from McDonald's past. And I kind of want to see if I can find something on those. Oh, Luis, there's literally no difference other than you have to put it together. There's literally, like, no difference. I think, like, the only noticeable difference between that and a Big Mac is the sauce and the extra bun. That's literally it. It's basically the same thing, except you put it together. Yeah, I want to see this. Oh yeah, and the tomato. I almost forgot about the tomato. Oh, some of the I really want to watch some of these. That it is basically just the quarter pounder. It is literally just the quarter pounder. All right, thank you for stopping by, Bucket. Hope you have a good rest of your day. I think I'm gonna watch like one more of these, just because I'm curious. You want to end off with a fucking Watch Mojo video? Just have terrible things combined with terrible fucking things. Or is that like enough food shit for now? Wait, I know. I know. I know what we should end on. I know exactly what we should end on. There's only one thing that
How
we
do you
could
open a
possibly
bottle with a
end
hammer?
on.
Are electric tin openers any good? And what's this thing for? Let's find out. The first kitchen utensil we're going to look at is this one. It's a really cool safety tin opener, and it works with this ratchet lever. I think this may
I
be a
like that he's
discontinued
going over
item
this one
because I
again.
couldn't find a new one for sale anywhere. I had to buy a second-hand, unused one. Let's see how well it works. It's a really funky looking design. As
Yeah.
you'd expect, the can opening mechanism
That's what
is
I
on the
kinda
bottom.
thought as well.
And when we
They are
operate the ratchet
super
lever back and
sketchy.
forth, you can see it turning the toothed
Yeah,
wheel
right.
here. The handle slides open like this to open up the
Absolutely
mechanism
did
for
do
fitting
that.
into a can. And there's these little metal pliers here on the side, which we can use for removing the lid after. It feels really robust and well made.
I think this is one of
and
the
I'll
few
explain
ones
what
that
this
we
little
agreed
hook
was
on
like
the side is for later. But
kind
let's
of
try
useful.
it out. So we slide open the handle, place it over the lip of the can, and we can use this arrow to help line it up. Then
Just,
push
like,
the handles back together
over-engineered.
so it grips the can firmly. Then with your other hand, ratchet the lever back and forth. You can hear it clicking, and you can see the can starts to rotate underneath. It's really cool. You can use this gadget both left and right-handed,
It probably
and it definitely
is.
feels like something's working. Once we've gone all the way around, you can feel the resistance change, so remove the opener, and we can now use the small pliers to lift off the lid. It seems to work really well, but the
I'm
packaging
curious
says
what else
it
is
leaves
in
no
this
sharp
one, though.
edges, so let's check it and see. I emptied and washed the can, and when we take a look inside, it does look nice and smooth. There are no sharp edges. I can run my fingers around the inside.
It really is.
And around the rim. I'm impressed. And if we take a look at the lid, there does appear to be a bit of a channel around the outside, but it's not sharp and I can hold it on the edge. And what's really cool is I can take the lid and push it back onto the can, like this. It's almost like a secret concealed hiding place can. More on those later, so stay tuned. So what's this hook on the side for? Well, if you struggle to open ring pull cans like this, you can slide it
this is
underneath
literally
like
just
this,
the same like
hook it
footage,
through the loop,
just with a
and
different
roll back
voiceover,
the
which
utensil to
fair
peel
enough.
back the lid. I really do like this gadget. So how about electric can openers? This one says yes you can, and it's an automatic hands-free can opener for hassle-free cooking. Let's open it up and remove the packaging, and it's even got some instructions stuck onto the unit with this clear sheet. It's quite a large unit compared
is
to an
another
ordinary
one
can
that he's
opener,
done already.
but I guess it's got a motor and all sorts of electronics inside. Slide
That
open the
name,
cover,
though.
and it takes 4 AA batteries. And now when I press the on button, you can see
name.
it working.
Just...
That's interesting. It does a little backspin when you stop it. To use it, we just sit it
There's
on
a
top
point
of our
where
food
the
tin,
puns get
make
too
sure
much.
the rim is in between the mechanism, then press the on button.
It kinda does.
It starts cutting, and automatically turns
kinda
itself all
does
the way
look
around
like
the
that.
can.
That's
Pretty
fair.
cool, huh? Once it's gone all the way around, turn it off, and put it to one side. We can now just lift off the lid, and in much the same way as the last opener, there are no sharp edges. I'd say it does a really good job and could be very useful for anyone who struggles opening food cans. And the built-in magnet sometimes even removes the lid for you. The next one we're going to look at is this, Mighty Hammer Opener.
Oh
Thor's
my
hammer,
God.
Mjolnir, from Norse mythology. Remove it from the packaging, and there it is. It's actually a bottle opener. It does feel quite plasticky. It is really just a novelty gift, but it's pretty cool. I'm removing the keychain from the bottom of the handle, and if you're having a party, you could place it down next to some drinks. Your guests can try to lift the mythical hammer and use it to open up a drink. The bottle opener aspect of it seems to work fine, and it's a good fun novelty gift. Next we're going to take a look at this. It's a stainless steel bottle opening gadget, which I found for sale online. And when we remove it from the packaging, you can see it looks quite curious. The bottom here's got some clever mechanism which is spring-loaded and it pushes down inside. And as it pushes down, you can see it operates this lever. So let's try it out. The idea is we just place it over the cap and push it down. Oh, and look at that, it's even got a magnet to retain the cap. Well, that's worked really well. Let's try it again.
Huh.
Yeah, what a cool gadget. And I could imagine if you've got a lot of bottles to
Okay,
open
that
really
one's actually
quickly,
kind of
it could be
efficient, I'm
really
not gonna
useful.
lie.
I really like this opener, and the
That's
Thor
actually
hammer
really
too.
fucking efficient, holy shit.
The next item I'm going to look at is this soda pump fizz keeper.
And there's that
Apparently it fits a standard sized bottle, and it keeps the fizz in your soda. So let's remove it from the packaging and try it out. If we take a closer look, it's got this large bulb at the top and a sort of bottle top at the bottom
Oh,
with
I
a rubber
love
seal
that.
and a hole in the
I
middle.
love that there's
when
one
I give
that's
the
also
bulb a couple of
plaster.
pumps, I can feel air blowing out of the hole. It's also got a catch, and it opens up like this. So the idea is, if you're opening up a bottle of fizzy drink, pouring yourself a glass, but keeping some for later, you can screw on the fizz
I'm
keeper
very
instead of the
intrigued at
standard
one that
bottle top.
pops off the caps
Then
and
pump
you
the
can
bulb a
shoot
few
them.
times,
That-
which will blow air
that sounds
inside and actually
hilarious.
pressurize the bottle a bit.
And
this
Squidge,
should help to prevent
at least
the
I'm
loss
not
of
playing the
CO2
hot
bubbles
dog
in your
thing.
drink as you store it.
I
You
could
can
play
see
the
I
hot
filled
dog
up
thing.
the bottle, and when you want to pour some more, you can just open up
I
the
don't
cap,
want to hurt though.
fold it over, and pour yourself another drink. It really is a
I don't
clever
want to
design.
hurt on the inside.
And you can now store your drink for a lot longer without losing the fizz. Pretty cool, huh? The next thing we're going to look at is this safe can. It's a secret concealed hiding place for storing your valuables. If we take a look at it, it looks really realistic. Apart from the bottom,
Fair.
which is where we access the can. If I match
I'll
it up
take a
with a
look at
real
that,
can
Dee.
of beans, you can see the labels are almost identical. They've done a really good job. And size-wise, it's exactly the same. The top looks a little bit different, but that would be hard to notice at a glance. And to access it, we just turn and remove the plastic plate on the bottom. There's obviously no sharp edges at all, and it seems really well made. There's plenty of space for some money or jewellery, and
That
the lugs
is-
on the plastic lid lock in place
I'm not
when you
gonna
turn
lie,
it.
the fact that it's a plastic lid
Hide
kind
it
of
in
like
the kitchen
gives it
cupboard
away.
along with your other cans. And you'd never be able to tell it's a secret stash pot. Ironically, I'm actually always really paranoid that someone's going to steal my baked beans. So this stash
I love
pot is
that
the perfect place to hide them.
That's so good.
No one will ever think of looking for them in here. The next gadget we're going to look at is this easy open can opener. It's got a rubber non-slip grip, and it's great for people who have joint pain or arthritis and struggle to open cans with ring pulls. It's this plastic utensil shaped like a swan neck and with a beak at the end. And in a similar way to the other one, we use it by hooking it underneath the ring
Another one
pull.
of these.
Then slowly pull back on the handle to peel back the lid. Once you've got the knack, it really does make opening cans easy. And what's really good about this gadget is you can even use it with drinks cans. If you'd like to see some more of my kitchen gadgets or food hack videos, there's links in the description.
Oh fuck, there
Have
it
fun,
was.
Stay safe, and as
God
always,
damn it.
thanks for watching.
Can't escape the fucking hot dog slicers. God damn it. Even here, we're not safe from the slicers. Oh. Okay, I need to do something real quick. Let me go back up here. Gonna resize up here back to normal for a second. And switch back over to the scene. There we go. Well, that was a trip. That was a hell of a trip. How did we get here? I don't know. But we're here. Ugh. That was a wild ride. You know, that's fair. Honestly, valid. We did get here because of chaos. I'm not gonna lie though. I've been enjoying these. These are super fucking fun. I enjoy getting to hang out. Watch this stuff with you all. At some point, I might have to like watch some stuff on the Discord. Yeah, it's good to see you, Dee Dee. Glad you got to stop by. Yeah, give that a look-see. Yeah. I'm also gonna have to like, I'm hoping that I hear back on something for next week's. Because I still need to hear back on when I need to be available for a podcast. And I'm gonna have to figure out what to do Thursday. That's about it. The only things that I'm currently like waiting on for this upcoming week's schedule. Then I gotta put some stuff out. But yeah, I'm excited for this week. I want to pitch some ideas, talk about some stuff, work on some lore, and like hammer some stuff out. And yeah, definitely gotta be working on that anime watch party at some point. That'd be fun. So, that being said, I have an idea right now. I gotta wait for an ad. Yeah, Twitch, let's go. Ads. Thank you all for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. To be honest, like I really enjoy hanging out with all of you. So, what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna raid a friendo. Don't know how much longer he's gonna be going for. I feel that. I feel that, Squid. We're gonna go say hi to Dandy. Dandy's doing Pokemon. So, thank you all for stopping by today. Hope to see you again the next time, and I hope to have my schedule put out tomorrow. Hopefully. So, yeah. I'm excited. I'll tell you more as things go on. But, let's go give Dandy some love. Thank you all for stopping by. Hope to see you again next time.